Chapter 1869. Fenggu is able to survive to this day, thanks to their mending. Zheng Qinghuai felt that Fan Lizzie was probably possessed by some evil creature. Otherwise, how could he turn from a stubborn donkey into a dog? A lackey's dog. Of course, Fan Lizzie was not possessed by another body. He had previously felt that he had been cheated by the loser Lu Yi, and was naturally very resentful. But now he found that Lu Yi was a very powerful boss, and he immediately became open-minded. She had chopped off the fins of the strange fish with one move, so what did it matter if he was cheated out of a few spirit stones and a few poison pills? Fang Shi ignored him and the others, walked straight up to the two fish fins, and put them into the storage ring. She took out a handful of pills and threw them into her mouth, then lay down on the small wooden bed, covered herself with a small floral quilt and closed her eyes. Zhang Wen signaled to everyone that it was time to rest and to stand guard. Then he observed Fang Xi's situation for a while. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he sat down to meditate and practice. Fang Shi fell asleep, but the 5 dog spirit roots were busy. Ni. Which good person would burn his meridians for no reason? It would have been fine if it was only 30% or 40% burned like before, but this time it actually burned 70%, and the meridians were about to break into spider webs. What can they do? They can only help to repair it. Fang Go can survive to this day thanks to their mending. Outside the secret realm, there has been an uproar for who knows how many times. Oh my god, that sword strike by Lu Yi just now, I think she must have transcended the tribulation. Come on, stop bragging about her. Her sword may be incredible, but she only took advantage of the surprise attack. She's only at the 8th level of Mahayana at best. Even the 8th level of Mahayana is quite impressive, okay. She's only at the 6th level of fusion, so how many meridians did she have to burn to reach the 8th level of Mahayana? The key is that she doesn't seem to be in any great condition, so I guess the elixir she took was really extraordinary. Is there any need to ask? He is the beloved disciple of 3 9-cauldron alchemists. He must have a lot of good pills in his hands. Ellipsis. In a blink of an eye, it's the next morning. Fang Shi got down from the small wooden bed with a pale face and stumbled. If Zheng Wen had not supported her in time, she would have fallen flat on her face. Outside the secret realm, many people felt relieved. How is it? I told you, she frequently uses the burning blood technique. Even with the best elixirs, there will definitely be problems. She immediately lay down on the bed after the fight yesterday. She just couldn't hold on any longer. She said she fell asleep, but she actually fainted. Look at her condition, not to mention the remaining 4 days, I guess she won't be able to participate in the next round. Ellipsis. The leaders of the 7 sects that were robbed felt very happy. Should. Live it. I asked you to lead people to rob our team. Is this your retribution? Master Lu was so anxious that he slapped his thigh. Gongsun Qian on the side. Don't you have thighs yourself? Why do you always take pictures of mine? At this time, inside the secret realm, Fang Kui and others surrounded Fang Shi and asked about her well-being. Even Fan Lizzie said with a look of concern. Junior Sister Lu, are you okay? Stop standing, lie down and rest. Palace Master Mu of Lingshao Palace. His admonishments to Fan Lizzie had no effect, and he was tricked by Lu Yi several times. Now he has the qualifications to be a lackey. Is he actually a jerk? Fang Shi smiled at Fan Lizzie and the others, and said weakly, it's okay. I'll take a few pills and I'll be able to travel without any problems. As she spoke, she took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. Fan Lizzie and others. You are worthy of being the disciple of the Juding alchemist. You eat pills like they're candies. After Fang Shi took the pill, he looked stronger than before. She asked Li Zhe, Fang Kui and others to calculate which direction they could go to find rare treasures or opportunities. Li Zhe and his team worked hard, but the direction they calculated was still northwest. Then, Fang Shi waved his little paw and said, northwest direction, full speed ahead. She asked Zhan when to release the mutated digging thorn beast and let her use it as a mount. In fact, having a mount is not very convenient in this secret realm, because the road conditions are complicated and having a mount will slow down your speed. But she was weak at the moment, so this was all she could do. The mutated burrowing thorn beast was actually reluctant to come out, because the monsters in the Gahu secret realm were too powerful, and it was afraid of accidentally losing its life. But it didn't dare to resist and could only serve as Fang Shi's mount. When passing through some narrow areas, Fang Shi could only get off the mutated burrowing thorn beast and then ride again after passing through. After doing this several times, Fang Shi said to the mutant burrowing thorn beast, I wish you had wings. Mutated digging thorn beast. If I, a big grey rat, had wings, I would be a bat. Fang Shi suddenly thought of the 2 chopped off fins, if they were glued back to the mutant digging thorn beast. Mu Jian said frivolously, Master, just as the saying goes, you can't stick human flesh on a dog, and by the same token, you certainly can't stick fish fins on a rat. Besides, the fins you cut off are all on one side, so even if you can stick it back together, it won't be able to fly. Fang Shi, get out. She was just thinking about it casually, but of course she knew it wasn't feasible. She decided to keep the 2 fins and not share them with others, as they would just cover the cost of the talisman. In the future, when the dust settles, I will give the fish fins to Xiao Beidao to make soup. Zhu Shihuan said sourly, those 2 fins are as big as millstones. Aren't you afraid of stuffing Xiao Shaoko to death? Fang Shi smiled and said, Grandpa, I only plan to give one of the fins to my master, and the remaining one is for you. Zhu Shihuan, although the fins are a bit large, you can add a little bit each meal, so that you can make a steady diet. Fang Shi, your turn changes so quickly. Commander Lu felt like he was bubbling with vinegar. Nothing is his share. He, as a master, is not even as good as those strud pets. At this moment, Fang Shi said, Master, you are now a strud weapon, and these things are of no use to you. When I have the chance to visit Tiangongfang and Shenji Pavilion in the future, I will help you find a method to quickly improve your weapon strud cultivation so that you can cultivate it into a physical body sooner. Commander Lu's jealousy suddenly turned into sugar. So sweet. Zhu Shihuan sneered, I don't think any martial arts techniques are necessary. He just needs to be hacked to pieces a few more times. Commander Lu, % and asterisk hash at hash. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1870 Brighter than the stars in the sky. When Fengxi was holding the water, Jinju said weakly. Master, I have never eaten such a big fish fin before. Could you cut off a little bit for me to try? If that doesn't work, you can just let me lick it. Fengxi. Why don't I see you being so active when you're working normally? Let's talk about it after we get out. As soon as the golden pig heard this, he knew there was a way and felt very happy. Although its unscrupulous owner often forces it to do hard labor, he is still nice to it when it matters. At least there are enough talismans. However, the talismans she brought from the Juyu continent seemed to be of no use other than feeding it. At this time, Fan Lizzie, who was walking in front, exclaimed, Look! Insect fog. When everyone looked over, they saw a black mass flying towards them. When everyone was on high alert, Fengxi jumped down from the mutated burrowing thorn beast. She looked at Chongwu and waved, Come here. I'll take you home. As soon as he finished speaking, Chongwu turned around and ran away. Because they ran too fast, some insects bumped into each other and fell all over the ground. Zheng Qinghua and others were confused. What was going on? Why did those insects run away when they heard Lu Yi's words? Fan Lizzie took small steps closer to Fengxi. Junior sister Lu, why are those bugs so afraid of you? Feng Zai's face was pale, and he coughed a few times before he said weakly. Maybe it's because I'm good looking. They felt ashamed and ran away. Fan Lizzie. Other people. The onlookers outside the secret realm knew what was going on. These insects were blown to pieces by Fengxi's evil wind in the fence area, and they probably had psychological trauma. When he saw Fengxi, he was naturally scared out of his wits and ran away. Fengxi instructed Fan Lizzie and the others to collect the corpses of the small black insects that fell on the ground. Perhaps they could be sold for money. Although Fan Lizzie and the others thought that this little bug should not be worth much, they still did as they were told. Because of the strange fish and what happened just now, Fengxi's prestige as the leader of the alliance has reached a new height. After picking up the bugs, Luo Yihong said to Fengxi. Since the strange fish and insect fog have appeared, the other things that appeared in the fence area before may also appear. Other things are easy to deal with, but I am worried that the inner demon will appear again. Last time, it took us several days to completely dispel the inner demon. If it happens again, it will be troublesome. Zheng Qinghua and others expressed the same concern. Fang Kui and others lowered their heads silently. The grass on the ground was so green. They thought, Arsent is hoping that the inner demon will appear again, and she is just in need of thugs. Fengxi really misses the days when he had inner demons. Who doesn't want a group of sensible and free subordinates? So, she began to crawl and twist in her heart, trying to use negative emotions to give birth to her inner demons. Commander Lu. Please, be a human being. I don't know if it was Fengxi's unorthodox methods that worked, or if it was just a coincidence, but Fan Lizzie and the others all developed inner demons. Even Fang Kui and the others' inner demons came out. Only Fengxi and Zhenwen's inner demons have not appeared yet. Both of them saw disappointment in each other's eyes. Brother, what's wrong with you? Can't you think of something negative? Little sister, you're still talking about me. Can't you put your kindness, sincerity, and courage aside for a moment and pretend to think about something dark? Ellipsis. Zheng Qinghua and others. Are you two speaking human language? Why don't we understand? Fengxi and Zhenwen tried for a long time but failed to get rid of their inner demons, so they had to give up. They looked at the inner demons of others with burning eyes and said to Zheng Qinghua and others. Don't try to fight your inner demons, they are all our friends. Zheng Qinghua and others. Are you crazy or stupid? Fang Kui and the others were quite familiar with the process. Some of them even imitated Zhenwen's previous behavior and patted their inner demons on the shoulders. Brother, do your best. I'm counting on you. Zheng Qinghua and others. It seems that all the people in Tianyin Dao Sect are crazy. It was not until they saw the inner demons being commanded by Fengxi to explore the way ahead that they seemed to understand a little bit of the trick. Fengxi began to give them some chicken soup for the soul, the title of which was, On the Harmonious Coexistence of Monks and Inner Demons. These people were all elites from various sects, and they all had high levels of comprehension. When they heard Feng Zai's words, they were suddenly enlightened and began to meditate and regulate their breathing. Fang Kui and the others also had some new insights and began to meditate. Only Fengxi and Zhenwen stared at each other. Fengxi slapped his forehead and said, It's too early to drink chicken soup. The inner demon will probably run away soon. However, she changed her mind and thought that if she encountered a special situation, the inner demon might become the master, so it was a good thing that it had dissipated now. In order not to waste resources, she asked those inner demons to quickly search for herbs nearby. Although they were all low-level herbs, even a little bit of it still counts. If there were really no herbs left, she would let those inner demons dig the soil. The soil in the Gahu secret realm must be very nutritious. After returning, I will spread it in the Tianyin Dao Sect's medicine garden to improve the soil quality. People who eat melon. You don't even let go of the land. You are really stingy. No wonder you, Tianyin Dao Sect, can afford so many talismans. It turns out they were all minted. However, within 2 hours, the inner demons of Zheng Qinghua and others gradually disappeared. They have mixed feelings. When they encountered the inner demon in the fence area before, they were almost tortured to death. But with Lu Yi's advice, they solved the inner demon so quickly. If they had met Lu Yi earlier, they wouldn't have let these inner demons reveal so many private matters. Fan Lizzie looked at Fengxi with even more admiration. People like him are really crazy when they're crazy, but when they meet someone they admire, they are also really crazy. He gave Fengxi a thumbs up. Junior sister Lu, you are this. Fengxi. Okay, admiration from an idiot is rare. As everyone continued to move forward, the formation master from Lingxiao Palace suddenly said, Wait a minute. There seems to be something wrong with that slope across the way. The formation master of Gi Sword Sect also felt the same way. So the two of them went forward to take a closer look. Fang Shi looked at it for a while and figured out the trick. She thought to herself that it seemed that she was still very lacking in formation skills and she would have to study hard in the future. Commander Lu thought to himself, this little girl already knows so many things and is still so studious, no wonder she is so outstanding. Smart and hard-working, if she doesn't succeed, who will? Other formation masters in the team also came forward to help. With the concerted efforts of several people, it took more than 2 hours to finally break the formation. What appeared before Fang Shi and the others at this moment was a cave, with 4 large characters, Dongshan Fudi, engraved on it. The cave was sealed by a stone door with a groove on it. Just as everyone was figuring out how to open the stone door, a line of text appeared on it. Place 7 times shuttle stone particles inside to open the stone door. Everyone was dumbfounded. Each of their teams only has 7 times shuttle stone particles. If each sect only takes out 1, they may not be able to advance to the 3rd round of competition. Is it about chance or quota? Just as they were struggling, Fang Shi said with a pale face. These 7 times shuttle stone fragments were provided by our Tianyin Dao sect. Zheng Qinghua and others couldn't believe their ears. Junior Sister Lu, what do you mean by this? Yes, Junior Sister Lu, you have to think carefully. Without the time shuttle stone fragment, you won't be able to advance to the next round of the competition. Ellipsis. Fang Shi said with a look of regret, advancing to the competition is certainly important, but opportunities are hard to come by, and I can't watch everyone miss this opportunity. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Zheng Qinghua and others were so moved that they felt that the little girl in front of them exuded the light of humanity, which was brighter than the stars in the sky. Chapter 1871. It likes to see how they hate it but can't get rid of it. Fang Shi admired the touching scene while boasting to Zhu Shihuan. Grandpa, did you see that? They're so moved they're almost crying. That's called charisma. Zhu Shihuan sneered, once they find out you have over 200 times shuttle stone fragments, you won't dare to move. Grandpa, you're wrong. When they find out, far from being dissatisfied, they'll actually thank me. Just wait and see if you don't believe me. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly and was speechless. He has grown up to be more cautious now and doesn't dare to speak big words, for fear of being slapped in the face later. It's not for any other reason, he just doesn't want to make a fool of himself in front of the old thief Lu. Fang Shi signaled everyone to take precautions, then after adding countless layers of spiritual shield to himself, he carefully placed the 7 times shuttle stone fragments into the groove. The stone door creaked open. Rich spiritual energy dissipated instantly. Everyone was suddenly ecstatic. As soon as the door was opened, such rich spiritual energy emanated, which showed that there must be a great opportunity inside. Fan Lizzie wanted to rush in immediately, but just as he raised his left leg, he retracted it. Because Fang Shi hasn't spoken yet. Fang Shi activated a few more strong shield talismans, and then said to everyone, go in and take a look. Fan Lizzie hurriedly said, Junior Sister Lu, you are weak, so you should stay in the middle. There are people protecting you from both sides, so it will be safer. Zheng Qinghua and others. How did you grow so fast? However, they felt that Fan Lizzie's proposal was correct. Lu Yi is the key protected person at the moment, so it is just right for her to be in the middle position. So, Fang Shi entered the cave under the protection of everyone. The onlookers outside the secret realm stretched their necks to watch, their hearts in their throats. It was not because they were worried about Fang Shi and the others, but because they were worried that once Fang Shi and the others entered the cave, they would not be able to see anything. It is so painful to know there is a melon but not be able to see it. Fortunately, the light screen showed the scene of Fang Shi and others entering the cave. The onlookers finally felt relieved. After Fang Shi and the others entered the cave, the stone door closed automatically. Although isolated from the outside world, the light inside the cave is not dim. Because there is an almost transparent moss growing on the wall of the cave, emitting star-like light. Fang Shi didn't know him, and neither did anyone else. Mu Jian took the opportunity to slander, Master, I told you that the black and white jade slips were hiding something. They emitted many kinds of herbs from the jade slips they gave you. Maybe they wanted to benefit from it. The next moment, it was locked in the coffin of black and white jade slips. Master, save me, save me, save me. Although Fang Shi couldn't hear, he still asked the black and white jade slip to release the wooden sword. After all, they were in the cave now, and the wooden sword might be needed at any time. Mu Jian is even more arrogant now. It likes to see how they hate it but can't get rid of it. When it was showing off, another jade slip appeared in Fang Shi's sea of consciousness. Fang Shi opened it and saw that the first page recorded this transparent moss. Star-attracting moss has very strict requirements on its growing environment. In addition to the fact that it cannot be exposed to sunlight, the surrounding environment must be kept moist, and the material of the stone wall must be very special. There is another very critical condition, which is the power of time. Star-guiding moss can only survive in places where the power of time is abundant. The star-guiding moss has the effect of repairing bones and regenerating muscles. It doesn't even need to be refined into a pill. It only needs to be crushed and applied to the wound. It can be said to be a must-have product for cultivators. It's not easy to pick good things. It looks calm now because Fang Shi and the others did not touch the star-attracting moss. Once they did, the companion beast hidden in the stone wall would come out. The companion beast of star-guiding moss is quite special, named stone-eroding centipede. Stone-eroding centipedes build their nests inside the stone walls where star-attracting moss grows. They do not eat star-attracting moss, but they protect it because it helps them practice. Stone-eroding centipedes can spray venom and live in groups. There are so many star-attracting mosses here, so the number of stone-eroding centipedes must be very large. It is better not to provoke them if possible. Then Fang Shi said to everyone, don't touch the moss on the stone wall, it's dangerous. Her prestige was very high at the moment, so even though everyone was curious, no one touched the star-attracting moss. The crowd walked along the corridor for about a quarter of an hour and arrived at a relatively spacious stone chamber. In the middle of the stone chamber is a pool. The water inside is as black as ink and bubbles are constantly rising. What's strange is that there is an incense burner next to the pool with a stick of incense burning in it. When everyone was about to go forward to check, a few lines of text appeared on the stone wall opposite. This is the pool of self-reflection. Anyone who enters this pool will suffer the pain of being cut into pieces, both physically and spiritually. You will choose one person to enter the self-reflection pool to be punished, and the rest of you can pick the star-attracting moss on the stone wall. The length of time depends on the time the punished person endures in the self-reflection pool. Remember, once you enter the introspection pool, it will take at least one stick of incense to come out, and you only have one chance. If you refuse, please go back. This opportunity is not for you. After seeing these words, Zhu Xuan burst into laughter. Old thief Lu, it's a pity that you can't see the light of day, otherwise this introspection pool would be tailor-made for you. Commander Lu, at #% at #. Zheng Qinghua and others gathered together to discuss. This introspection pool looks very strange. Not to mention the pain of being cut into pieces, what if there are other dangers? Besides the star-attracting moss on the stone wall, there must be other opportunities. It would be a shame to give up. Yeah, besides, we already spent 7 times shuttle stone fragments. We can't just return empty-handed, right? Ellipsis. Luo Yihong of the Gi Sword Sect said, now that we're here, it would be too cowardly to just give up. How about we draw lots, and whoever draws the lot jumps in? Fan Lizzie agreed and said, this is a good idea, but junior sister Lu is weak, so don't let her draw lots. Everyone. We remember that you had previously vowed to fight Lu Yi to the death, so how come you have become a complete lackey now? However, they all thought that drawing lots was a good idea. There are so many people out there, you might not be so unlucky to be the one chosen. Then, they heard Fang Shi sigh softly. No need to go through the trouble of drawing lots, let me do it. Everyone. Zhang Wen was very unhappy and said, little sister, I know what you're thinking. You think you have to take responsibility as the leader of the alliance, but you're already weak from using the burning blood technique. You simply can't withstand the punishment of the introspection pool. If it doesn't work, I'll jump. When Li Zhe heard this, he frowned and said, if anyone wants to dance, it should be me, your senior brother, how can it be your turn? Fang Kui pushed him aside and said, your cultivation is so weak, you won't last long if you jump in. Let me do it. Seeing this, Su Chao and others also scrambled for the opportunity to jump down. Zheng Qinghua and others. Are all the people in Tianyan Dao sect so selfless? It seems like we are very narrow-minded. Fan Lizzie was filled with passion. All of you little fusions, stop fighting. I'll jump down first. Fang Shi nodded. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble senior brother Fan. Fan Lizzie. Why didn't you stop me when it was my turn? Are you setting me up again? Next chapter around 10 o'clock. Chapter 1872 You two, grandparents and grandchildren, are both worse than the other. Fan Lizzie thought, now that he had said it, he could only go ahead and jump. He said to Zheng Qinghua. If anything happens to me, please tell the palace master and my family. I did this voluntarily. Don't let them vent their anger on junior sister Lu. Zheng Qinghua. At this time, you are still thinking about helping Lu Yi to get out of trouble. I even suspect that she has cast a spell on you. Fan Lizzie then said to Fang Shi, junior sister Lu, I have offended you so much before, but I've never had the courage to apologize to you. If I don't say it now, I probably won't have the chance anymore. Before he could finish, Fang Shi jumped into the introspection pool with a splash. Brother Fan, I'm just teasing you. As the leader of the alliance, how can I let others snatch away my chance to be a hero? Fan Lizzie never dreamed that Fang Shi would do this. He was so moved that he almost cried. Junior sister Lu actually jumped into the introspection pool for him. No one has ever been so nice to him in his life. The others didn't expect Fang Shi to do this and stood there in a daze for a moment. Fang Shi's already pale face wrinkled into a ball in an instant, her body trembled constantly, and she couldn't speak clearly. You guys, are still standing there, what are you doing? Why don't you go pick some star-attracting moss? Zhang Wen was the first to react, and said with red eyes. My sister is right. Since she has already jumped, let's not waste our efforts and quickly pick the star-attracting moss. Everyone finally reacted and went to pick the star-attracting moss with mixed feelings. They wished they could grow 8 hands so they could pick more star-attracting moss, so as not to let junior sister Lu down for her selfless efforts. Fan Lizzie's hands were so busy that they left after images. Dead hand. Dig fast. Zhang Wen dug while looking back at Fang Zai's condition. Although he knew his junior sister's pain was definitely exaggerated, he still couldn't help but feel a little worried. It was not until he saw Fang Shi wink at him that he was completely relieved. Yes, junior sister is a ruthless person who can drill a hole in her own little finger bone, so this so-called self-reflection pool should not be a problem. Fang Shi really has nothing to do at the moment. It would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that nothing happened, but compared to being struck by lightning, this pain is just a tickle. In other words, after a series of inhuman tortures, her threshold to pain is now very high. She could soak in it and chat with Commander Lu. Master, we are now in the same boat. I used to sympathize with you, but now I feel like being cut into pieces is nothing. Commander Lu. You two, grandparents and grandchildren, are both worse than human beings. He cursed silently in his heart, and then said. Although this introspection pull is painful, it should have the effect of tempering the body and mind. Instead of talking about these nonsense, why not meditate and regulate your breathing quickly? Don't waste this opportunity. Fang Shi thought what he said made sense, so she quickly sat cross-legged in meditation, and then. She almost drowned. Although she had water-repellent beads, the water in the pool was obviously different from ordinary water. If she submerged herself in the water, she would drown. Even using spiritual power to protect the body is useless. She had no choice but to stand up again, close her eyes, calm her breath, concentrate, and circulate her chi in her body. Although it is not as effective as sitting cross-legged, it is worse than nothing. Fan Lizzie happened to look back and cried out, "Junior Sister Lu's eyes are closed. Is she dead?" Feng Shi. In order to appease the troops, she had to open her eyes and said weakly to everyone, I'm still alive, you keep digging." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued digging. They dug, and finally, a stick of incense burned out. When they were about to ask Feng Shi to come up quickly, Feng Shi said half deadly, "Keep going, I can hold on for another stick of incense." No matter how everyone tried to persuade him, Feng Shi refused to come up, so they had no choice but to continue digging the star-guiding moss. Everyone used all their strength to dig, even the mutated digging thorn beast was requisitioned. It was actually very good at digging herbs growing on stones, but it smelled the scent of a large number of demonic insects inside the stone wall, and it trembled and its efficiency was not high at all. It was not until he was threatened by Jun Wen that he sped up. Another stick of incense passed, but Feng Shi still didn't come up. Everyone had no choice but to continue digging. Another stick of incense passed, and Feng Shi still said that he could do it. A large area of the star-attracting moss on the stone wall had been dug out, and even the light inside the cave had become dim. Feng Shi was still half dead soaking in the pool. In addition to wanting to get more benefits, she discovered that this pool of water could indeed temper the meridians and spiritual consciousness. She had used the burning blood technique before, and although the 5 dog spirit roots repaired her condition, there was still some problems. Now she was completely fine. Not only is he completely fine, he looks a lot stronger than before. The changes in the sea of consciousness are even more obvious, and the area has been widened. Although the pain becomes more obvious the longer she soaks, she can bear it. She looks so miserable now. Due to excessive bleeding, the originally black pool water around her was dyed red. Black and red. Zhu Xuan was a little worried that she would die from excessive blood loss. However, Feng Shi knew that although it looked tragic, his life was not in danger. She decided to tease him for another 10 incense sticks. Enjoy a good soak at one time. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the stone wall, and Feng Shi quickly came out of the pool. She felt that if she didn't come up, the stone-eating centipedes inside the stone wall would go crazy. Jun Wen and others quickly gathered around. Feng Shi didn't need to pretend at this moment, because she was indeed half dead. Before he could even speak, he choked and fainted. This scared everyone. When they thought that Feng Shi did this for them, their eyes turned red. It had to be Jun Wen. Although he looked flustered, he actually began to treat the patient in an orderly manner. After all, he is already a skilled worker. Finally, Feng Shi opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his pale face. Am I still qualified as the leader? Everyone was even more moved now, and some even cried out loud. Not only the leader of the alliance, you are even qualified to be our clan leader. Chapter 1873 Lu Yi is really hard to kill. Not to mention Zheng Qinghua and the others, even the onlookers gave a thumbs up. Putting everything else aside, Lu Yi is truly patient. If it were me, I'd be lucky if I could hold out for 1 stick of incense, but she's managed to hold out for 10. I heard that she and her brother are orphans. They wouldn't have made it this far without their resilience. I have to say, this Lu Yi is really hard to kill. She bleeds so much and yet she's still alive. Ellipsis. Master Lu was heartbroken. My beloved disciple has suffered a great deal this time. I have to give her some good nourishment when she comes out. Even the usually heartless elder Gu Liang was so distressed that he burst into tears and didn't care about pretending to be an immortal. After Feng Shi had earned enough favorability, she asked Jun Wen for a bunch of star-attracting moss, and took out a few slices of barbecued meat from her storage ring, rolled them up and ate them. It was too late for Zheng Qinghua and the others to stop them. Junior Sister Lu, is this edible? Feng Shi didn't want to eat either. However, the 5 dog spirit roots have been busy just now, so they have to be given some benefits. She found that the star-attracting moss was sweet, slippery and quite delicious. I've seen a record of star-attracting moss in an ancient book before, but it only contained a few lines of information, so I didn't recognize it when I first came in. This herb has the effect of repairing bones and regenerating muscles. It can be added to pills or directly chewed and applied to wounds. I figured if it could be chewed, it should be edible. Furthermore, for every poison in the world, there's an antidote within 7 steps. This star-attracting moss, growing near the self-reflection spring, should be able to alleviate the pain. Seeing that she was so confident in what she said, everyone stopped trying to stop her. Feng Shi ate a few clumps of star-attracting moss and stood up. Although his face was still pale, he was able to move without any problems. Everyone thought that this star-attracting moss was indeed a good thing. At this time, Jun Wen said to everyone, according to the alliance rules, the spoils of war must be distributed uniformly. Everyone, please give me all the star-attracting moss you've dug. After we get out, my sister will distribute it to everyone. At this moment, everyone was still moved by the leader's righteousness, so naturally they had no objection and all handed the star-attracting moss they had dug to Jun Wen. Feng Shi said weakly. This is also for the sake of team unity and to help everyone supervise each other. Don't worry, I won't take a single cent more from you and will definitely distribute it fairly. Fan Lizzie said with red eyes, Junior Sister Lu, what are you talking about? If it weren't for you, we would have been able to pick only 1/10 of the star-attracting moss at best. Not to mention splitting it equally, I should give it all to you. Zheng Qinghua and others. This is too much. Feng Shi didn't expect that Fan Lizzie would evolve from a black fan leader to a die-hard fan. It was all because of her damn personality charm. She said a few polite words and ordered to move on. Everyone was nervous and expectant, wondering what opportunities were waiting for them ahead. As a result, they had just walked a short distance when they were blocked by a stone gate. The words that appeared on it were the same as those on the stone door outside, and it required 7 times shuttle stone fragments to open it. Everyone was dumbfounded. The time shuttle stone fragments are related to the sect's interests. We can't sacrifice the sect's interests for the personal opportunities, right? But Tianyan Daozong has already donated, so now it's their turn. Luo Yihong gritted his teeth and said, let's draw the lots. Whoever draws the lot will consider themselves unlucky. Junior sister Lu, you draw the lot, so that no one will suspect that the lot has been tampered with. Fang Shi looked at everyone. Do you all agree to draw lots? If you draw the lot, you will accept your fate. Everyone agreed. Fang Shi thought, it seems these people are not bad. We are cultivators fighting against the heavens for our lives. How can we accept our fate? No need to draw lots. The time shuttle stone fragments for this level will still be provided by our Tianyan Dao sect. Everyone. Didn't you take out 7? You still have some left. Fan Lizzie asked, Junior sister Lu, how come you still have the time shuttle stone fragments? Everyone else also looked at Fang Shi. Fang Shi sighed softly, we found more time shuttle stone fragments than you did. I didn't tell you before because I was narrow-minded and I was also afraid of damaging your confidence. Furthermore, you all understand that what is worrying is not the lack of wealth but the uneven distribution of wealth, and I am afraid of causing disputes among you. I was planning to give you some before I left, but I didn't expect it to come in handy now. This is my fault, I apologize to you. Fan Lizzie was the first to speak up. Junior sister Lu, what's wrong with you? You captured the time shuttle stone fragments on your own. It's your right to tell us or not. What's more, you selflessly gave it to us to help open the stone gate. We are so grateful to you. Others also said that there was nothing wrong with Fang Shi doing this, and if it were them, they would also keep it secret. Fang Shi asked Zhu Shihuan proudly, Grandpa, what do you think? I told you I can fill the hole I dug myself, right? Zhu Shihuan, yes, not only can you fill it up, you can even bury yourself alive. Fang Shi. When it comes to sharp tongues, the fat old man in the Heavenly Dao Monument is slightly inferior to you. At this time, Xiao Chanjin asked curiously. Junior sister Lu, how many time shuttle stone fragments has your Tianyan Dao sect captured? Fang Shi smiled and said, not much. We'll talk about it after we get out of the cave. She was not keeping it a secret on purpose, but she found that this so-called paradise seemed to be the existence of the fragments of the time shuttle stone. If she revealed the secret, she might be plucked out. Xiao Chanjin was also very tactful. After hearing Fang Shi say this, he did not ask any further questions. Although the others were curious, they endured it. Fang Shi reminded everyone to take precautions, and then took out 7 pieces of shuttle stone fragments and placed them in the groove of the stone gate. The stone door slowly opened, revealing a stone door. Fang Shi. Everyone. Are you asking for the time shuttle stone fragments again? Everyone looked closely and saw a line of words floating above the stone gate. Catch 100 dark-tide black helmet insects and place them in the stone trough below. Only then did everyone realize that there was no groove on the stone door, but there was a stone trough next to it. But where can I catch the dark-tide black helmet beetle? Fang Shi remembered the insect fog corpses that Zheng Qinghua and others had collected before, and immediately took out 100 of them and put them in the stone trough. Zheng Qinghua and others. Although those evil insects are black, could they be the dark-tide black helmet insects? Fang Shi didn't know if it was true, but regardless, let's give it a try. It didn't make any sense anyway. The next moment, the stone door slowly opened. Everyone. The onlookers outside. Is this possible? Lu Yi is stingy but she still finds a reason. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. Chapter 1874. What a belated surprise. After the stone door opened, what came into Fang Shi and the other side was a stone chamber. This stone chamber is even more spacious than the previous one. What surprised everyone was that the stone walls around the stone chamber were covered with sword marks. There were thousands of them. Words float in the void. This is a sword mark left by a great swordsman. Observe it. Whether or not you can obtain this opportunity depends entirely on your personal understanding. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked towards the sword marks, especially the sword cultivator. Fang Shi also looked around, but after looking for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Zheng Wen, on the other hand, was watching intently. Others, even those who were not sword practitioners, were all watching with fascination. Even Zhu Xuan watched with great interest and discussed it with Commander Lu from time to time. Fang Shi felt sour inside. Everyone can understand it, but I can't, right? Instead of looking for the reason in herself, she blamed the wooden sword. The problem must be you. Before I contracted you, I was also a sword genius. Wooden sword. If I remember correctly, before you contracted with me, your danshan was shattered and you didn't even have a straight sword, okay. However, as a traitorous minister, he naturally wants to take the blame. Even if there is no one to blame, you will still have to take the blame if you create one. Master, you're right. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so incompetent, you would have already comprehended thousands of sword moves and tens of thousands of sword intents. Fang Shi. There is no need to be so exaggerated. She couldn't understand the sword marks and couldn't just sit there, so she wandered around to see if there was anything she could get. After turning around several times, I didn't see anything useful. In the end, I could only stare at the words floating in the void. More than 2 hours later, Xiao Chanjin said excitedly. I've mastered the sword power of reversal. I didn't expect to be able to comprehend a new sword power so quickly. This place is truly a blessed place. Soon after, people gradually realized the sword moves, and Fan Lizzie even realized the 2 sword moves, the breaking sword move and the tough sword move. He was so excited that he wanted to roar. He felt that he had to thank Lu Yi for being able to comprehend the 2 sword styles. If she hadn't repeatedly tricked him, he wouldn't have known the principle of destruction before construction, and he wouldn't have become more resilient. Junior sister Lu not only jumped into the introspection pool for him, but also helped him comprehend the sword moves. She is truly his benefactor. At this time, there were only 2 people at the scene who had not yet figured out the sword moves. One is Zheng Wen, and the other is Fang Shi, who is sitting there in a daze. The onlookers felt very happy, comfortable, relieved and balanced. This is right. It can't be that all good things happen to your family. It's someone else's turn. Just when the onlookers were rejoicing, Jun Wen suddenly stood up and slashed the ground with a sword. Nothing happened. Many people laughed out loud. Is this Lu Qi trying to make fun of me? It's fine that he didn't grasp the sword's power, but why is the sword so weak that it can't even split the blue stone on the ground? He only took advantage of his sister, otherwise he wouldn't even be eligible to participate in the Tiank festival. His name isn't suitable for sword training. Kendo pursues swiftness and ferocity, but he's slow. Isn't that the right approach? Ellipsis. At this moment, cracks appeared on the floor of the stone chamber, and the blue stone slabs turned into powder. The leader of the Gyuan sword sect, Jin, was surprised and said, lifting heavy objects with ease. This Lu Qi actually did it. It would be difficult to reach this level without comprehending hundreds of sword techniques. The leader of the Jin sect is the leader of the sword art. When he said this, those who had just made sarcastic remarks became speechless instantly. Some people were still thinking, no wonder his name is Lu Qi, what a belated surprise. Although Fan Lizzie and others did not know how to make light of a heavy task, they knew how extraordinary Jun Wen's move was after seeing it. They really didn't think much of Jun Wen before, and they were polite to him only for Feng Zai's sake. But it's different now. The strong deserve respect. Fan Lizzie even pulled Jun Wen aside to discuss his understanding of sword moves, with a sense of mutual admiration and regret for meeting each other too late. After hearing Jun Wen's clear and logical explanation, the others also gathered around. Gongsun Qian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Liu brothers and sisters, one literary and one martial, complement each other. No wonder they could grow from a pair of orphans to where they are today. However, Liu Yi was indeed lacking in swordsmanship. She was the only one among the 60 people who had not gained anything. Yes, no one is perfect, and this is normal. When Jun Wen was talking, he suddenly thought of his junior sister. He turned around and saw Feng Shi standing there alone, looking weak, pitiful and helpless. He quickly separated the crowd and asked with concern, "Little sister, are you okay?" Feng Shi ignored him and continued to concentrate on looking at the floating words. Jun Wen wondered, why didn't junior sister pay any attention to him? Could she be suffering from red eye again? At this time, Fan Lizzie came over. Junior sister Lu, I know you feel bad about not being able to comprehend the sword energy. This is normal. You are already so powerful, it doesn't matter if you haven't comprehended the sword energy. Besides, your brother is so good at swordsmanship, it doesn't matter if you are a little weak. Jun Wen. If you can't speak, don't speak. You are afraid that your junior sister will get pink eye. Zheng Qinghua and others also came to persuade her. They all thought that Feng Shi was blaming herself for not understanding the sword skills. As they were talking at once, Feng Shi pointed at the empty words and asked everyone. Don't you see that these words are also made of sword marks? Everyone's faces were full of question marks. They stared at it for a while but couldn't figure out anything. Only Jun Wen looked thoughtful. He had made a mistake before, thinking that the sword marks were the same as those on the stone wall. He was too narrow-minded. Wherever the sword passes, the trace is left behind the sword marks. Even a wound on a person's body caused by a sword is a sword mark, and words written with a sword are naturally also sword marks. He didn't even understand what sword marks were, but he was complacent just for comprehending a few sword moves. It was ridiculous. He missed the point and pursued too much fancy things, but forgot that a sword is just a sword and does not need all those messy attachments. The way of the sword is simple. When Jun Wen understood something, he immediately sat cross-legged in meditation. Feng Shi. No, that's what I saw, right. Why is it that nothing happened to me, but fifth brother seems to be having an epiphany? Who am I? A porter of opportunity. Blood-devouring world gaga music. They say fools have good fortune. That silly boy Jun Wen is really lucky. Feng Shi was just jealous. She was happy that Jun Wen had gained something. At this moment, the words suddenly turned into spiritual swords and stabbed towards Jun Wen. Feng Shi quickly ordered everyone to protect Jun Wen. While activating the strong shield talisman, she took out the turtle shell and covered Jun Wen inside. Zheng Qinghua and the others were also very considerate. They used their swords to strike the spiritual swords transformed from the words, protecting Feng Shi and Jun Wen in the middle. However, those spiritual swords with words are very tricky. Not only do they have sword techniques, but they can also cooperate with each other. It was fine at the beginning, but as time went on, everyone started to find it a bit difficult. Seeing this, Feng Shi got a little angry. She swung her wooden sword, releasing several bastards, which then formed the shape of a tortoise shell in the air. With a thought, the tortoise shell turned into several turtle eggs and smashed towards those spiritual swords with words. She was still mumbling. The egg gave birth to the turtle gave birth to the egg, and the egg gave birth to the turtle, and the egg gave birth. When we gather together, we are like a big turtle shell, when we disperse, we are like bastards. The turtle flies and the eggs hid, the power is boundless. Ellipsis. Chapter 1875 I am innocent one sword. Not to mention those text swords, even Fan Lizzie and others were confused. What is Lu Yi's trick? Why does it look weird? Regardless of whether it's strange or not, it's very useful against the spirit sword of words. Because the Wen Ziling Jian had no idea of Feng Zai's movements, it was knocked all over the place by the bastard. However, after the initial chaos, the word spirit sword gradually figured out the pattern and became more adept at it, even deliberately provoking Feng Shi. They could obviously attack other people, but they chose to attack Feng Shi alone. Mu Jian said viciously, "Master, are we going to act big? I'm going to let the little fat bird scold me harshly." Feng Shi, no need. Although the wooden sword's ultimate move is indeed useful, she needs to use the burning blood technique in conjunction with it to maximize the effect. She had just come out of the introspection pool, and her tendons and veins were still unstable, so it was not appropriate to use the blood burning technique now. Feng Shi's eyes flashed. In fact, she could mix the power of time into her spiritual power, but she felt that she could not reveal her trump card now. Furthermore, countering each move is too passive, one must seize the initiative. As she thought about it, her eyes lit up. Since these spiritual swords with words were transformed from sword marks, could she also imitate them and make a batch of counterfeits? If she can write the word kneel, she can naturally write these words too. With the idea of giving it a try, she decided to write the simplest character, Ren, first. So, she stopped throwing out turtle shells and bastards, and started throwing out the word person. It was a little crooked at first, but later it became exactly the same as the Chinese character, Ren, formed by the sword mark. After throwing out the character, Ren, she started throwing out the character, Ji. Then comes, Nai, Gay. Those words made the sword numb. Because they couldn't tell which sword was theirs for a moment. Although the words Feng she created would disappear, she couldn't stop throwing them out. Soon, she was producing more knockoffs than the real thing. Fan Lizzie and the others stopped fighting. Because they can't tell the difference either. Feng she kept talking while beating him. You know what this is called? It's called if you can't beat them, join them. There is me in the enemy, and there is the enemy in me. We make no distinction between friend and foe, and we love each other. When the false is made true, the true becomes false. When the true is made false, the false becomes true. Ellipsis. While Feng Shi was busy here, Zhang Wen, who was covered by the turtle shell, shouted. Little sister, you don't have to. Feng Shi casually tightened the tortoise shell and interrupted, brother, just focus on enlightenment and leave the rest to me. No, I mean you don't have to fight against those sword marks. They will help me comprehend the way of the sword. Feng Shi, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Wen. I just had an epiphany and don't know what happened. Besides, it's not too late for me to say it now, right? He lifted the covering turtle shell and was dumbfounded. Isn't it only 27 characters? How did it become hundreds of characters? Feng Shi said to Fan Lizzie and the others, get out of the way, or you won't disturb my brother's enlightenment. Feng Shi took Fan Lizzie and others to retreat to the side, but she remained on high alert so that she could rescue Zhang Wen as soon as possible if any trouble occurred. As she withdrew her spiritual power, the counterfeit words she had thrown out gradually disappeared. Those word swords were stunned for a moment, then flew towards Zhang Wen. Feng Shi stared at them closely and found that they really seemed to have no intention of attacking Zhang Wen. So, what did she just do? A joke. Fan Lizzie and others also had complicated feelings. They worked so hard for a long time, only to find out that it was a waste of time. Those spiritual swords with words hovered about 10 feet away from Zhang Wen, and then stopped moving. Zhang Wen felt that it was a bit far and was about to walk over when those spiritual swords with character suddenly changed direction and flew towards where Feng Shi and the others were. It flew a short distance and then turned back. Then, it turned and flew over there. After a few times of this, Feng Shi said quietly, could these bastards be blind? Otherwise, why are they flying around like headless flies? It was not known whether her words angered those text-spirit swords, but they suddenly sped up and rushed towards her. Feng Shi certainly wouldn't sit there and wait for death, so he continued to throw out counterfeits. While dealing with those text-spirit swords, she asked Zhang Wen. Brother, don't just stand there, hurry up and comprehend it. Zhang Wen. I would like to comprehend it, but how can I comprehend it in this situation? Feng Shi guessed what he was thinking, and an idea came to his mind in an instant. She commanded a few imposters to escort the person to Zhang Wen's side. Brother, comprehend quickly. Zhang Wen. She has to be a junior sister. Always able to come up with inhumane methods. He quickly sat cross-legged in meditation to comprehend the word, human. After he had finished comprehending the character, Ren, Feng Shi had the counterfeit bring the character, Ji, to Zhang Wen. Those spiritual swords of words jumped around in anger. And then, committed suicide. Feng Shi. I didn't do anything, why are you being so rude? Well. Is she really that scary? The inner demon committed suicide when it encountered her, and now even these text-spirit swords committed suicide when they encountered her. In addition, she felt very sorry for Zhang Wen. If she hadn't interfered, Zhang Wen might have been able to comprehend all 27 words. Now, I have only comprehended 5 words. This is the legendary good intentions leading to more trouble, right? When she was feeling guilty, the pig-like squeal of the wooden sword sounded in her consciousness. Master, I am no longer pure. I am defiled. I cannot live. Please let me die. Feng Shi, what are you yelling about? What's wrong? Master, do you think I still look like before? Feng Shi looked down at the wooden sword in his hand and was stunned. 22 more words were written on the blade of the wooden sword, which were exactly the ones that Zhang Wen had comprehended. However, these characters are somewhat deformed or even disintegrated, and at first glance they look a bit like patterns. The wooden sword is crying. I had a pure and innocent sword, but now it has become fancy and gaudy. How can I face people in the future? Chapter 1876, the action I took made too much noise. Feng Shi tried to persuade him a few times, but the wooden sword howled even louder. Feng Shi knew it was a cheapskate, so it was probably useless to talk to it nicely, so he said angrily. Shut up, it's nothing serious, why are you crying so hard? If you keep on complaining, I'll have the black and white jade slip lock you up. Seeing Feng Shi getting angry, Niu Jian calmed down. Feng Shi softened his tone and said, after we get out, let 5th senior brother continue his contemplation. I think after he's done, these words will disappear. The wooden sword twitched and smacked. Well, it's up to you, master. Feng Shi. At this moment, Fan Lizzie asked in surprise, why did those words disappear? Luo Yihong was also puzzled. Yes, it disappeared out of thin air. Junior brother Lu Qi hasn't yet fully comprehended it. What a pity. Others were also talking about it. Feng Shi looked at the very obvious lines on the wooden sword and wondered, could it be that other people can't see the lines formed by these sword marks? She deliberately shook the wooden sword a few times, and sure enough, no one said anything. She deliberately walked around in front of Junwen again. Junwen was stunned for a moment, then turned his gaze away. Fang Shi thought, it seems that fifth senior brother can see it. Interesting. Just when she was in a good mood, Fan Lizzie asked in surprise, Junior brother Lu, you advanced. And you advanced to the 9th level of fusion all at once. Fang Shi, I don't want to laugh anymore. Outside the secret realm, the onlookers are so jealous. Lu Yi is hated enough, but her brother is even worse. Although Lu Yi performed a lot of fancy moves, her cultivation level didn't change much. But Lu Qi was different. Not only did he comprehend the art of swordsmanship, but he also rose 2 levels in a row. It makes me so angry. Gongsun Qian couldn't help but nodded. This Lu Qi is a good talent in kendo. Elder Gu Liang almost laughed his teeth off. My apprentice. They're all my disciples. Inside the secret realm, Fang Shi let everyone rest for half an hour, and then continued to move forward. Once again, everyone was blocked by the stone gate. Seeing the words on the stone gate, everyone was dumbfounded. Because this time what was requested was not 7 time shuttle stone fragments, but 21. Isn't this just taking advantage of someone's misfortune? This time we can only draw lots. After all, even if Tianyin Dao Sect captured more time shuttle stone fragments, it would be impossible for them to produce 21 more. Just as they were thinking about it, they heard Fang Shi say, get ready for protection. I'm going to place the time spindle stone fragments. Everyone. You still have. How many time shuttle stone fragments have you, Tianyin Dao Sect, captured? Xiao Chanjin thought of Fang Shi raising a finger at that time. Could it be 1, or 100? Oh my god. Their Tianyin Dao Sect is too rich. After Fang Shi placed the time shuttle stone fragment into the groove, the stone door opened and 2 forks appeared. One is for life, the other is for death. No regrets in making a move. Life and death are determined by fate. Everyone looked at Fang Shi. Junior sister Lu, which way should we go? Fang Shi said to Li Zhe, Fang Kui and the others, do the math. Several people quickly made deductions. Unfortunately, 2 hours passed and they still hadn't figured out the result. Instead, due to excessive consumption of spiritual power and consciousness, their faces became as pale as ghosts. Fang Kui said weakly, Saintess, please take action. Fang Shi sighed, if I take action, it will make too much noise. While Fang Kui and the others were deducing, she observed the 2 forks in the road and did not find any useful clues. It seemed that she could only give it a try. She said to Fan Lizzie and others, stay away from me. It's best to hold each other to avoid danger. Everyone. We can understand staying apart, but why do you want us to hug each other? This is too ridiculous. While they were complaining in their hearts, the people from Tianyin Dao Sect had already hugged each other tightly. You should know that there are female cultivators from Xuanji Pavilion in Tianyin Taoist Sect. They're known for their lack of love and affection. Now he is hugging others without any scruples. Crazy. Seeing Fang Shi's face darken, Fan Lizzie and the others had no choice but to hug each other, though it was a bit perfunctory. Fang Shi was too lazy to pay attention, because reality would teach them a lesson. If they don't listen to the leader, they will suffer the consequences. She took out the star map she carried with her and began to deduce. In fact, she didn't need a star map at all. After all, she had it ready in her sea of consciousness. This is just for show. Fan Lizzie and others all looked on curiously. It was the first time they saw Fang Zai's deduction. They thought, judging by what those people from Tianyin Dao Sect said, Lu Yi's deduction level should be higher than theirs, but they didn't know if it was true. Just as they were thinking about it, a demonic wind started to blow with Fang Shi as the center. Now the fun is here. Fan Lizzie and others were blown up and down like small fallen leaves in the wind, screaming in pain. In the end, Junwen and others pulled them over one by one and hugged them together. Now they no longer think it's ridiculous and they wish they could weld themselves together with the others. Fang Shi tried to figure it out for a while, but felt a little embarrassed and couldn't figure it out. She made up her mind, added the power of time, and started to deduce again. This time, the evil wind is even stronger. Even the sword marks on the stone wall were scraped flat. Finally, Fang Shi smiled. I figured it out. No one said anything. Everyone was blown away and saw stars, and they haven't recovered yet. The main reason was that the cave was limited in area and they were too close. And Fang Shi also added the power of time. Fan Lizzie got up and gave a thumbs up. Junior sister Lu, other people tell fortunes for money, will you tell fortunes for your life? Fang Shi. Just as she was speechless, she suddenly glanced and was surprised to find a small hole on the north stone wall. It is probably because of the evil wind she blew that the stone wall became thinner and revealed it. She walked over and looked inside through the small hole, and saw a large dark blue fish lying inside. It only had a fin on the right side, and the left side was bare. Ha, looks familiar. As she was looking, her eyes met with fish eyes. The big fish was so scared that it covered its eyes with its fins. Hallucinations. It must be an illusion. Fang Shi was happy. Boiled fish, we meet again. Come, give me your right fin too, so I can give you some symmetrical beauty. The strange fish flapped its fins desperately, and the hole disappeared. Fang Shi thought that this strange fish seemed to be related to this blessed land. She didn't ask anyone to chisel the stone wall. Since the strange fish could make the hole disappear in an instant, it meant that this was not an ordinary stone wall. It would be better to move forward first. She waved her little paw and said, take the fork on the left. As she spoke, she cast dozens of spiritual shields on herself and activated a stack of strong shield talismans. Everyone. It seems that you don't have much confidence in the results you have derived recently. However, they have also taken precautionary measures. It is better to be safe than sorry. After about a quarter of an hour, the view in front of us suddenly opened up to an open space. However, the area above his head was still blocked by a stone wall, and it was obviously not connected to the outside world. As everyone was looking at it, colorful mushrooms suddenly emerged from the ground. At the same time, the corridor they had come in through disappeared. Floating words appeared in the void. This is a symbiotic mushroom. Implant its spores into your flesh and blood, and tame it with your spiritual sense. Then you can get the reward for this round and be able to leave the tunnel. Otherwise, stay here and serve as fertilizer for the symbiotic mushrooms. Close black lens bracket. Everyone frowned after reading it. Fan Lizzie shouted, "What if there's a trick here, and they're trying to implant the spores into our flesh and blood to devour us?" Everyone looked at him. It's not easy, even fools have brains. Implantation is definitely not possible, but if not, how can we tame these symbiotic mushrooms? Chapter 1877, The new king has ascended the throne, can't you all kneel down and pay your rest? Fan Lizzie's worry is also everyone's worry. Implanting the spores of the symbiotic mushroom into one's own flesh and blood is too risky. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not do this. But if you don't do this, how can you use spiritual sense to tame the symbiotic mushroom? Although they had never heard of symbiotic mushrooms before, they could tell from the floating text that only flesh and blood symbiosis could establish a spiritual connection with these symbiotic mushrooms, and then use spiritual consciousness to tame them. Luo Yahong said, "It's a pity that none of our sects are good at taming beasts, otherwise we might be able to find a way to break it." Zheng Qinghuai disagreed, even for the beast-taming sect, it's difficult. Demonic plants are harder to contract than demonic beasts, and demonic mushrooms are the most difficult species to contract among all demonic plants. It's almost impossible to find demonic mushroom-type spirit pets. Furthermore, this symbiotic mushroom requires our flesh and blood as a medium to establish a spiritual connection, so even if someone from the beast-taming palace came, it would be difficult to break through. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, the colorful mushrooms began to spray spores. Those spores have serrated hyphae, which are obviously designed to make it easier for them to penetrate into the monk's body. Everyone was originally very resistant to putting spores into flesh and blood, and now they're even more unwilling after seeing the ferocious appearance of these spores. When Fangxi saw these symbiotic mushrooms, he thought of the group of mushrooms he encountered in the secret realm of the demon blood family. The spores of that group of mushrooms must rely on strong external force to break the spore shell before they can germinate. But now the spores of the symbiotic mushroom have already germinated, and obviously do not need any external help. So, what is their intention in wanting to invade the spores into the flesh and blood of the monks? At this moment, the jade slip that had lit up in her sea of consciousness flickered a few times. Fangxi immediately flipped through the pages and found a description of symbiotic mushrooms on one of the pages. The symbiotic mushroom, although a high-level demonic plant, has very low intelligence and only has parasitic instincts. However, if the spores parasitize in the body of a monster or a cultivator, their own intelligence will be greatly enhanced, and they will devour the host and turn it into nutrients. This demonic plant has special properties, making it difficult to kill. The only way to escape is to risk implanting its spores into one's own flesh and blood, and then tame it with spiritual consciousness. Fangxi understood after reading it. These symbiotic mushrooms treat them as smart fruits. Not only can you become smarter by parasitizing their bodies, but you can also obtain long-term fertilizer. Think beautiful. Although she felt that she could tame the enemy by implanting the spores into the flesh, this method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of her own was definitely not the best strategy. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. It's clearly written above, this is the only feasible method, what else do you want to do if not this? If you want to accomplish something, you have to make sacrifices. Think about it, I sacrificed my entire body, and now you're not happy with just sacrificing a little flesh and blood. Narrow-minded, too narrow-minded. Fangxi ignored him and observed the spores floating in the air. Although those spores all have serrated hyphae, their appearance and color are different. During the floating process, they constantly touch each other's hyphae, probably communicating. Fangxi used his spiritual sense to ask Zhu Shihuan, "Grandpa, do you think I can get away with it by pretending to be a mushroom?" Blood-devouring world. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Do you have anything in common with mushrooms? Before he could express his opinion, Fangxi asked Fan Lizzie and others to step back and take precautions. She poured out the soil that her inner demon had dug out and built a grave for herself. Then, got in. Fan Lizzie and others were confused. What was Lu Yi doing? After a while, a lock of hair stretched out from the grave, swaying. In the eyes of the symbiotic mushroom with limited intelligence, the tendril-like objects emerging from the soil should be the same kind. Out of curiosity, a spore floated over and touched the hair with its mycelium. Fangxi was waiting for this moment. He wrapped his spiritual sense around the spore's spiritual sense at an extremely fast speed and forcibly imprinted it with his spiritual sense. Fangxi did this based on two reasons. One was that the symbiotic mushroom had extremely low intelligence before it parasitized her, so she should be able to get away with it. Another point she pondered was that using spiritual consciousness to tame spores was not exactly the same as contracting spiritual plants, but was more like a spiritual consciousness imprint. It seems that she made the right bet. Fangxi tried to use his spiritual sense to command the spore that was branded with his spiritual sense, and let it attract another spore. That spore was really obedient and immediately hooked up with another spore. Fangxi followed the same method and also branded it with the mark of spiritual consciousness. Later, she found it troublesome and simply let the spores hook up with a group of spores. This was not difficult for her, after all, she had contracted thousands of red skeletons at the same time in the Wangu Xianzong before. After she had branded all the spores with her spiritual imprint, she crawled out of the grave mound and did a one-legged stand. A new king has ascended the throne, and you guys shouldn't kneel down and pay your respects. Fan Lizzie and others. Is junior sister Lu crazy? Otherwise why would he be so crazy? Where is this going? The next moment, those colorful symbiotic mushrooms knelt on one leg and kowtowed. It's not that they don't want to kneel on two legs, it's mainly because they only have one leg. This is also the reason why Fangxi stands on one leg. After all, she is a mushroom now and needs to fit in. Good things without reservation. In a moment, Fangxi was buried alive. because in the eyes of those symbiotic mushrooms, soil is the best thing. Feng Shi, who was dragged out by Zheng Wen and others, gnashed his teeth and said, I don't want dirt, change it to something else. The symbiotic mushrooms gathered together and chirped for a while, then burrowed into the ground. After a while, a big fish was thrown to Feng Shi. A large fish with one fin missing. Feng Shi, ha, looks familiar. Weird fish, ha, looks familiar. The next moment, the strange fish flapped its fins desperately, leaving behind an afterimage. It's so scared. Not only the fins, but the entire body of the fish is constantly pupating. Feng Shi had just been branding the spores with his spiritual consciousness, and now, out of inertia and in a hurry, he began to brand the strange fish with his spiritual consciousness. Unfortunately, the strange fish struggled too hard and just turned into a virtual state and disappeared. Feng Shi felt it was a bit of a pity. She had originally planned to have a whole fish feast, but now she could only eat fish fin soup. I don't know if it was because of the strange fish's flapping, but all the symbiotic mushrooms disappeared, and the tunnel reappeared. Fan Lizzie and the others were overjoyed. Just as they were about to leave, they heard Feng Shi shouting into the void. Hey, where's the promised reward? I've become the Mushroom King, but that doesn't count as taming them. The next moment, a pile of jade boxes buried Feng Shi alive. It seems a bit like venting anger. Feng Shi didn't mind. After being pulled out by Zheng Wen, she quickly opened the jade boxes one by one to check. There was no way, she was suffering from the empty jade box. Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1878, Pink Eye can no longer heal. Feng Shi was prepared to curse if the jade box was empty, but she found that it was filled with high-level herbs. Although it was not empty, Feng Shi was still a little disappointed. Because she had picked a lot of high-level herbs from the Tripulation Demon plant before, she was a little numb. She was numb, but Fan Lizzie and others were very excited. In particular, Feng Shi distributed the jade box to everyone on the spot. Junior Sister Lu really gets to share the good stuff. Following Junior Sister Lu not only broadens my horizons, but also allows me to comprehend sword techniques and get high-level medicinal herbs. It's simply wonderful. Before leaving, Feng Shi collected the soil on the ground, including the soil given to her by the symbiotic mushroom. It's not anything else, she is mainly afraid of polluting the surrounding environment. She is such a beautiful and kind girl. When they walked through the corridor and arrived at the second stone chamber, which was the one with the sword marks, everyone was stunned. Previously, the evil wind from Feng Shi had blown away all the sword marks on the stone wall, but now they have reappeared. Feng Shi said to everyone, I told you, how could that little breeze I created have wiped away the sword marks? I'm finally cleared of all charges. Everyone. You called it a little wind. If it weren't for the 59 of us hugging each other and our cultivation, we would have been blown out of the secret realm. Everyone chatted and laughed until they reached the stone chamber with the fountain of self-reflection. Feng Shi looked at the star-attracting moss on the stone wall and asked Commander Lu. Master, do you think I should trick those stone-eroding centipedes into jumping into the spring of self-reflection? As long as they jump in, it will take at least an incense stick of time for them to come out, and we can use this time to collect the star-attracting moss. Commander Lu was silent for a moment. Too much is as bad as too little. Feng Shi thought that it was the old thief Lu who was educated. If it was Zhu Shihuan, he would definitely stop her from causing any trouble. Of course, she was just talking and had no real intention of doing it. She felt that the centipedes were named in vain. The stone-eroding centipede should know what was happening and take the initiative to offer the star-attracting moss to them. After Feng Shi and the others went out, they turned around and saw that the paradise had disappeared. At this time, there are only 2 days left until the end of the second round of competition. Feng Shi said to everyone, we now have 2 choices. One is to continue searching for natural treasures and opportunities, and the other is to find a quiet place to meditate and recuperate for the third round of competition. Which one do you choose? After some discussion, everyone felt that they had already had enough opportunities, and even if they tried again, it would probably be like this. Furthermore, many people were injured in the fence area before and have not yet fully recovered. It would be better to use this time to have a good rest and prepare for the third round of competition. Seeing that most people chose to rest, Feng Shi found a relatively safe place to camp. After arranging people to be on guard, Feng Shi said to everyone, although 7 time shuttle stone fragments are enough to advance, to avoid any unexpected situations, I will give each of your teams 10 more time shuttle stone fragments. Everyone. You've already spent so much in the paradise before, and you still have some. How many do you have? Feng Shi is showing off with Zhu Shihuan right now. Grandpa, look, I've been a money-giving kid, but I still have 140 time stone fragments left. So if you want to get rich, saving money won't help much. You still have to increase your income. Zhu Xuan ignored her. Because the old man has not yet recovered from Feng Shi's speechless mushroom packing. Is this something a normal person can do? Zheng Qinghua and others were very moved by Feng Shi's generosity, and Fan Lizzie's face was full of admiration. The leaders of Kangin Sect, Chanli Sect and Bawang Sect were very grateful at this moment, especially when they saw other medium-sized sects still fighting for the fragments of the time shuttle stone. Fortunately, their disciples had vision and chose to join Lu Yi's group. Not only did they not have to worry about the fragments of the time shuttle stone, but they also obtained rare treasures and opportunities. It turns out that choice is more important than hard work. As for the 2 heads of Lingsha Palace and Giyuan Sword Sect, their feelings were much more complicated. On the one hand, I was happy for my disciples' achievements, but on the other hand, I felt a little embarrassed. You're all disciples of the 4 major sects after all, yet you were carried away by a small combined being from the Tianyin Dao sect. Isn't that shameful? As for the leaders of the remaining sects, they were feeling sour from the hair to the heels. If time could go back, they would definitely let the disciples follow Tianyin Dao Zong's footsteps before they entered. After Feng Shi improved his favorability, he took out his small wooden bed and floral quilt to catch up on his sleep. She had been through a lot in the paradise and was very tired. Now that she relaxed, her eyelids were drooping. Fang Shi fell asleep quickly. She dreamed of the long river of time again. The shimmering waves looked like the scales of a strange fish. I really want to eat boiled fish, braised fish, fish balls. Everyone saw Fang Shi smacking his lips in his dream and couldn't help laughing. They were grinning with laughter when Fang Shi suddenly sat up, got down from a small wooden bed, and sat cross-legged in meditation. A light was shining on his body, and he was about to advance. Everyone's bare teeth suddenly turned cold. It turns out they are the ones who were making the joke. Junior Sister Lu can advance by just smacking her lips, where can I go to complain? When they saw Fang Shi leap from the 6th level of fusion to the 9th level of fusion, they felt even more like a joke. Some people even secretly smacked their lips a few times. Outside the secret realm, the spectators have become jealous. How come it's so easy for the Lu brothers and sisters to advance? You can advance as soon as you say so, and advance to several levels at once. This is too outrageous. What's the point of them working so hard to advance? Is it a joke? Some rational people also analyzed. Lu Yi soaked in the introspection spring for a long time, and her tendons and spiritual awareness were greatly improved. After that, she fought against the word sword and the symbiotic mushroom. It's normal for her to advance 3 levels in a row, right? Regardless of whether it is normal or not, Fang Shi is in a good mood now. Well, conjunctivitis can no longer be cured without medicine. Chapter 1879. Everything is ready, only the evil wind is missing. 2 days later, Fang Shi and the others were teleported out of the Gahu secret realm. Although they had only been in there for 15 days, Zheng Qinghua and the others were still a little dazed. Especially Fan Lizzie, he felt like he was reborn. He was just sighing when Cao Xiao, the captain of the Zhenhai sect who had always been at odds with him, said with a half smile. I heard that your High Heaven Palace has formed an alliance with several medium-sized sects. You guys are really working hard to advance. His original intention was to mock the Lingxiao Palace for its loss of value, but Fan Lizzie straightened his back and said proudly. Are you envious of us? But there's no point in being envious, you don't have this blessing. Cao Xiao. At this time, Gongsun Qian began to announce the results of each team. The order is from low to high. Although Fan Lizzie and others felt confident of advancing, they were still a little nervous before the results were announced. Now they are finally relieved. When they heard that the number of time shuttle stone fragments in Tianyan Dao sect was 140, they were shocked. There are so many. Is Tianyan Dao Zong going to purchase goods? Gongsun Qian only gave everyone an hour to rest. Fan Lizzie and others felt that Fang Shi was wiser. They had rested for 2 days in advance and must have more energy than the other 4 sects that advanced. At this time, Gongsun Qian began to introduce the rules of the 3rd round of competition. The 3rd round of competition is divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, 2 teams will face off against each other. The 5 winning teams will advance to the final showdown. The draw will begin now. There are a total of 10 teams in the 3rd round of competition, including the 4 major sects and 6 medium-sized sects. These medium-sized sects all hope to be able to draw a medium-sized sect, because once they encounter the 4 major sects, they have no chance of winning at all. People from the 4 major sects don't want to meet each other, because even if they can win, it will consume their strength. I don't know if it was a coincidence or there was some shady deal going on, but the opponents drawn by the 4 major sects were all from medium-sized sects, which almost determined that the opponents would be eliminated in advance. The rival of Tianyan Dao sect is Kangyan sect. If it were half a month ago, Sect Master Bai of Kangyan sect would definitely be full of confidence, but now he is not so sure. On the one hand, Fang Shi's impressive performance in the Gahu secret realm, and on the other hand, Fang Shi and Junwen have both advanced to the 9th level of fusion, narrowing the gap between the 2 sides. Originally, the Kangyan sect's advantage was the talismans, but the Tianyan Dao sect was wealthy and powerful, and even packed the talismans in sacks, so this advantage disappeared. If Lu Yi used the burning blood technique from time to time, the chances of winning would be even smaller. However, whether it is a mule or a horse, you still have to take it out for a walk. Everything is possible before the result comes out. The venue for the 2-on-1 duels was arranged on the sword-asking formation stage. The sword-asking formation is a formation specially prepared by the Tiank League for disciples to compete. On the one hand, it is because the competition between cultivators has incredible destructive power, and if it happens in the outside world, it is inevitable that losses will be caused. On the other hand, the formation has a protection mechanism for the participants. If one party is in danger of life, the protective formation will be activated to protect the participants from worrying about their lives. The competition between Tianyan Dao sect and Kangyan sect was scheduled for the end. Fang Shi asked the others to meditate and regulate their breathing, while she watched the competition of other teams with a handful of melon seeds. She was not there just to watch the fun, but mainly to find out the methods of the 4 major sects and prepare for the 2nd stage of the competition. As for Kangyan sect, she had already thought of a solution. It was a piece of cake. There was almost no suspense in the first 4 matches, and the 4 major sects won with overwhelming advantages. The onlookers yawned as they watched. Finally, it was the turn of Tianyan Dao sect and Kangyan sect. The onlookers suddenly became alert, their eyes widened, and they stretched their necks to watch. They secretly cheered for Kangyan Zong in their hearts. If you ask the reason, it is of course because of envy, jealousy and hatred towards Tianyan Dao Zong. At this time, both teams stood on the sword-asking formation platform. The method of determining the winner is also very simple. Each person has a jade token hanging around his waist. If all the tokens are taken by the other party, the person loses. Han Lingchuan clasped his fists towards Fang Shi and said, Junior Sister Lu, I'm sorry. Fang Shi also clasped his fists and said, Brother Han, I may have offended someone more severely than you. Han Lingchuan. Although he was nervous, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, the Kangyan sect still has the advantage in overall strength. As long as they capture the Lu brothers and sisters, the Tianyan Dao sect will be vulnerable. Therefore, their strategy was to divide 5 people to deal with the 8 people except the Lu brothers and sisters, and the remaining 5 people trap Fang Shi and Junwen in the middle. Fang Shi sighed. Do you really want to fight? My brother and I hit him hard. Han Lingchun and others did not respond, but took action directly. Because based on the experience in Gehu's secret realm, Lu Yi must never be given a chance to speak. They made full use of the advantages of talismans, using both defensive and offensive talismans. Tianyin Dao Sect did not use talismans. The onlookers couldn't help but gloat. Could it be that all the talismans of Tianyin Dao Sect had been used up? Soon, Tianyin Dao Sect fell into a disadvantage. The onlookers were delighted. It turns out that luck can't always favor the same team. It's time to change players. The corner of Bai, the leader of Kangin Sect, mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that they were expected to create the best record since the establishment of the sect. Although Sect leader Dai was a little disappointed, the current result was much better than he had expected, so he should not be too greedy. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Fang Shi shouted, "Back up plan number 1." Han Lingchun and others were a little confused. What was the number 1 substitute plan? Zhang Wen and others silently activated several Changjin talismans. The Changjin talisman has only one function, which is to increase one's own weight. No matter which direction the wind blows from, I will remain unmoved. This is the talisman invented by Fang Shi, just for this moment. Of course, it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they are unmoved, but at least they're more resilient than those people from Kangin Sect. At this point, everything is ready, only the evil wind is missing. Fang Shi immediately began to use astrology to deduce. Even if Han Lingchun and others activated the protective talisman, they could only protect themselves from getting hurt, but could not prevent themselves from being blown up and down by the evil wind, and rolling and crawling. Now they know Fang Shi's intention. He must be trying to take advantage of the situation while they were dizzy from the evil wind and rob them. Therefore, even though they were thrown to the ground and rolled over, they did not forget to stare at Fang Shi and the others, for fear that they would get close to them and snatch the jade token. Just when all their attention was on Fang Shi and others, the evil claws stretched out from underground. Pew! Pull down a jade token. Pew! Pull down another jade token. Ellipsis. But the mutated burrowing thorn beast is very busy. Zhang Wen promised to reward it with 2 purple beast cores as long as it could get all 10 jade cards. For the sake of its stutter, it was determined to do it. It is an earth-type monster and can easily hide its breath. In addition, Han Lingchun and others were dizzy and dazed after falling, and their attention was all on Fang Shi and others, so they didn't notice the black hand hidden underground at all. It was not until the announcement of Tianyin Dao Sect's victory that Han Lingchun and the others realized that the jade tokens around their waists were missing. Han Lingchun and others. This loss is so frustrating. I don't even know how I lost. Tianyin Dao Sect was in high spirits. Fang Shi said to Zhang Wen with a smile. Brother, this scene reminds me of a poem. Which poem? The demonic wind uses its power to send me out of the circle. Zhang Wen clapped his hands. Good poem. Good poem. Then the brother and sister let out a strange laugh. Han Lingchun and others. When we were in the same group before, we thought that you brothers and sisters were all very loyal and good people. Why do you feel so hated right now? Chapter 1880 Reef Island Survival. Sect leader Bai's face turned ashen. The duck that reached its mouth flew away. Who can understand this kind of heartache? But on second thought, if it weren't for the help of Tianyin Dao Sect, I probably wouldn't even be in the top 10, which is not bad. At this time, the 5 teams for the second stage were announced. The 4 major sects plus Tianyin Taoist Sect. Although Fang Shi performed well in the previous rounds, the spectators were still not optimistic about them. Even if Lu Yi can use the burning blood technique, she can't use it all the time. Besides, apart from her, only Lu Qi has some strength, so the others are not to be feared. In the end, it is a competition of the team's overall strength, and Tianyin Dao Zong will definitely be the last one. I just don't know what the rules for the second stage of the competition are. It's best not to give Lu Yi the opportunity to use her eloquence to form alliances. Gongsun Qian took out a lottery box and said to the crowd. There are 5 lots here, and each lot has a different assessment scenario. Now, please ask City Lord Jiang of Hanging City to draw a lot to determine the final duel scene. City Lord Jiang was quite flattered. He first clasped his fist towards everyone before drawing out a lot. Gongsun Qian handed the lot to Palace Master Mu and others in Lingshao Palace for them to look at. There were only 2 words written on the sign, Reef Island. Sect Master Lu of Zhenhai Sect immediately revealed a determined smile. Water combat is the forte of their Zhenhai Sect. The other sects can't be said to be landlubbers, but they're not much different. Gongsun Qian said in a deep voice, 5 teams will be transported to 5 rocky islands in the same sea area. Your first priority is survival. Kill sea beasts to gain points while ensuring your survival. The deadline remains 15 days. Of course, you may not even last 15 days. Each of you will carry a jade token. If you encounter danger and want to give up, you can crush the jade token and be teleported to the outside world. You can only move around on the island. If you enter the sea, you will be considered to have forfeited and will be transported to the outside world. After Gongsun Qian read out the rules of the competition, he took out a map-shaped spiritual weapon. After some seals were made, one of the areas lit up. Fang Shi and others disappeared on the spot. Fang Shi had only one thought in his mind at this moment. Tiang League had so many good things. In a moment, she smelled the fishy scent of the sea breeze. After regaining his sight, Fang Shi discovered that they were on a small island. It's called a small island, but it's actually just a big reef, less than 10 feet from one end to the other. If a large sea beast came, it would probably be able to drag them all into the sea with just a flick of its tail. Doesn't this mean everyone is eliminated? Fang Shi looked into the distance again, but saw nothing but the sea. Yes, the reef is only this big. Unless you are very close, you can't see it at all. Fang Shi took out the communication talisman and wanted to contact Fan Lizzie and others, but he couldn't send it out. The onlookers were delighted. There is no way to communicate with each other, even if Lu Yi is eloquent, there is no way to form an alliance. When they saw the harsh living conditions of the 5 teams, they became even more excited. This is worthy of them coming all the way to watch the fun. We must give them something tough. At this time, the disciples of the 4 major sects have already begun to take action. The first task is to set up the formation. In addition to the concealing formation, the protective formation must also be activated, so as to at least gain some buffer time when the sea beasts attack. Min Chao, the formation master from Tianyan Dao sect, was also preparing to do the same, but the level of the formation plate in his hand was somewhat dismal compared to the 4 major sects. Fortunately, except for the communication talismans, all other talismans can be used, so Feng Shi asked everyone to use protective talismans as a supplement. Just as the arrangement was completed, the originally calm sea surface began to roll, and some black fish jumped out of the sea. The concealment formation was useless, and these black fish jumped directly onto the protective formation and bit it violently. Even the protective formations of the 4 major sects were in danger from the bites of these jumping fish. Only then did they understand why Gongsun Qian said that they might not be able to hold out for more than 15 days. These jumping fish should be just minions. They are so difficult to deal with. You can imagine how terrifying high-level sea beasts are. There was no time to think about it, so everyone quickly removed the protective formation and launched a counterattack. The area of the reef is very small, and there are a lot of jumping fish. If you are not careful, you will fall into the sea and be eliminated, so there is no way to exert your full strength. This resulted in a very ugly scene, with a group of talented fish being thrown into a panic and in a mess by some jumping fish. This is the case for the 4 major sects, and Tianyan Dao sect is no exception. If Feng Shi hadn't given them a lot of talismans in advance, some of them would have been eliminated. After a fierce battle, the jumping fish finally retreated. Feng Shi asked everyone to reopen the protective formation and protective talismans and think of countermeasures. Mu Jian Qin said, Master, have you forgotten about the violent moray eel? People outside mistakenly think it's a thunder dragon. Why don't we throw it into the sea and let it help us too? Violent moray eel. You are such a slut. You are a jerk in this life, and you will still be a jerk in the next life and the next life. Not to mention other high-level sea beasts, even those jumping fishes would gnaw me till there is nothing left of me. It's not that the violent moray eels are useless, the key is that there are too many jumping fish, not to mention that there may be other sea beasts lurking in the sea. Feng Shi also knew this, so he ignored Mu Jian's suggestion. After carefully examining the reef, she said, there should be tides here. When the tide comes in, the reef area will shrink. We must be prepared. Fang Kui frowned, there's really only so much we can do. The outlook isn't optimistic. This time Feng Shi did not give everyone chicken soup but said, when you encounter danger, crush the jade token immediately and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. We have already exceeded our expectations by being in the top 5, so don't feel any pressure. Everyone nodded in agreement. As Feng Shi finished speaking, some sea beasts that looked very similar to octopuses appeared in the distance. When everyone thought they were going to come ashore to attack, the octopuses raised their tentacles and threw something towards the reef. When they got closer, they found that they were actually some black sea urchins. The spikes of these sea urchins were extremely sharp, and the protective formation was broken almost instantly. As soon as the protective formation was broken, the jumping fish jumped up. Everyone was shocked. These sea beasts actually knew strategy. They had to prevent themselves from being stung by sea urchins and fight back against the jumping fish, which made the situation even more passive. Feng Shi thought that if all else failed, she would have to ask others to crush the jade token, and it would be easier if she was the only one left. As long as she blows the evil wind, these small sea beasts will not be able to get close to the reef. Commander Lu, have you ever thought about what would happen if the wind blew too hard and wiped out the reef? Feng Shi. When I didn't say anything. Chapter 1881. Are you starting to order food now? Feng Shi found that she was now at her wit's end and her previous tricks were no longer useful. Not to mention blowing up the turtle shell, even if she was willing to give up the turtle shell, the reef would be blown away. It is not feasible to stir up evil winds. Deceiving Fal and Dafa. These minions had almost no intelligence, so it was useless for her to try to fool them. Talismans. Space is limited, people are densely populated, and using too many talismans would become a hindrance. As for the contract, even if you contract dozens of jumping fish, it will not have any effect. At this time, Mu Jian started to slander again. Master, camellia grew in the water, so it must have a way to deal with these sea beasts. If there is no other way, then it is just pretending. Bidu Blood Lotus. It can indeed deal with sea beasts, but it can't deal with so many. Then Mu Jian, kindly, recommended the little turtle. Little turtle, I'm a cub that just hatched not long ago, what can I do? Master, yes, there's also the golden pig. This thing isn't afraid of death. It can die over 10,000 times without any problem. Golden pig, at #% at hash and asterisk. It said nothing because it knew Feng Shi would not let it fight. Although it has now transformed into a golden dog, it might arouse Gongsun Qian's suspicion. Feng Shi would not let it see the light unless it was absolutely necessary. Finally, Mu Jian mentioned the Heavenly Dao monument. Master, if this doesn't work, please take out the Heavenly Dao stele. If we can summon the 4 symbols, since they don't have physical bodies, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with those sea beasts? Feng Shi felt that Mu Jian's last suggestion was somewhat reliable. So she planned to take out the Heavenly Dao tablet, but failed. Feng Shi. It seems that I have no choice but to do it recklessly until I can think of other solutions. Let's hit. The onlookers enjoyed the show very much. Especially when they saw Tianyan Daozong's embarrassed look, they all smiled happily. This is right. This is the result that matches your strength. They felt that it wouldn't be long before Tianyan Daozong would voluntarily give up the competition. After all, 5th place was already very good. Feng Shi and his men crawled and rolled and finally managed to deal with this round of attack. Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, the tide came in. As the seawater rises, the part of the reef exposed above the water becomes narrower and narrower. Fang Kui and the others were filled with panic. If there was no other way, they could only crush the jade token and give up. Fang Shi rummaged through the storage ring, and then his eyes lit up. She saw the iceberg. Yes, she can find a way to freeze seawater into ice. Not only can it expand the area where they can move, but it can also limit the power of those aquatic monsters. It is a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Of course, it is not very realistic to perform it on a large area, but it can be done on a small area. She immediately took out the talisman paper and quickly drew a black ice talisman that could condense water into ice. After being stimulated, the splashes of water hitting the rocks instantly condensed into ice beads, and part of the seawater also condensed into ice. Although it is only about 3 feet square, Fang Shi is still very happy. As long as it is useful. However, I'm not sure if standing on the ice counts as entering the seawater will be considered a forfeit, as stated in the rules, so I have to try it out. She drew a few more ice freezing talismans, then looked at Fang Kui and the others. Who wants to try? Let me make it clear, if you break the rules, you might be eliminated. Everyone looked at each other. It wasn't that they were unwilling to make sacrifices, but they all wanted to stay and fight side by side. Fang Shi had no choice but to say to Yan Tianqing from Xuanji Pavilion, "Senior Sister Yan, you try it." Yan Tianqing also knew that now was not the time to be pretentious, and besides, she wouldn't necessarily be eliminated. So, he stepped onto the suspended ice surface. Nothing happened. Fang Shi felt relieved. While drawing the black ice talisman with both hands, she asked Fang Kui and the others to try the ice condensing technique to see how it worked. After trying it, I found that it was effective but not as good as the Xuanbing talisman. Moreover, not everyone can use the ice condensation technique, only a few people can use it. Fang Shi guessed that it might be related to spiritual roots. It seems that I still need to draw more Xuanbing talismans. The onlookers' eyes almost popped out of their heads. Liu Yi can actually make talismans. Not only can he make talismans, but he can also make talismans with both hands at the same time. Could it be that the talismans of Tianyan Dao Sect were not bought, but drawn by her? Can. Impossible. Even if she knew how to make talismans, the most she could do was draw a 3-book talisman like the Xuanbing talisman. As for my left and right hands, I think practice makes perfect with this. Right. When Sect Master Bai of Kangyan Sect heard this, he almost got angry. Perfection makes perfect. Give me a try. It's good enough to be able to draw the talisman with one hand. The difficulty of drawing it with both hands at the same time is equivalent to an alchemist making elixirs with his eyes closed. Sect Master Liu of Zhenhai Sect sighed. Liu Yi's brain is quite sharp, and she can always come up with unexpected solutions. However, to achieve her goal, she needs a huge number of mysterious ice talismans, which she can't do even if she draws with both hands at the same time. Fortunately, we in the Zhenhai Sect have been dealing with aquatic monsters for a long time, so dealing with them is relatively easy. He was not exaggerating. Among the 5 teams, Zhenhai Sect was indeed performing the best. Their magic is very targeted against sea beasts, making it much easier for them to deal with than other teams. Fang Shi also felt that even if she drew with both hands at the same time, it would not work. The sea monsters might come at any time, and the little she drew would not be enough to fill the gaps. It's a pity that the stamping and talisman making can't be exposed, otherwise I could stamp dozens of sacks with it, and what would there be to worry about? Then, she said to the black and white jade slip in her sea of consciousness. Get me a higher level ice condensing talisman. Black and white jade slip. Are you starting to order food now? Regardless of whether they were willing or not, the jade slip finally appeared. Fang Shi used his spiritual sense to take a look and found that it was the Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman. She took a few glances and then began to try to draw. Unfortunately, it failed. It's not that she didn't remember the patterns, but that her spiritual power was not enough. She immediately took out a stack of soul-burning talismans from her storage ring, activated one, and then drew a new one. This time it worked. Then, while activating the burning spirit talisman, he drew the Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman. The onlookers were as silent as if they had eaten a dumb melon. Until the Bisect Master of Kangyan Sect exclaimed. She can actually draw the Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman, which is a 6-character spirit talisman. The key point is, she actually used the burning spirit talisman to solve the problem of insufficient cultivation. Isn't she afraid of breaking her tendons and veins? At this point, he remembered that someone had frequently used the burning blood technique before and was still alive and kicking. The onlookers were really excited. The reason they didn't explode just now was that most of them didn't recognize the Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman, and didn't understand why Fang Shi had to activate another kind of talisman before drawing the talisman. Although they didn't understand it, it didn't stop them from thinking that Fang's eyes move seemed a bit awesome. How to say it, just now they were like eating a raw melon, but now after listening to what Sect Leader Bai said, they're eating a ripe melon. Someone gnashed their teeth and said, I don't think Liu Yi is human. There's no way a human could be this powerful. I don't know if she's a human being, but I don't seem to be so envious and jealous now, because I find that I kind of admire her. Bah, can't you stand firm a little? Isn't she just an alchemist, a talisman maker, a swordsman, and a mushroom master, and she's also full of bad intentions? What's so great about it? I can do it even in my dreams. Ellipsis. Gongsun Qian looked at Fang Shi with burning eyes. This Liu Yi was even better than the Fang Shi who pretended to be Anwu. Yes, the Tiang continent is full of talented people, so it is normal that there are people who are better than Fang Shi. Chapter 1882 Turning Waste into Treasure. Fang Shi was oblivious to what was happening outside. She was concentrating on drawing the Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman, one after another. Although Fang Kui and others guessed that Fang Shi could make talismans, they still saw that he looked naive. Saint, so terrifying. During the drawing process, Fang Shi did not forget to ask Zhun when to activate a Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman to test the effect. It turned out to be much better than the ice condensation technique and the mysterious ice talisman. No, it's much better. Only one Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman is needed to freeze an area of water 3 meters square. Zhang Wen specifically tested it with a mutated burrowing thorn beast. It was very strong and there was no problem standing on it to fight for a short period of time. Mutated digging thorn beast. No one speaks up for me. The female devil has so many pets, why does this dirty work fall on me? As expected, the ones who are close, and people like me who are wild are the ones who get bullied. Fang Shi had just finished drawing a stack of frost and dark ice talismans when the sea beast attacked again. First the octopus threw the sea urchin, then the jumping fish, and behind the jumping fish there were a bunch of sea monsters similar to hermit crabs, waving their claws. Fang Shi had figured out that after each round of attack, a new sea beast would be added, and the difficulty would continue to escalate. She curled the corners of her mouth and ordered Zhang Wen and others standing in different directions to activate the Frost Flower Dark Ice Talisman at the same time. In an instant, the seawater around the reef island froze. Those jumping fish are so much fun. Most of them were frozen into the ice. Although a small part was not frozen into the ice, it kept jumping and sliding around, jumping for a long time in vain. The hermit crab's claws were frozen and they couldn't crawl very far after crawling for a long time. When they were confused, Fang Shi and his men launched a counterattack. The difficulty is much lower than before. You can kill a bunch of jumping fish with one sword. You can kill a group of hermit crabs with a slap. The octopus that was throwing sea urchins in the distance might have been frightened and dived into the water in shame. In order to save costs, Fang Shi put some of the ice that had not completely melted into the storage ring, preparing for secondary use. She is truly a model of thriftiness. She asked Fang Kui and the others to grill some jumping fish and hermit crabs, while she continued to draw the Frost Flower Dark Ice Talisman. Fortunately, she was well prepared and brought several thousand sacks of blank talisman paper, which was more than enough. Commander Lu. Who in their right mind would stockpile so much talisman paper? Only this damn girl can do this. By the time she was tired of drawing, the jumping fish and hermit crab were baked. Fang Shi was afraid that it might be poisonous, so she tried it herself first and found that it was not poisonous and was quite delicious, but a little salty. Although seafood is generally salty, none of the seafood I have eaten before was this salty. The only explanation is that the salt content of the seawater is relatively high. Yes, if they were not so idle, these sea beasts would not attack them one after another. Fang Shi invited Fang Kui and the others to eat seafood together, but it had to be accompanied by steamed buns or porridge, otherwise it would be easy to choke. The onlookers looked at the four major sects who were as tired as dogs, and then looked at Tianyan Daozong and others who were eating barbecue, and came to a conclusion. How important it is to have a good captain. Fan Lizzie was also thinking about this problem at this moment. Originally, Palace Master Mu wanted to replace him, but considering his performance after entering the Gahu's secret realm, he did not do so. The captain is still Zheng Qinghuai. Fan Lizzie sighed and said, the Tianyan Dao sect is definitely not in such a mess like us. Maybe they're enjoying a good life right now. I really miss the good days with junior sister Lu. Zheng Qinghuai and others. Or why don't you just jump into the sea and swim to find Lu Yi? Besides, Lu Yi is capable, but what can she do in the environment of the reef island? Maybe he is even worse off than us right now. On the other side, Fang Shi finished eating the grilled seafood and continued to draw the Frost Flower Dark Ice Talisman. She was drawing and thinking at the same time. Although the tactic of freezing water into ice is very useful at the moment, this is because the sea beasts that come are relatively small. If a large sea beast comes, it will be almost useless unless the area within a radius of 100 miles is frozen into ice. Commander Lu couldn't help but nod his head. She was able to be vigilant even when she was in high spirits. No wonder she could get to where she is today. Fang Shi thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, but it didn't affect her efficiency in drawing talismans at all. Zhang Wen and others took turns on duty and resting to recover their physical and spiritual strength to the maximum extent. Soon, a new wave of sea beast attacks arrived. This time there were some feather-winged sharp-billed fish that could fly for a short period of time, but they did not cause any major trouble to Fang Shi and the others. It was just a new ingredient. After repelling the sea monster, Fang Shi yawned and continued to draw talismans. Zhang Wen and others advised her to rest, but Fang Shi refused. Now the Frost Flower Ice Talisman is the life-saving capital, and I must save more. Fang Kui and others blamed themselves very much. If they were not so useless, the Saint Lady would not be so tired. The same is true for Zhang Wen. Although he had made great progress in swordsmanship after observing the sword marks and spiritual sword characters in the Blessed Land, it was still far from enough. If he was strong enough, Junior Sister wouldn't have to keep drawing the Frost Flower Dark Ice Talisman. It would be great if the area of this reef island could be expanded without freezing. Ha! Little sister, when we were helping rebuild the Hanging City, you stored a lot of the ruins in your storage ring. How about? Before Zhang Wen finished speaking, Fang's eyes lit up. Normally, dumping garbage is considered uncivilized behavior, but now it is called turning waste into treasure. Fang Shi did what she said. She had previously put the ruins separately into a storage ring. Now it was convenient and saved trouble. Crash, crash, crash. The area of the reef island expanded hundreds of times in an instant. People who eat melon. Is this okay? Who in their right mind would put so much useless junk in a storage ring? Who in their right mind would think of using garbage to fill the sea? Fang Shi is still sighing. Brother, it's true that those who help others will be helped by others, and those who are kind will also be treated kindly by others. People should still do more good deeds. If I hadn't been so eager to help rebuild the Hanging City, where would I have found so many precious treasures? Zhang Wen nodded. Yes, there is a cause for every effect, and we really should do more good deeds. This Hanging City was blown down by Junior Sister. Now the ruins are put to use. How can this not be cause and effect? Chapter 1883 is knocking on the wash basin so useful. Fang Shi was very happy, and Fang Kui and the others were also excited. As long as the saint is here, no difficulty is a problem. Fang Shi asked Fang Kui and the others to set up formations and talismans on the island. The larger the area, the more space they could use. She took advantage of this time to meditate and regulate her breathing, and then continued to draw the frost flower and dark ice talisman after she had recovered her strength. At this time, the people from the 4 major sects also realized the way to condense water into ice, but unfortunately the talisman masters among them could only make the 3 books of Shrine Talisman. Fortunately, they have a high level of cultivation and can use ice freezing as a supplement. The leaders of the 4 major sects looked gloomy. What were you doing before? You only thought of freezing water now. Don't you have anything in your storage rings that can fill the sea? Can't you just pick up some trash? Why would Lu Yi be so prepared for a rainy day? A bunch of rubbish. As they were talking, a new round of sea beast attacks came. The sea beasts attacking the 4 major sects attacked in an orderly manner, while the sea beasts attacking Tianyan Dao sect were confused. How did the reef island get so big? The bubble expanded. The bouncing fish jumped once but didn't hit anyone. It jumped again but still didn't hit anyone. When it jumped again, it was minced into mincemeat by the array plate placed in advance. The hermit crabs and feather-winged trevally had similar experiences, but the most unlucky one was the newly joined mantis shrimp. It had been pupating for a long time but hadn't even seen the shadow of Fengxi and the others. With the use of the frost and dark ice talisman, the sea beasts had even less power to resist and became seafood to be sorted. Fang Kui and others were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. Fengxi poured cold water on them. They're just small minions now. High-level sea beasts will not be so easy to deal with. So you must be vigilant and be ready to fight at any time. Fang Kui and others were startled and nodded in agreement. Soon, 3 days passed. Although more and more types of sea beasts joined the attack, they were all low-level sea beasts. No member of the 5 teams gave up voluntarily or was eliminated. But compared to the miserable state of the 4 major sects, Tianyan Dao sect was much more relaxed. Fengxi used this time to draw a lot of frost flower dark ice talismans as reserves, but still couldn't figure out how to deal with high-level sea beasts. At this time, Gongsun Qian's voice came from the jade cards carried by everyone, and he announced the points of each team so far. The first place is Zhenhai sect, the second place is Lingxiao Palace, the third place is Taiyi sect, the fourth place is Giyun Sword sect, and the fifth place is Tianyan Taoist sect. Points are calculated based on the number of sea beasts killed. The 4 major sects kept killing and killing, so naturally they scored high points. The attack was difficult for Tianyan Dao sect, and the sea beasts gave up halfway, so they didn't kill many in total. Fengxi didn't care at all, because the points for low-level sea beasts were very few, and killing a bunch of them was not as good as killing one high-level sea beast. The people from the 4 major sects did not know the truth, especially the people from Zhenhai sect, who could not help but feel complacent. Cao Xiao, captain of the Zhenhai sect, said to his team members. Have you heard the rankings? We're way ahead. Our Zhenhai sect has a huge advantage this time. As long as we work together, we'll definitely take first place. The team members are full of confidence, even arrogant. They first made some negative comments about Lingxiao Palace, Taiyi sect and Giyun Sword sect, and then began to belittle Tianyan Taoist sect. That Lu Yi must have been incredibly lucky in the last round to have gotten so many time shuttle stone fragments. This time, they've shown the true colors. They're just low-level sea beasts now, they can still handle them, but once the high-level sea beasts come up, they will all be eliminated in no time. They've just been promoted to a mid-level sect, so being able to get 5th place is already a blessing. Ellipsis. Sect leader Lu of the Zhenhai sect wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How dare you belittle Tianyan Dao sect? Their points are low, not because they're incapable of killing the sea beast, but because the sea beast escapes quickly, okay. However, he changed his mind and felt that what his disciples said made sense. When high-level sea beasts arrived, even if the Tianyan Dao sect had a larger reef island, it would not be able to hold out for long. Thinking of this, his confidence returned. My back is straightened too. He also glanced at Sect leader Dai, who was separated from him by more than a dozen people, out of the corner of his eye. Sect leader Dai didn't notice Sect leader Lu's look at all. He was praying in his heart that the ancestor would bless his disciples with peace and safety. As for the results, they're no longer important. Even if you get 5th place in the Tiank event, you will be very proud of yourself. Who cares about the top 4? At this time, someone exclaimed, look, here comes a high-level sea beast. Everyone looked towards the light screen. Among the attacking sea beasts were dozens of sea lion-like monsters. The most notable feature was the circle of red mane growing around their necks. Fengxi thought, isn't it a bit redundant for a sea beast like you to have a furry scarf? Just as I was thinking about it, I saw the red mane sea lions open their bloody mouths and roar like thunder. At the same time, water arrows formed by sea water sprayed out of his mouth and shot towards Fengxi and the others. Fengxi was fine, but Fang Kui and the others were obviously affected by the roar and stood there motionless. In desperation, Fengxi had no choice but to activate the frost and dark ice talisman. After the water arrows condensed into ice, they shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Fang Kui and the others finally woke up from the dream. Saintess, this thing's roar can affect the divine consciousness. It's terrifying. Fengxi, is it scary? Why didn't I feel it? Well, it's a bit difficult, but I have thought of a way to crack it. Before Fang Kui and others had time to ask, the red mane sea lion's second round of sonic attack arrived. Fengxi activated the frost flower dark ice talisman while taking out a wash basin and started knocking on it. Her original intention was to use sound to disturb the red maned sea lions on the surface, but in fact she was secretly using the Sanskrit sound technique and using her spiritual consciousness to attack those sea beasts. This was all thanks to the red maned sea lion, otherwise she would have forgotten about the Sanskrit sound sutra. We only regret not having learned enough when we need them, but sometimes we have so many skills that we really can't remember them. It was a very chaotic situation at the moment, and she didn't need to read it out loud, nor was she afraid of being discovered. However, before she could use the Sanskrit sound technique, the red maned sea lions dived into the sea and ran away. As soon as they ran, the minions followed them. Fengxi. Ha! Is knocking on the wash basin so useful? At this time, Zhang Wen laughed and said, little sister, you knocked too hard and flattened the wash basin. Fang Shi looked down and saw that it was really flattened. But it wasn't her who knocked it flat, the wash basin was flat to begin with. After she blew up the formation plate of the hanging city and it fell down, she followed the principle of plucking feathers from passing geese and dug out some junk from the ruins of the city lord's mansion, including this flattened wash basin. At that time, she thought that although the wash basin was flat, it could still be used if she found a way to prop it up. Unexpectedly, it actually came in handy. Sure enough, the wash basin in the city lord's mansion is more convenient than ordinary wash basins. The onlookers. The 4 major sects were in danger from the red maned sea lions, and Liu Yi scared them away with a broken basin. Could it be any more outrageous? They even suspected that the red maned sea lions were invited actors. It was the unprofessional kind, he just ran away without even acting. City Lord Jiang stared at the wash basin in Fang Shi's hand with a look of doubt, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Impossible. He must have seen it wrong. Chapter 1884 Where's the shell? Where's my big shell? Fang Shi had just put away the wash basin when she heard the voice playing from the jade token. Li Qifeng from Lingxiao Palace is eliminated. Taiyi Sect's Kai Rui is eliminated. Wei Qian of the Giyuan Sword Sect is eliminated. Zhenhai Sect's Lu Shared is eliminated. Yitingjie of Taiyi Sect is eliminated. Ellipsis. Fang Shi raised his eyebrows, the 4 major sects were no more than this. She didn't even think about the fact that if she hadn't used the ruins to increase the area of the Reef Island, drawn so many Frost Flower and Dark Ice talismans, and happened to think of the idea of knocking on the wash basin, there would probably only be her and Zhang left in their Tianyan Dao sect. The people from the other 4 teams couldn't figure it out, especially the people from Zhenhai sect, who had a lot of question marks on their faces. How come no one from Tianyan Dao sect was eliminated? Could it be that they were lucky and were not attacked by powerful sea beasts? That shouldn't be the case. The attack strength of sea beasts faced by the 5 teams should be the same, otherwise it would be too unfair. Only Fan Lizzie snorted coldly. What do you think? I told you it would be right to follow Junior Sister Lu, right? Those people from Tianyan Dao sect are just small fusions, they are all fine, but the Mahayana cultivators from our 4 major sects have been eliminated. It's not that we are incompetent, but that one general is incompetent and exhausts the entire army. Zheng Qinghuai. You have such a broken mouth that you can only say a few sensible words in front of Liu Yi. He said with a cold face, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and recover your strength and set up the formation. I think the next wave of attacks will arrive soon. Fan Lizzie curled his lips and said, if it were Junior Sister Lu, she would definitely not just make these arrangements. She would definitely find a way to deal with the red-maned sea lion's sonic attack. Otherwise, all the preparations would be in vain. Zheng Qinghuai's heart moved. Although this was unpleasant to hear, it did make some sense. He immediately discussed with everyone how to effectively break the red-maned sea lion's sound attack. After some discussion, they decided to take a 2-pronged approach. On the one hand, they set up a formation to dissipate sound waves. On the other hand, they planned to swallow a pill with the effect of enhancing spiritual awareness when the red-maned sea lion attacked, so as to enhance the ability to resist sound attacks. Upon seeing this, Palace Master Mu of Lingxiao Palace thought to himself that he had not expected that Fan Lizzie, the troublemaker, could be of some use at the critical moment. An hour later, the sea monster attacked again. In addition to the red-maned sea lions and those minions, there is another type of sea turtle. This type of turtle sprays out clouds of water mist when it approaches the reef island. While the disciples were still wondering what the water mist did, some of them began to look dazed. It turns out that this water mist has hallucinogenic properties and can make people fall into a fantasy world. Falling into an illusion is more dangerous than being attacked by anything, because there is not even time to crush the jade token. Fortunately, they still had teammates, who, in order to save their lives, could only crush the jade token for them. The situation on the Tianyan Dao sect side was the same. Although Fang Shi could use his spiritual consciousness to stab his teammates awake, it was difficult to save so many people at the same time in a short period of time. What's more, even if they woke up from the illusion, they couldn't enter combat mode immediately. Now that so many sea beasts were attacking, they might even lose their lives. Therefore, Fang Shi made a prompt decision and asked the few people who were still awake to crush the jade tokens of their companions who were trapped in the illusion. After this round of attack, the 5 teams were in a terrible state, and most of the disciples were eliminated. There are 4 people left in Lingxiao Palace, 3 people left in Giyuan Sword Sect, 3 people left in Taiyi Sect, 4 people left in Zhenhai Sect, and 2 people left in Tianyan Dao Sect. Li Zhe, Leng Shuheng and Fang Kui did not fall into the illusion, but in order to help others crush the jade token, they were injured without paying attention, and the injuries were not light. Seeing this, Fang Shi simply asked the 3 of them to crush the jade tokens and followed them out. Now there are only her and Zhang Wen left in Tianyan Dao Sect. When the people of Zhenhai Sect heard the results, they thought that this was right. Tianyan Dao Zong should have been eliminated long ago, and the remaining 2 probably won't last long. The onlookers are very excited now. This is the competition that these distinguished spectators should see. The more miserable, the more passionate. They're now looking forward to the next sea beast to appear, and are also curious about which team will get first place in the end. Judging from the current points, Zhenhai Sect is still in the lead, and Tianyan Dao Sect is at the bottom. I wonder if there will be any changes in the future. At this time, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were chatting about something. After they finished speaking, they both laughed strangely, and it was obvious that they were not up to no good. After an agonizing wait, the onlookers finally saw a new round of sea monster attacks. Probably to give the disciples some buffer time, only one small sea beast was added this time. Just as the hallucinogenic sea turtles were spewing out hallucinogenic mist again, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen secretly activated several talismans that also had hallucinogenic effects. At the same time, the Big Dipper blood lotus on Fang Shi's head flickered faintly. The next moment, the hallucinogenic turtles were besieged by other sea beasts. You damn bastard, you can't even tell friend from foe, and you've made us fall into this illusion. Hallucinogenic turtle, I didn't, listen to me. Fang Shi took advantage of this opportunity to stir up a demonic wind. If she hadn't used the ruins to expand the reef island, she would never have dared to use this method. However, in order to prevent the reefs and ruins from being blown away, she remained very restrained. Even so, the height of the reef island was cut off by 3 inches. Look at those sea beasts again. The big ones were blown back into the sea, while the small ones were already flying freely. The hermit crab can't even find its home. Where's my shell? Where's my big shell? Zhang Wen silently untied the rope tied around Fang Shi's waist and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had the Chanjin talisman, he felt it was not safe, so he tied himself and Fang Shi together. Although his legs were off the ground during this time, he was still firmly held by the junior sister. Facts have proved that the stupid method is the most effective. Fan Lizzie was fighting desperately with the sea beasts, when he suddenly saw fish and crabs flying in the sky. Not only did he see it, but others saw it too. But they all thought it was an illusion caused by the psychedelic turtle. Everyone was still cursing themselves in their hearts for being weak-willed. Despite all their precautions, they still fell into the illusion. When the sea monsters retreated, they discovered that scraps of cloth, shoes, wooden basins, bamboo baskets, branches, and beams appeared on the sea surface. Of course, these things are not complete, they are just fragments. But, this is weird, okay. Could he be a disciple from another sect? He wouldn't be able to get here, would he? Besides, it is impossible for beams, bamboo baskets and the like to appear. Weird. The onlookers who watched the whole process finally understood why Fang Shi and Zhengwen laughed so strangely. These two are so mean. Not to mention the evil wind, just there, divide and conquer, tactics are evil enough. When the sea turtle sprayed hallucinogenic mist, the two of them activated talismans that also had hallucinogenic effects. Those small sea beasts had limited intelligence and could not understand complicated things at all, so they naturally thought it was the sea turtle and could not distinguish between friend and foe. Those hallucinogenic turtles with mouths all over their bodies can't be explained. Chapter 1885 Every bite a foodie eats is not in vain. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. There are only 3 people left in the Zhenhai sect, and only 2 people left in the other 4 sects. In terms of points, Zhenhai sect is still first, Lingshao Palace is second, Yuan Sword sect is third, Taiyi sect is fourth, and Tianyan Taoist sect is fifth. The onlookers started talking about it. The Tianyan Dao sect always takes shortcuts and never kills many monsters. If they continue like this, they will definitely be at the bottom of the list. That's right, even if they survive to the end, it won't matter. Points are the basis for ranking. The Liu brothers and sisters are only at the level of fusion cultivation. They're lucky to be alive. Forget about earning points. Ellipsis. Fang Shi and Zhengwen also gathered together to play crickets. Little sister, we are behind in points, we have to find a way to earn points. Brother, you're right, we have to do something big. How? Do not know. Fang Shi really couldn't think of any good solution. If she used the burning blood technique, she could kill some monsters, but after estimating the points gap between them and the 4 major sects, she would probably be exhausted to death. How to do it? She actually missed Wuyunjua a little at this moment. If she were here, she could divert the trouble away and kill a large group of sea beasts in the blink of an eye. Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone. Master, even though we don't have Wuyunjua, don't we still have Bear Kai Lei? Oh, by the way, that guy can't be seen in the light. I am the only one who is so upright and honest, and can always stay by your side openly and honestly. By Kai Lei. Other pets. You are such a slut. Although Mu Jian was being servile, Fang Shi felt something in his heart. She said to the black and white jade slip, find me a talisman that can release electricity, of a higher grade. Black and white jade slip. Are you addicted to ordering food? Do you want a cookbook? You can complain in your heart, but you still have to do the work you have to do, otherwise you will be so cheap that you will bury them to death. Fang Shi got the method of making the Tianshu lightning talisman as he wished. The Tianshu electricity removing talisman can release electric current instantly after being activated, and can be used in water. It's just a perfect fit. Fang Shi praised the black and white jade slips, and then began to try to make the Tianshu lightning talisman. This talisman was more complicated than any she had seen before, and it failed the first time. After activating the burning spirit talisman for the second time, it still ended in failure. The third time, the talisman paper was burned. Zhu Shihuan is happy. Xiaoxi, how are you? Now you understand that there are always people who are better than you, right? No matter how powerful you are not omnipotent. I guess this Tianshu lightning talisman requires a cultivation level of the middle stage of the Mahayana to draw, otherwise I can ask the black and white jade slip to change it for you with a simpler one. Fang's eyes mind moved, and he immediately used the blood burning technique, and at the same time activated the soul burning technique. This time it worked. Blood devouring world. You really worked hard to draw a talisman. Aren't you afraid that your tendons and veins will be completely broken? The 5 dog spirit roots were also cursing. They were trying their best to help Fang Shi repair his meridians, and all the handling fees they had intercepted before were going to be spent on it. Fang Shi drew 5 Tianshu lightning talismans in one breath, then collapsed on the ground. She stuffed a handful of pills into her mouth, then took out some star-attracting moss, chewed it, and swallowed it. The 5 dog spirit roots that were fed stopped complaining immediately. They were free anyway, so they might as well help Fang go with some work. Outside the formation, Sect Master Bai of the Kangyun sect rushed to the front of the light curtain and stared at the Tianshu lightning talisman that Fang Shi placed on the table. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could she draw the Tianshu lightning talisman? This is the 8 books talisman. Even if I draw 100, I might not succeed at even 1, and she actually drew 5 in one go. Is this going to make me die? Ellipsis. Master Lu snorted coldly, it doesn't matter whether you live or die, just stay away from the light curtain and don't block our view. My beloved disciple will be able to become a 27th cauldron alchemist in the future, so what's so great about drawing an 8-script talisman? Her cultivation level is just low now. If her cultivation level is high, the 9 books talisman will be no problem. The onlookers don't know how many times they have been furious. It's over. I found out that I fell in love with Lu Yi. Get lost. You're not even worthy of carrying someone's shoes. What the hell is love? I apologize for my previous superficiality. From now on, Lu Yi is my light. My only light. Still light. I see your head is light. Lu Yi is truly amazing. She can refine pills, create talismans, and is also knowledgeable in strategy. She also has good character. She's truly perfect. Ellipsis. The leaders of the 4 major sects. Forget about everything else. Are you sure she is a good person? You're clearly full of bad intentions, okay. Gongsun Qian could not hide his excitement. Lu Yi was so outstanding. Even if Feng Shi came, he would have to admit defeat. While he was excited, he was also curious about what Feng Shi was planning to do with the Tianxia lightning talisman. Was he planning to use it to electrocute sea monsters? There are only 5 cards in total. No matter how powerful they are, their effects are limited. Others are curious, too. Finally, another wave of sea beasts attacked. Both the participating disciples in the formation and the onlookers widened their eyes. This time, in addition to the previous sea beasts, there are also 4 giant sharks. The huge waves caused by the 4 giant sharks almost submerged the reef island. Fan Lizzie and others knew that this time they might be in great danger, but they still tried their best to fight. Because they know that this battle will determine the final ranking. While the 4 major sects were fighting, Feng Shi activated all 5 Tianxia lightning talismans with a wicked smile and threw them into the nearby sea. The sea beasts are in trouble. Even the giant shark was electrocuted and turned pale. Not to mention the little minions. Some of them were electrocuted. Feng Shi put her hands on her hips and laughed. Who else is there who is taking bad things out of this? I just want to ask, who else? She had found the seafood she ate before to be very salty, and thus came to the conclusion that the salt content of the water in the sea area was very high and must be very conductive. It turned out that her guess was correct. Sure enough, every bite of food he eats is not in vain. Either gain weight or gain knowledge. After a brief moment of showing off, Feng Shi began to clean up the battlefield with Zhang Wen. Sea monsters that are stunned by electric shock will not be counted as points, they must be killed. The 2 of them cannot enter the sea water, but they can stand on the ice and kill with swords. The 2 of them were so busy killing that they became numb. Feng Shi sighed. Brother, I'm a little tired of chopping. It seems that being a chef is not easy. Chopping melons and vegetables is also very tiring. The onlookers did not mock Feng Zai's remarks, nor did they feel envious or jealous. Instead, they flattered him. It has to be Lu Yi. What a vivid metaphor. Isn't it like chopping melons and vegetables for them to kill the sea beast right now? Yes, that's a very fitting analogy. Many sea beasts have been cooked by electricity anyway. How is that any different from a chef cooking? Family, what should I do? I seem to like Lu Yi more and more. Ellipsis. Chapter 1886 We are number 1. When the clan leaders heard the discussions of the crowd, they secretly cursed these people for being fence-sitters. Not long ago, you guys said that Lu Yi was only good at taking shortcuts and had no real skills at all, and you also said that she looked hateful. But now you fall in love with her. What? Love born from hatred. They cursed the onlookers while feeling bitter in their hearts, wondering why they didn't have such outstanding disciples. He can make elixirs, draw talismans and pick up trash. He is almighty. Even if there is no one like Lu Yi, it's okay to have someone like Lu Qi. Not only is he very talented in kendo, but he can also do bad things. Unconsciously, their criteria for judging a good disciple became whether he could do bad things. While Feng Shi was showing off, Zhang Wen caught a glimpse of something flashing in the water behind her from the corner of his eye, and he instinctively sensed danger. He didn't have time to say hello to Feng Shi, and slashed his sword towards the direction where the thing was. Maybe the situation was urgent, so he naturally used the protective sword intent. The sword is awe-inspiring and invincible. After one sword strike, the body of the sea beast that was split into 2 pieces floated to the surface of the water. It turned out to be an octopus. However, this octopus is much bigger than the ones that threw sea urchins before. Feng Shi was terrified. Brother, thanks to you, otherwise I would have been ambushed by that bastard. Zhang Wen was very humble in words, but he actually grew 3 inches taller. Standing up straight couldn't express his current pride, he had to stand on tiptoe. The voice of Zhu Shihuan rang out from Feng Zai's consciousness. He's just an idiot, he believes whatever you say. With your powerful spiritual sense, how could you not spot that giant octopus? Feng Shi smiled and said, Grandpa, let me give you a wise saying, it's a blessing to be ignorant. Zhu Shihuan curled his lips. Zhang Wen, these idiots are really lucky. Commander Lu thought to himself, if we talk about having a good life, who is luckier than you? You were already buried in the grave, and yet you dug it out. Not only was he pulled out, but he also became the grandfather of the Lord of the Two Realms. Where can I go to reason? Just as Feng Shi and Zhu Xuan were joking around, Gongsun Qian's voice came from the Jade Token. All members of Lingxiao Palace, Taiyi Sect, Giyuan Sword Sect, and Zhenhai Sect are eliminated. Tianyan Daozong completed the mission to kill the strongest sea beast in the sea, the giant ocean octopus, and received an additional 10,000 points. This stage of assessment is over. First place, Tianyan Daozong, 15,367 points. Second place, Zhenhai Sect, 6,596 points. Third place, Lingxiao Palace, 5,967 points. Fourth place, Giyuan Sword Sect, 5,435 points. Fifth place, Taiyi Sect, 5,122 points. As the words were spoken, Feng Shi and Zhang Wen were also teleported to the outside world. Everyone was a little confused. I thought the Lu brothers and sisters had to kill all the stunned sea beasts to get first place, but I didn't expect that Lu Chi killed the strongest sea beast with one sword and directly took first place. Not to mention him, even Jun Wen himself was a little confused. He could kill the strongest sea beast with just one chop. Is his Junzi Yijin Tiangxia famous, already so powerful? Yes, he is a genius who has comprehended the meaning of sword. He is the senior brother of the Lord of the Two Realms. It would be against the will of heaven if he is not strong. After hearing the rankings, Ling Shao Palace and Giyun Sword Sect were fine. After all, they had previous experiences in the Gehu Secret Realm, but Zhenhai Sect and Taiyi Sect were not convinced. Especially the Zhenhai Sect, they didn't believe that the Tianyan Dao Sect could get so many points, and they didn't believe that they had killed the giant Ming octopus. Captain Cao Xiao of Zhenhai Sect immediately raised questions. Elder Gongsun, we have doubts about the results of the Zhenhai Sect's comparison test. The Tianyan Dao Sect is at the bottom of the list, so how did they manage to score so many points? And how did they manage to kill the giant abyss octopus? Before Gongsun Qian could speak, the Zhenhai Sect's Lu Zongzhu said with a gloomy face. If you have the time to question it, picking up more trash is better than anything else. Cao Xiao. Where is this going? Is the leader crazy or am I crazy? Gongsun Qian said solemnly. There is no problem with the result of the competition, and all the leaders present here can testify to this. Now that the competition is over, the rewards will be distributed according to the prior agreement. After the awards for other places were given out, it was finally the turn of Tianyan Dao Zong, who ranked first. Sect leader I didn't know which leg to move forward. Oh my god. I originally just came here to accompany the prince to study, but who would have thought that I have become the prince now? I thought it was smoke coming out of my ancestral grave, but now I realize it was a rainbow. Sect leader Dai used all his strength to keep himself from losing his composure and even gave a speech to express his gratitude for the award. Although he felt that the secret to getting first place was that his charlatan junior brother had two good disciples, he still had to say some high-sounding words. For example, thank you to the Tiang League for providing such a good stage for all the major sects, thank you to City Lord Jiang for his hard work, and thank you to other sects for their support. After a series of thanks, he humbly said that he was able to get the first place mainly because of good luck, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. Finally, I imagined a beautiful future. Fang Shi thought, otherwise he could become the sect leader. If it were her charlatan master, he would probably just laugh like a pig. Gu Liangchuan was actually laughing like a pig at this moment. All the thoughts about the immortal aura and fortune-telling skills have been thrown out of my mind now. How about it? He said the variables he calculated were correct, right? Ever since he took in the Lu brothers and sisters, good things have happened one after another, and now he even won the first place in the Tiank event. Let's see who dares to call him a charlatan in the future. Sect Master Chu of Xingyao Sect and Pavilion Master Danta of Xuanji Pavilion were also very happy. In addition to showing off their faces, the main reward for first place was a Stone mine. 1/3 of them are here. After the award ceremony, as per custom, City Lord Jiang hosted a grand banquet to entertain participants from various major sects. There was a sour feeling at the table. The leaders of both the four major sects and those medium-sized sects frequently urged sect leader Dai to drink, wishing they could drink him to death. Not only did he urge people to drink, but he also said that the only reason their Tianyan Dao sect could take first place was because of those two wicked Lu brothers and sisters. Sect leader Dai is both in pain and happy. Sect Master Chu, well, although Deputy Sect Master Chu seemed a little gloating, he still had to go through the motions and help Sect Master Dai share some of the burden. Elder Gu Liang wanted to help share the burden, but Sect leader Dai didn't let him. The reason is simple, they are afraid that he will act recklessly after drinking and cause trouble. Elder Gu Liang was furious, but he didn't dare to confront Sect leader Dai in such a situation. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Gongsun Qian put down his glass and said, "Everyone, besides hosting the Tiank Grand event, I have another important matter to attend to this time, and it is a matter of great importance to the Tiank Alliance." Everyone looked at Gongsun Qian, wondering what was going on. Chapter 1887 No, definitely not going. Gongsun Qian paused for a moment before continuing. I believe you all know that in order to ensure the orderly inheritance of our Tiank League, we have specially trained a group of candidates for the leader. After several rounds of selection, we have selected 5 outstanding candidates. Although these 5 people are relatively outstanding, our leader is still not satisfied. Therefore, we intend to select 5 participants from this Tiank Grand event as fellow practitioners, so that we can supervise each other, learn from each other, and improve together. The expressions of Palace Master Mu and the others immediately turned ugly. What is competitive contract repair? To put it bluntly, it's a sparring partner. It's a whetstone. The Tiank Alliance is too mean and doesn't treat us as human beings. Your Tiank League have so many disciples who are not being used as grindstones, yet you're using our own disciples as grindstones. Isn't this bullying? If they were not afraid of the power of the Tiank League, they would all want to scold Gongsun Qian. Master Lu finally understood why Gongsun Qian had said before that this mission would offend people, but why he hinted to Yi to perform well. Could it be that you want Yi to be a whetstone? You old dog Gongsun. I thought of you as my best friend, but you ended up cheating my apprentice. Gongsun Qian saw everyone's reaction and thought to himself, he knew that this job would offend people, otherwise it would not have fallen into his hands. This is a hot potato. Although he was full of complaints, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Everyone, I know you may have doubts about this proposal, but it's not too late to draw conclusions after hearing what I have to say. The 5 selected competing practitioners will not only be able to obtain the same cultivation resources as the 5 candidates for the Alliance leader, but will also have the opportunity to enter Taishu Abyss to select treasures after the selection of the Alliance leader candidates is completed. In addition, our Tiank League will guarantee the safety of the 5 competing candidates, and after the selection is completed, we will send people to escort them back to their respective sects. Palace Master Mu and the others were indeed tempted. The strength of the Tiank League far exceeds that of other sects. Being able to get the opportunity to enter the Tiank League for further training, especially with the same treatment as the candidates for the leader, is indeed a very tempting condition. What's more, there is also a chance to enter Taisho Abyss to select treasures. You know, even the direct disciples of the Tiank League may not have such an opportunity. Even so, there are concerns. Although the Tiank League said it would guarantee safety, if they did not keep their word, these sects would not dare to challenge the Tiank League. Therefore, it is a question whether these 5 people can come back safely or even alive. However, no one has expressed their opinion yet, as Gongsun Qian has not yet announced 5 candidates. If he is not from our sect, there is no need to offend Gongsun Qian. After putting forward a series of tempting conditions, Gongsun Qian said, "After these days of evaluation and investigation, I have selected 5 people. They are Lu Yi and Lu Qi from Tianyin Dao Sect, Fan Lizhi and Zheng Qinghuai from Lingxiao Palace, and Cao Xiao from Zhenhai Sect." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene exploded. Some people were surprised by the candidates Gongsun Qian chose, while others were anxious because the one chosen was someone from their own sect. Master Lu even grabbed Gongsun Qian by the collar. "What do you mean? It's okay for others, but my apprentice definitely won't go." Gongsun Qian had no choice but to whisper, "Old Lu, please listen to my explanation first." I don't listen. Gongsun Qian, while competing with each other for training is meant to be a sparring partner, it also represents a huge opportunity. Although the Tianyin Dao sect has now been promoted to a medium-level sect, the highest level of cultivation in the sect is only the 6th level of the Mahayana stage. What future can she have if she stays in the Tianyin Dao sect? A genius like her should go out into the wider world to achieve her goals. As for her safety, you don't have to worry. Not to mention that she has the support of the 3 of you 9 Kulbran alchemists. I can also take care of her a little bit. Master Lu scoffed coldly. "Come on. You've gotten into this state yourself, and you're still looking after Yi. You're lucky you didn't get her into trouble." Gongsun Qian. Before he had finished pacifying Master Lu, Palace Master Mu and others started to attack him one after another. Although the words were polite, the meaning was very clear. No, absolutely not. Fan Lizhi approached Feng Shi and whispered, "Are you going? If you go, I'll go too. If you don't go, I won't go either." Feng Shi. Is our friendship so deep? Of course she's going. I was just worrying that I wouldn't have the chance to visit Tiank League, but then the opportunity came right in front of me. But you still have to be reserved and you can't express your opinion now. So, she pretended to be a little conflicted and did not give Fan Lizhi an answer. Amidst the chaos, Gongsun Qian raised his voice. "Our leader has promised that for every fellow cultivator who competes, his sect will be rewarded with 10 red beast cores and a half full share of the Lingxian Mountain Stone mine." The originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Then the explosion happened. Did I hear correctly? The Tiank Alliance is so generous. Not to mention that the Lingxian Mountain Stone mine is a rare and high-grade stone mine. The key point is that they're willing to give 10 beast cores. And red ones at that. The Tiank League has really invested a lot this time. Even white beast cores are priceless treasures on the market, let alone red beast cores. It's really generous, but I don't understand why they have to choose 5 people from our sects. The disciples of the Tiank League are much more advanced than ours. That's true, I can't figure it out either. There must be something fishy going on here. Ellipsis. At this time, Palace Master Mu raised the question that many people were wondering. "Elder Gongsun, forgive my bluntness. Your Tiank League is full of talented people. Why are you asking us to become competitors and fellow cultivators at such a high price?" Gongsun Qian sighed. To be honest, the 5 candidates for the leader have already gone through several rounds of screening, many of which involved competitions with the direct disciples of the Tiank League. It could be that the candidates for Alliance leader are too outstanding, or it could be that they're too familiar with the Tiank Alliance's skills. The direct disciples of the Tiank Alliance are no match for them at all, and cannot even be called opponents. The leader was helpless and came up with the idea of borrowing elite disciples from other sects to serve as fellow practitioners in the competition. In addition, you should also know that I led my army to a great defeat in the Juyu continent before. The leader felt that our thinking was too rigid, so he wanted to introduce some flexible-minded people as competitors and fellow practitioners. This Tiank Grand competition can also prove our leader's foresight. Whether it is a competition or a battle, the brain is the key to victory or defeat. Feng Shi saw Gongsun Qian mention the disastrous defeat of Juyu continent, and there was nothing unnatural on his face. In this respect, he was better than Commander Lu. But the Tiank League is too stingy. Can you produce 10 red beast cores? Now she has to use purple beast cores to feed pigs. Chapter 1888. She will definitely not do a loss-making business. Gongsun Qian's explanation dispelled the doubts of most people, but some people still felt that the Tiank League must have other intentions behind this move. Maybe he was planning to develop these 5 competing fellow practitioners into spies for the Tiank League, waiting for an opportunity to annex the sects they belong to. However, if this was the case, Gongsun Qian should have chosen 1 person from each of the 4 major sects, and should not have picked 2 people from Tianyin Dao sect. Is it really just to hone the candidates for Alliance leader? However, no matter how loudly others clamor, it is useless because the final decision will still be made by the heads of Tianyin Dao sect, Lingxiao Palace and Zhenhai sect. Since the conditions offered by the Tiank League were attractive enough, the attitude of the Zhenhai sect Master Lu had obviously changed. He called Cao Xiao aside and asked, "What do you think?" Since Cao Xiao could become the captain, he must be very smart. When I heard him ask this, I knew that he wanted him to join the Tiank League as a fellow cultivator. He himself wanted to go. As a genius, he also wants to try his hand at a bigger stage. Although there are risks, the rewards are also greater. What's more, he felt that his sect leader had become a little crazy since the competition, always asking him to pick up trash. It would be better for him to go to Tiank League as a sparring partner. Even if it's just to broaden your horizons, it's good. Although I am reluctant to leave the sect, considering that this trip can bring benefits to the sect, I am willing to go to the Tiank League to compete for the position of fellow cultivator. Sect leader Lu pretended to persuade Cao Xiao, but when he saw that Cao Xiao insisted on going, he, reluctantly, agreed and praised him, saying that he was wise and had the overall situation in mind. Compared to Sect Master Lu, Palace Master Mu of Lingxiao Palace was somewhat wavering. On the one hand, he was moved by the conditions offered by the Tiang League and wanted to agree. On the other hand, 2 direct disciples were recruited at once, and both of them were the best among the direct disciples. If anything happened to them, it would be a huge loss for the sect. What's more, Fan Lizzie's grandfather is the supreme elder of Lingxiao Palace. If something happens to him in Tiang League, he will definitely not let it go. He had no choice but to ask Zheng Qinghua and Fan Lizzie for their opinions. Zheng Qinghua was very good at speaking. He said a lot, but the main idea was only one, which was to obey the arrangements of Palace Master Mu. Palace Master Mu nodded and asked Fan Lizzie for his opinion. Fan Lizzie turned his head to look at Feng Shi, who was talking to Sect Master Dai in the distance, and said to Palace Master Mu, "If Lu Yi goes, I will go. If she doesn't go, I won't go either." Palace Master Mu. To be honest, he really didn't understand why Gongsun Qian chose Fan Lizzie. Could it be that he thought the other 4 were too smart, so he deliberately chose a fool so that he would not be difficult to control in the future? While he was thinking about this, Fan Lizzie lowered his voice and said, "Palace Master, I think you shouldn't bother wondering whether we should go or not. We should just follow Lu Yi's footsteps. She is smarter than a monkey, she will definitely not do business that will lose money. Besides, they, the Tunyan Dao sect, are able to predict good and bad luck, so the decision they make will definitely not be wrong." Palace Master Mu. There is some truth in this. It seems that even fools can be smart sometimes. Therefore, he did not express his opinion and waited for Tunyan Dao Zong to express its position. Although Sect Leader Dai coveted the reward from the Tiang League, he still said without hesitation, "Lu Qi, Yi, don't feel any pressure. Although the conditions offered by the Tiang League are generous, our Tunyan Dao sect is already much better off than before. Whether we can get it or not won't affect anything. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll go and tell Elder Gongsun right away." Elder Gu Liang, who was rolling up his sleeves and preparing to fight, silently gave a thumbs up. "Brother, our master is passing the position of sect leader to you. You are indeed much better than me. I am convinced and admire you. I admire you wholeheartedly. Sect leader Dai. It would have been more credible if you had rolled up your sleeves when you said this." Fang Shi showed a conflicted look, then said with a desperate look, "Uncle Master, deep down, I don't want to go. My brother and I finally have a sense of home. If I go to the Tiang League, what's the difference between that and being kicked out? However, people should not act on their emotions and should be rational. First, the Tiang Alliance is powerful. Although it seems that they're seeking our opinions, we will definitely suffer consequences if we refuse. Second, although there are risks in applying for the competition to become a fellow cultivator, there are also many benefits. Not only can you enjoy the cultivation resources of the Tiang League, but you can also gain knowledge. Third, you also know the situation of our sect. It is always a good thing to make more connections. Maybe this trip to the Tiang Alliance can solve some of our confusions. As for the safety of my brother and me, you don't have to worry. I have 3 Nine-Ding alchemists as my backers, and Elder Gongsun and my Master Lu have a close relationship and will take care of us. So, just let us go." Before Sect Leader Dai could say anything, Elder Gu Liang got furious. "Just focus on your cultivation, you little bastard. Your uncle master isn't dead, so why should you worry about this?" Sect Leader Dai. "You can shut up." However, it was useless for Elder Gu Liang to shout anymore, as the final decision would still depend on Sect Leader Dai. Fang Shi knew that Sect Leader Dai was already moved, and now all he needed to do was give him another chance. Then, he gave Zhun Wenxi a wink, and they both knelt down. "Uncle Master, please help me." Sect Leader Dai made up his mind. "Alright, since you insist on going there, then go ahead. But you must be careful and cautious. Your life is the most important thing." Elder Gu Liang was so angry that he was shaking. For a moment, I didn't know whether to scold Sect Master Dai or his 2 precious disciples. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "You can go if you want, but I need to tell you my fortune first. If it's a good fortune, you can go. If it's a bad fortune, I won't let you go even if I have to cut my own throat." Seeing that his eyes were red, Fang Shi had no choice but to agree. "But, Master, where are you going to settle this? I'm not worried about anything else. I'm mainly worried that you'll blow this place up and we'll have to pay for it." Elder Gu Liang, "Why don't you calculate it yourself?" Fang Shi, "You should do the math." Sect Leader Dai, "What a touching love between master and disciple." In the end, it was Fang Shi who found City Lord Jiang and asked him to find a suitable place for Elder Gu Liang. After a loud bang, Elder Gu Liang, with his bald head, limped back. Fang Shi saw that there were a lot of blood stains on his face and body in addition to black ash, and her heart warmed. She and Zhun Wen hurried forward to support him. Elder Gu Liang no longer cared about his image at this moment. He said to Sect Master Chu, "You do the math, and let's check each other's results." Sect Master Chu. "Bullshit verification. Look at you, you just haven't figured it out." However, he couldn't refuse, so he took out the star map he could carry with him to make deductions. "I gave up halfway through the deduction, covering my eyes. If he continues to count, he will become the 2nd old blind man." Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1889 Talent is the master of everything. When Elder Gu Liang saw that Sect Master Chu hadn't figured it out either, he felt disappointed but also secretly happy. Because this way he wouldn't be the only one embarrassed. However, the result has not been calculated, so is this a good or bad omen? Fang Shi smiled and said, Master, the results of deduction are certainly important, but everything depends on human effort. Talent is the master of everything. Not to mention the uncertainty of good or bad luck, even if it is extremely bad, your disciple can turn danger into safety and bring great fortune. Elder Gu Liang could only sigh when he heard her say this. Forget it, a grown-up son is no longer under the control of his mother. Do whatever you want. Feng Shi. After persuading Elder Gu Liang, Feng Shi ran over to persuade Master Lu and the other two. Master Leng and Master Huo were fine, and Feng Shi gave in after analyzing the pros and cons. Only Master Lu disagreed. Feng Shi transmitted the message into the secret passage. Master, I heard from my senior brother that you have a sworn enemy in the Tiank League. This time, I'm going to compete as a fellow cultivator and help you vent your anger. I want him to admit in person that he's not as good as you. Master Lu also whispered, that bastard Zhu Yu has a looser mouth than the waistband of his cotton trousers, and he keeps talking nonsense all day long. I'm already half buried in the ground, so what's the use of him breathing out? I'm afraid something will happen to you. The waters in the Tiank League are too deep, even Gongsun Qian has become such a mess now. You are such a naive kid, I am afraid you will suffer a loss. Commander Lu thought, you're an alchemist, but you can't cure your blindness. Is she naive? She's almost like a sieve. Seeing that Master Lu's attitude had softened, Feng Shi quickly struck while the iron was hot and persuaded him, and finally got Master Lu to agree. Only then did Sect Leader Dai express his attitude to Gongsun Qian. Fan Lizzie's eyes lit up, and he urged Palace Master Mu, hurry, tell Elder Gongsun I'm going too. Palace Master Mu, please consult your grandfather first, and then we can talk. Fan Lizzie had no choice but to do as he was told. Although it took some effort, Elder Fan finally agreed. Palace Master Mu personally sent a message to Elder Fan, and after receiving a positive response, he told Gongsun Qian. The Zhenhai sect also expressed its willingness to apply. Gongsun Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After these things were over, Gongsun Qian found City Lord Jiang and asked him to stamp the seal of the City Lord of Shuangkong City on the results of the competition. Lord Jiang hesitated to speak. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Elder Gongsun, we are old acquaintances. I will not hide it from you. The City Lord seal is lost. Gongsun Qian. Play. As a City Lord, you can't even keep the seal. City Lord Jiang sighed. It was really unlucky. I was holding the City Lord's seal to sign a document when the hanging city suddenly collapsed. I was caught off guard and my hand shook, so the City Lord's seal fell, and then I disappeared. I searched the ruins for several days and asked people from Tianyan Dao sect to do some deduction, but still found nothing. I even suspected that it might have been smashed during the collapse, which is why it has never been found. Gongsun Qian. As far as I know, every generation of City Lords must use a special ceremony to establish a connection with the City Lord's seal upon taking office. This is to prevent the City Lord's seal from falling into the hands of others. Have you not sensed the whereabouts of the City Lord's seal? City Lord Jiang's face was filled with shame. I tried several times, but I couldn't sense any clues. Gongsun Qian didn't know what to say for a moment. If he was still the right protector, perhaps he could still give some advice. But now he is in such a miserable state and has no right to judge others. In that case, please sign and stamp your fingerprints on the document. As for the loss of the City Lord's seal, please report it yourself. City Lord Jiang smiled bitterly and said, losing the City Lord's seal is a serious crime. If I tell the truth, I will be punished to patrol the dead silence wasteland at best, or even lose my life at worst. I beg you to be kind and help me keep this a secret. Gongsun Qian frowned and was about to refuse when he heard City Lord Jiang say, I know this will be very embarrassing for you, but I have something to report. As he spoke, he took out some fragments. These are the fragments of the beams and piles of the hanging city's formation. The patterns on them have obviously been tampered with. I have some research on formations. Although I can't tell what kind of formation this is, it should be a formation that devours the soul. Although I claimed to others that I had checked the beams and columns 3 months ago, I actually checked them half a month before the collapse of the hanging city, and there was nothing abnormal at that time. Being able to modify the formation in such a short time, and being able to avoid all guards and formations to enter the center of the formation without anyone noticing, the opponent's strength is unfathomable. I really can't figure out what kind of force has such great power, and from the perspective of motivation, neither our Tiank League nor the major sects participating in the meeting can explain it. So, this matter is indeed a bit strange. I suspect that the City Lord's seal was either blown to pieces or fell into the hands of the person behind the scenes. If someone else had come to preside over the Tiank event this time, I would definitely have kept this matter secret for the time being to avoid getting into trouble. But you are a hidden dragon in the abyss, and your reinstatement is only a matter of time. Only you can get to the bottom of this matter without disturbing the people behind the scenes. City Lord Jiang was really good at talking and was good at guessing people's thoughts. After he finished speaking, Gongsun Qian's attitude obviously softened. Gongsun Qian pondered for a moment. All right, give me the fragments. Keep this a secret for now. As for the seal on the document, you can figure it out yourself. City Lord Jiang immediately expressed his gratitude profusely, then took out a replica of the City Lord's seal and stamped it on the document. Gongsun Qian. You are well prepared. Lord Jiang then tactfully stated that he would follow Gongsun Qian's lead from now on, and then gave Gongsun Qian 100 million spirit stones. Gongsun Qian declined for a while before accepting it. The hush money still needs to be collected. Only by collecting it can City Lord Jiang feel at ease. Besides, who would complain about having too much money? Don't be in vain. After Gongsun Qian left, City Lord Jiang's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Finally got through this difficult time. As for the future, we can just use fake seals to deal with it normally. It's still early for the next Tiank event. I don't know whether the City Lord's seal was destroyed or fell into the hands of someone else. Why is there no response at all? When Lu Yi knocked the washbasin inside the formation, his consciousness was somewhat moved, but the City Lord's seal and the smashed washbasin had nothing to do with each other. He must have been hallucinating. Therefore, he did not tell Gongsun Qian about this, so as to avoid making a fool of himself. He, the city lord, mistook the wash basin for the city lord's seal. What else could that be but a joke? Chapter 1890 Brother Yi, you are probably going to be numbered several higher in line. While City Lord Jiang and Gongsun Qian were discussing matters, Fang Shi was also chatting with Sect Master Dai. Uncle Master, my brother and I will follow Elder Gongsun to the Tiank League tomorrow. What are your plans? Sect Leader Dai didn't think there was anything wrong with Fang Shi, a junior, asking such a question, and he answered everything. There are many things to do next. First, we need to send someone to take over the Spread Stone Mine, and then discuss the distribution plan with Deputy Sect Master Chu and Deputy Sect Master Dan Tai. After returning to the sect, we will summarize the experience and lessons learned from this meeting and give rewards and punishments where appropriate. Also, since we won first place this time, the other sects will definitely have some opinions about us, so I plan to send people to deliver some goods to the other sects after I return. Although they are not worth much, they are a token of our appreciation. Fang Shi blew a lot of rainbow farts, praising Master Dai for his thorough thinking, and then changed the subject. Uncle Master, there's a word I don't understand. Could you help me understand it? What word? Fake becomes real. Sect Leader Dai immediately understood what she meant. This was a hint for him to find a way to get Xingyao Sect and Xuanji Pavilion to officially join Tianyin Dao Sect. To be honest, my uncle also has this idea, but it's difficult. Fang Shi smiled and said, Uncle Master, our Tianyin Dao Sect won first place in the Tiank Festival this time. A tall tree attracts the wind. Who knows how many eyes are watching us? Sect Leader Dai was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Uncle Master, I understand. Zhu Shihuan asked Commander Lu, Old Thief Lu, what are they talking about? Commander Lu didn't want to pay any attention to him, but he still said. Shaoxi is asking Sect Master Dai to put pressure on Sect Master Chu and Pavilion Master Dan Tai. Tianyin Dao Sect is being watched by various forces these days, and any sign of trouble will be exploited, let alone something as big as a fake merger. Therefore, the two factions can only maintain the status quo. Over time, even if they want to separate, it will be difficult. After hearing this, Zhu Shihuan immediately said, Actually, I already guessed what it meant. I just wanted to test you, lest you get hacked into pieces too many times and your brain doesn't work as well. Commander Lu, at #% and. After Fang finished the riddle, Sect Leader Dai patiently reminded Fang Shi to be careful when going to the Tiank League, and if things really didn't work out, to feed him some poison and pretend to be sick. Fang Shi. It seems like my cheap master is going further and further astray. After giving the instructions, Sect Leader Dai began to take things out of his storage ring and placed all sorts of things on the table. Yi, you have made great contributions in this Tiank event. Uncle Master intends to reward you by allowing you to enter the sect's treasury and choose 3 treasures. But you will follow Elder Gongsun to Tiank League tomorrow, so you can only make your choice when you come back from Tiank League. These are the only good things that Master Uncle carries with him. You can pick 2 at random as a token of his appreciation. Fang Shi thought, this is not easy, this uncle who usually only makes empty promises finally takes real action. She said a few polite words and selected 2 defensive spiritual weapons. Offensive spiritual weapons are dispensable to her, defensive ones are necessities. Upon seeing this, Sect Leader Dai stuffed 2 more defensive spiritual weapons into her hands and asked her to pass them on to Zhang Wen. Fang Shi did not refuse and thanked Sect Master Dai with a smile. Sect Leader Dai wanted to give her spread stones but she declined. Before leaving, Fang Shi gave Sect Master Dai some herbs she had collected from the Gahu secret realm, as well as some pills she had made and talismans she had drawn. Sect Leader Dai weighed it and found that what he gave was not as valuable as what others gave him. Unfortunately, his family fortune had been ruined by his prodigal junior brother, and he really couldn't come up with anything better at the moment. We can only wait until the future and let her go to the treasure house of Tianyin Dao Sect to choose. After leaving Sect Master Dai, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen went to find Master Lu and asked him to accompany them to get the money. Master Lu wondered, where can I get the money at this hour? Master, before the Tiank Grand meeting was held, I bet the Tianyin Dao Sect would take first place. I bet 10 million spread stones. I'm afraid the gambling house will cheat, so I ask you to support me. Master Lu laughed and scolded, you know how to order people around. Despite saying so, he still went with them, and brought Master Leng and Master Hue with him. After seeing this, Zhu Yu followed happily. On the way, he called her, little junior sister, all the time, so affectionately. Zhang Wen didn't show it on his face, but he snorted in his heart, I'm the only senior brother that the little junior sister recognizes the most. Brother Yi, you probably have to wait in line for hundreds of people. When they arrived at the gambling house, although the owner of the gambling house was very reluctant, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and give Fang Shi 200 million spread stones according to the odds when he saw Master Lu and the other 2. Fortunately, the odds of this gambling house are fixed and have an upper limit, otherwise I would probably lose everything. Fang Shi presented Master Lu and the other 2 with 10 million spread stones each. Although they refused many times, they finally accepted it. As 9 cauldron alchemists, the 3 of them were not short of money, but the kindness of the young disciple was truly rare. Fang Shi also gave the 3 people a lot of high-level medicinal herbs collected from the Gahu secret realm. This time the 3 of them were reluctant to refuse. After all, for them, the attraction of high-level herbs is too great. The 3 of them felt that their little disciple was more and more filial, and praised Fang Shi like a flower. Master Lu looked at Zhu Yu with even more disdain. Zhu Yu, then I'm going to die. Fortunately, Fang Shi secretly gave him some high-level herbs and talismans, which healed his emotional trauma. Junior sister, although Dan Pavilion is a bit far from Tiank League, as long as you need me, just say the word and I will crawl over to help you. Fang Shi thanked him with a smile. After returning to the place, Fang Shi secretly gave Master Lu some herbs and talismans, which made Master Lu almost look young again. After returning to the base, Fang Shi came to see Elder Guliang. Elder Gu Liang first scolded Fang Shi for being ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and for going to Tiang League knowing that it was not a good place. Then he burst into tears and told her to save her life, otherwise he would have no descendants. Fang Shi. Besides frying turtle shells, can't she read more books? This misnomer is almost as bad as her, the master of two worlds. Elder Gu Liang cried and said, come on, I'll take you to your uncle to ask for money. Fang Shi, master has already given me a gift. Elder Gu Liang paused in his tears and said, he has a conscience. After saying that, he began to rummage through his storage ring. There was nothing worth showing off except turtle shells. Fang Shi smiled and comforted. Master, you gave me the whisk and the tortoise shell before, which are already valuable enough. There's no need to give me any more treasures. I have something good for you. Fang Shi gave the filial piety gift package to Elder Gu Liang, and also gave him some healing pills and hair growth pills, because these things were considered consumables for Elder Gu Liang. Elder Gu Liang's tears, which had stopped flowing, began to flow again. What a good apprentice. If anything were to happen to the Tiang League, how would he survive? Zheng Wen, who was standing aside, looked at the deep affection between the master and the disciple and felt that he was a little redundant. I think I am the second disciple with a formal title, right? Even if you give me a piece of rag, it will be worth my standing there like an idiot for so long. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1891. I hope we can meet at the top one day. Elder Gu Liang finally remembered that he had a second disciple and gave Zheng Wen a tortoise shell. Zheng Wen. I only deserve a tortoise shell, right? Okay, a tortoise shell is a tortoise shell, it's better than nothing. Fang Shi came out from Elder Gu Liang and went to say goodbye to Pavilion Master Dantai and Sect Master Chu. Regardless of whether the fake play can become real in the end, she is still the son shared by 3 sects, so she still has to observe the proper etiquette. Apart from giving a big gift package, she didn't say anything extra. She has already made her debut for Sect Leader Dai, so there is no need for her to get involved anymore. The next morning, Fang Shi and his 5 companions set off for Tiang League with Gongsun Qian. Many people came to see Fang Shi off. In addition to the people from Tianyin Taoist sect, there were also many onlookers. Lu Yi, we all have high hopes for you. Try to defeat all the candidates from the Tiang League. Lu Yi, you must not waste all your bad intentions on showing those candidates what it means to be weak and fart in a roundabout way. Lu Yi, we will always support you. Ellipsis. Many people in the crowd held banners. Yang Lu Yi, you won first place. The willows are strong in the wind, and Yi will definitely win the championship. Ride the wind and waves, and move forward. Ellipsis. Fang Shi put on a 1,000-layer cake filter and clasped his fists towards everyone. I am grateful for your kindness. I will not let you down, nor will I let down the azure cloud ladder given by the Tiang League. I hope that one day we can meet at the top. Everyone, see you later. The onlookers felt warm in their hearts. Lu Yi actually wanted to meet us at the top. What a touching promise. Although we might have fallen halfway up the mountain, this kind gesture is truly precious. Lu Yi is such a good person. The flying boat that Fang Shi was riding on disappeared, but the onlookers were still reluctant to leave. On the flying boat, Cao Xiao snorted coldly, Lu Yi, you are really good at winning people's hearts. Before Fang Shi could say anything, Fan Lizzie pointed at Cao Xiao's nose and cursed. If you can't fart, don't do it. It's going to stink you out. Cao Xiao, Mr. Fan, you're looking for death. Zheng Qinghuai quickly tried to smooth things over. We're all in this together now. To put it bluntly, we're all on the same page. There's no need to ruin our relationship over a few arguments. After his earnest persuasion, Cao Xiao said coldly. Junior brother Zheng, I'll give you a favor and let it go this time, but if you say something rude next time, I won't be polite. Zheng Qinghuai just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Fang Shi say. Cao Xiao, you said I'm good at winning people's hearts, so why are you so dissatisfied with me? Could it be that you don't look like a good person? Fan Lizzie laughed wildly. Yes, he is a beast in human form. Ha ha ha. Junior sister Lu, you are really good at talking. You have such a good mouth. Fang Shi. Cao Xiao was so angry that his face turned blue. You two are looking for death. Fang Shi curled her lips. What else can you say besides this? I know why you can't stand me, because your Zhenhai sect actually lost in the sea competition that they're best at. Since you don't dare to admit your incompetence, you can only take your anger out on me. Coward, waste, idiot. Cao Xiao almost died of anger. He slapped Fang Shi with his palm, but Fang Shi dodged it easily. Fan Lizzie and Zheng Qinghuai wanted to help Fang Shi, who were pulled aside by Zheng Wen. Don't worry, my sister knows what's going on. Upon hearing this, the two had no choice but to stand aside and watch the fight. Cao Xiao wished he could slap Fang Shi to death with just one slap. If he wasn't worried that using the magic sword would damage the flying boat, he would even want to use the sword. But he struck Fang Shi with 18 palms in a row without even touching a hair, let alone hurting her. Cao Xiao secretly hated it in his heart. Dead hand, chop it quickly. It usually works fine, why is it so dumb now? When he was feeling upset, Fang Shi disappeared. In just a moment, Fang Shi appeared behind him and grabbed his neck. Although this trick is old-fashioned, Fang Shi likes it very much. Fang Shi tightened his grip slightly. Cao Xiao, once we get to the Tiang League, the 5 of us will definitely become the target of public criticism. The direct disciples of the Tiang League feel that our existence brings shame to them and will definitely continue to cause trouble for us. Not to mention those candidates for alliance leader, they regard us as a thorn in their side. If we are not careful, not only will we not be able to return to the sect alive, but even the sect will be implicated by us. Therefore, we must unite and must not engage in internal strife. You started looking for trouble with me right away, and then you clashed with senior brother Fan. Not only did you destroy the unity of the gang, but you also made me feel very upset. Do you think you should die? Speak. If you don't, I'll strangle you to death. I'll count to 3. If you don't say anything, I'll have to take action. Ellipsis. Cao Xiao. Please let go of my neck. To be the captain of Zhenhai Sect, he still had some quick wits. He quickly sent a message to Feng Shi. You let me go first, otherwise I can't speak. Feng Shi then released his neck and said politely. I'm sorry, I didn't know I couldn't speak when someone was choking me. After all, no one dared to choke me. Cao Xiao. He coughed violently, then stared at Feng Shi and said, I don't accept it. Feng Shi hooked her finger, then come again. A moment later, Cao Xiao's neck was strangled again. He still expressed dissatisfaction. Fan Lizzie was very happy watching from the side. Cao Xiao, you claim to be a smart man, but you are so stupid. If you know you can't win but still don't join, what is that if not stupid? After being strangled by Feng Shi for the 7th time, Cao Xiao became scared. Although timid, he refused to submit. Humph, he was just strategically giving in. Feng Shi said calmly, to prevent you from getting into trouble, I just poisoned you. If you don't behave, then wait for your body to be collected. Cao Xiao. He was angry and puzzled. He had been very careful during the fight just now. How did Lu Yi poison him? Is he trying to trick him? But for some reason, he felt uncomfortable all over, his throat was a little tight, his legs were a little heavy, and even his head was a little dizzy. It seems that he is really poisoned. He gritted his teeth and said, Lu Yi, you keep saying that we are in the same group, will you poison your companions? Where is the most basic trust between people? Feng Shi said calmly, you have no human heart, so you are not a human being at all. Cao Xiao. Chapter 1892 I am not only shameless, I am also immoral. Cao Xiao didn't want to argue with Feng Shi about whether he was a human being or not. He just wanted to know what kind of poison Feng Shi had given him. Unfortunately, he also knew that even if he asked, Feng Shi would not tell him. At this moment, Sect Master Lu of Zhenhai Sect sent him a message, first asking about his well-being, and then said, Master Lu Yi's master, and Gongsun Qian have been friends for many years. Gongsun Qian will definitely take care of Lu Yi. You must maintain a good relationship with her openly to prevent her from doing anything bad to you. Cao Xiao. You're the type of person they're talking about after the fact, right? Gongsun Qian didn't even need to take action. I was strangled 7 times and poisoned. But out of self-respect, he didn't say these things and agreed vaguely. He had just finished sending the message when Feng Shi handed him a pill. This is the antidote, but it only works for 3 months. I'll give it to you then. Although Cao Xiao wanted to refuse magnanimously, he still took it and ate it considering his current physical condition. After he swallowed the pill, Feng Shi said with a smile. I forgot to tell you, I didn't actually poison you during the fight just now. The pill you happily ate just now was the poison pill. You were really cruel to yourself. Cao Xiao. He wanted to dig his throat to spit out the pill, Feng Shi kindly said. It's useless. This poison is specially made by me. It melts in your mouth and seeps into every part of your body instantly. Even if you spit out your bile, it will be useless. Cao Xiao was already feeling a little dizzy, and now he was so angry that his head was buzzing and everyone he saw was double. You are shameless. Feng Shi smiled so brilliantly. I'm not only shameless, I'm also immoral. Cao Xiao. No wonder the sect leader said that she was full of evil intentions, this little girl is really wicked. Feng's eyes smile faded slightly. If you hadn't been the one picking on me, a kind-hearted girl like me would never have done such a thing as strangling or poisoning anyone. So, all of this is your own fault. Do you admit it? Cao Xiao. Did I just give in? Do you still want to whip my body again and again? He gritted his teeth and said, admit it. Just admit it. Here, this is the antidote. Feng Shi said as he handed Cao Xiao a pill. Cao Xiao saw the golden lines on the pill and asked in surprise, top-grade pill. Feng Shi nodded, well, the top-grade pill I gave you just now is a treasure to me. Cao Xiao didn't understand what she meant for a moment, but he swallowed the pill anyway. The moment I swallowed it, my whole body felt warm. I no longer feel dizzy, my throat is no longer tight, my legs are no longer sore, and I can fly my sword for 800 miles in one breath. Cao Xiao asked Feng Shi with mixed feelings, why did you give me the antidote? I've thought about it and I think you're right. There should still be basic trust between people. We're teammates, and it wouldn't be polite for me to poison you. Cao Xiao. So whether I am a person or not depends on your mood. However, after being tormented by Feng Shi for so long, he had no intention of resisting for the time being. You can't win by fighting, and you can't win by talking, so you can only admit defeat strategically. Feng Shi glanced at the group and asked, should we choose a captain? Fan Lizzie immediately said. Junior Sister Lu, what else is there to choose? This captain position belongs to none other than you. Cao Xiao, don't you agree? Cao Xiao, yes. He was puzzled. How come Fan Lizzie, this idiot who was usually so unwilling to accept anything, became Lu Yi's lackey now? Possessed. Zheng Qinghuai smiled and said, senior brother Fan is right. Only you, junior sister Lu, are qualified to be the captain. Zheng Wen advised, little sister, since everyone has nominated you to be the captain, don't refuse. Feng Shi nodded, okay, in that case, I will be honored to refuse. However, if I am incompetent, you can dismiss me at any time. Cao Xiao thought, remove you. Who dares? You'll either strangle me to death or poison me to death. While he was complaining in his heart, Feng Shi said, since we formed a gang, a team, we have to set some rules. It wouldn't be appropriate to be too long-winded, so let's just put it this way, just 2. First, life should be given priority under any circumstances. Second, I have the final say in everything. Have an opinion? Fan Lizzie shouted, no. Zheng Qinghuai and Cao Xiao also expressed no objection. I don't even dare to raise any opinions. Feng Shi nodded in satisfaction. Brother, tell them the secret code of our gang. I will go to talk to Elder Gongsun. Cao Xiao and the other 2. Wow, there's a secret code. Fang Shi strolled out of the cabin and came to see Gongsun Qian. Even though things were so lively here, Gongsun Qian didn't come over to check, which showed that he didn't want to get involved too much. But now that we're here, it would be inappropriate not to go into the water. Gongsun Qian was currently studying the fragments given to him by City Lord Jiang, wondering who had tampered with the core of the Hanging City's formation. Since the formation they tampered with is a formation that devours the soul, there's no reason to blow up the center of the formation. Isn't that a contradiction? Are there two forces involved? Hearing a knock on the door, he put away the broken pieces and said, "Come in." After Fang Shi came in, he bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Gongsun." Gongsun Qian smiled and said, "What's going on? Sit down and talk." Fang Shi just sat on the edge of a chair and said a little embarrassedly, "Before I came here, my master kept telling me to cherish this opportunity to learn from you and to ask you more questions, so I shamelessly came to bother you." Gongsun Qian thought, old Liu must hate him so much now, how could he let his apprentice come to him for advice? However, this little girl can talk. He smiled and said, "Your master and I have known each other for many years. If you have any questions or need my help, just ask." Fang Shi quickly stood up and thanked him very solemnly. Gongsun Qian was very pleased. He waved his hand and asked her to sit down again. "Tell me, what do you want to ask me?" "Elder Gongsun, let me be frank. None of us five have ever been to the Tiank League. Our identities are somewhat sensitive now, so we want to get a general understanding of the Tiank League, especially the 5 candidates for the leader. Could you tell me a little bit about it?" Gongsun Qian smiled. "I thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be such a small matter. I can tell you about the situation of the Tiank League, but the training and assessment of the candidates for the leader are all handled by special people, so I know very little." "Well, I'll tell you what I know." Gongsun Qian immediately told Fang Shi what he knew. Of course, what I said were things that could be said and did not involve any secrets. In fact, Fang Shi could have asked Zhu Yu to help her collect this information. The reason why she came to ask Gongsun Qian was for other purposes. Chapter 1893 Falling into the same pit twice. After Gongsun Qian finished speaking, Fang Shi immediately thanked him profusely and then took out a storage ring. "Actually, according to our master, I should call you Uncle Shishu. To avoid suspicion, I have been calling you Elder Gongsun. But in my heart, you are no different from my dear uncle. I've prepared a small gift for you. Before, it was not convenient for me to give it to you because there were so many people in Hanging City. Now that we are alone in the cabin, I don't have to worry too much." Gongsun Qian waved his hands hurriedly. "That's unacceptable. How can I take your things?" Fang Shi's face wrinkled into a ball. "Uncle Master, are you worried that my motives for giving you something are not pure? Are you afraid that I will become dependent on you? To be frank, even if I don't give you anything, given your relationship with my master, can you still not care about my life or death? I gave you this gift out of my sincerity, and if you didn't accept it, it would make me very sad." Seeing her say that, Gongsun Qian had no choice but to take the storage ring. When he probed into his spiritual sense and took a look, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. In addition to the medicinal herbs in the Gahu secret realm, there are actually 10 red beast cores. "Yi, I can accept the herbs, but not the beast core." Fang Shi hurriedly explained. "This is our Sect Master Dai's gift to you. It is a blessing for our Tianyin Dao sect that you chose me and my brother. He can thank you in person, so he asked me to give you the beast core. If you don't want it, I won't be able to explain it to him." Gongsun Qian thought, no wonder Tianyin Dao sect produced such a brilliant man. It turns out that Dai Chanfang is also a very versatile person. Seeing that Fang Shi was sincere in giving it, he accepted it. He admired Fang Shi very much before, and now he felt a little more friendly towards her. He is smart, sensible and can talk. He is much better than Fang Shi who pretends to be Anwu. Our Tiank continent still produces talents. Fang Shi continued to try to get closer to Gongsun Qian, and he was happy to chat with her, and they ended up talking about the Battle of Juyu. Fang Shi suddenly felt that she had said something wrong. "Uncle Master, I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk about this." Gongsun Qian waved his hand. "It's okay, I lost the battle, that's a fact, there's nothing to be ashamed of." Fang Shi couldn't help but stand in awe. "Master, you are able to take it and let it go. You are indeed a hero in my heart. Now that we have come to this, I would like to say a few words from the heart. We should never judge a hero by his success or failure. It is true that you lost the battle, but there is no such thing as an undefeated general in this world, and losing a battle is normal. To be frank, if the 9 Nether continent was really that easy to conquer, they would have conquered it long ago. Why would they have stayed here until now? Those who are talking behind your back are just talking without any concern. If you let them go, let alone winning the battle, they probably won't even dare to go. They're just a bunch of villains who only know how to stir up trouble." Fang Zai's words touched Gongsun Qian's heart. His eyes were even a little moist. Ever since he suffered the defeat, the Left Protector faction has spared no effort to suppress him, not to mention the ridicule and sarcasm. What made him disheartened was that some of his subordinates also thought he was incompetent. Although they didn't dare to say anything to his face, it could be seen from their actions. The leader even exiled him to the Deadly Wasteland. Although he has been transferred back to the Tiank League, he is now just an ordinary elder. If this matter wasn't such a hot potato, it probably wouldn't have fallen on him. Fang Shi continued. "Uncle Master, although I am young and inexperienced, I have discovered that throughout history, those who have accomplished great things have all experienced setbacks. Only through the trials and tribulations of hardship can greater potential be unleashed. You are just a hidden dragon in the abyss. Sooner or later you will be able to return to your position, or even make further progress." Gongsun Qian laughed and scolded. "Being reinstated is fine, but taking a step forward. The leader is above me, how can I take a step forward?" Fang Shi chuckled. "Didn't you say that the candidates for the alliance leader were not under your jurisdiction? I thought there were official positions above the left and right protectors." Gongsun Qian's expression froze. On the surface, the status of the left and right protectors is second only to the leader, but there are also the Shadow Guard Camp, Changgao Hall, etc. The people in charge of these institutions are the confidants of the leader. Fang Shi saw his uneasy expression and stood up in a panic. I apologize for my words. Gongsun Qian waved his hand and said, we are just chatting, there is no need to worry too much. However, we should be cautious in our words and actions when we arrive at the Tiank League. Now that I've lost my power, I may not be able to protect you. I will definitely follow your teachings. Gongsun Qian suppressed his surging thoughts and reminded Fang Shi of some precautions, which were much more detailed than before. Fang Shi thought, it seems that the gift was not given in vain, and the inspirational words were not given in vain. After chatting for a few more minutes, Fang Shi tactfully said goodbye. In the next few days, Fang Shi came to chat with Gongsun Qian whenever she had nothing to do. That day, while chatting, Gongsun Qian sighed. Yi, if I had brought you with me when I went to the Juyu continent, I wouldn't have fallen prey to Fang Shi's scheme. She pretended to be the Dark Guard's fifth agent and fooled me around. Thinking about all this, I can't sleep or eat. I'm almost becoming a demon in my heart. He had never told these words to anyone before. Maybe he had been holding them in for too long, or maybe he now regarded Fang Shi as his soulmate, so he said them out loud. Fang Shi said indignantly. This Fang Shi is truly insidious and cunning. You are upright and honest, so you accidentally fell into her trap. She acts so insidiously, which doesn't show any real ability. She will get her retribution sooner or later. Don't worry, if I ever have the chance to go to the Nine Nether Continent, I'll make sure she's living in agony, and vent your anger for me. Commander Lu. I've never seen anyone so excited about scolding himself. He even felt a little sympathy for Gongsun Qian. Although he was once a commander, he was plotted against by the dead girl after his death. This Gongsun Qian is so bad, not only was he cheated in Juyu continent, but now he has jumped into the trap again. He fell into the same pit twice. I wonder if he will collapse when he finds out the truth. Gongsun Qian was quite pleased to hear Fang Shi's words. Regardless of whether he could do it or not, at least his heart was good. Fang Shi said again. Uncle Master, you just said that this matter is becoming a demon in your heart. This cannot go on. It's almost as if you don't say that you are surrounded by dangers now. It would be more trouble than good if your mood is affected by a small Fang Shi. Otherwise, tell me what Fang Shi looks like, and I'll find someone to make you a few puppets, so you can kill them hundreds of times a day to vent your anger. Gongsun Qian was amused. That's not necessary. Since I met you, I've resolved some of my worries. As for Fang Shi, I just hope she can live long enough so I can kill her with my own hands in the future. Fang Shi thought, don't worry. Even if you die, I won't die. Hey. The furthest distance in this world is when two people are standing opposite each other and they don't know each other. Chapter 1894 Ascending the Cloud Terrace. Along the way, Fang Shi provided Gongsun Qian with sufficient emotional value and also obtained some useful information. The gang building has also achieved results. It can be said that as long as Fang Shi gives an order, they will jump down with their eyes closed even if there is a fire pit in front of them. Fang Shi was quite satisfied with his 4 subordinates. There is no need to talk about Zheng Wen. Among the remaining 3, Zheng Qinghua is the least troublesome, insightful, and knows how to deal with current affairs. Although Fan Lizzie is a little stupid, his fighting ability is still very good and he is obedient. Although Cao Xiao was still a little unconvinced, he was also a smart man and knew what to do and what not to do. The key is that he has a lot of experience in water battles, which may be useful in the future. We're going to the Tiank League tomorrow. I'm sure someone will try to intimidate us. You'll have to listen to my instructions then. Fan Lizzie, the conspicuous bag, immediately said. Captain, we all listen to you. We will do whatever you say. In comparison, Zheng Qinghua was much more rational and asked Fang Shi. Captain, who do you think will intimidate us? Those candidates for leader are disciples of the Tiank League. Fang Shi glanced at the cabin door and said in a low voice. It could be them, or it could be someone else, or even the left protector faction. Don't forget, we were chosen by Elder Gongsun. If we are embarrassed, it will be a disguised loss of face for him. Therefore, for our own sake and for Elder Gongsun's, we must be more careful, understand? Zheng Qinghua and others immediately nodded in agreement. Although the door was closed and Fang Shi lowered her voice, Gongsun Qian was still able to hear everything clearly with his cultivation level. He couldn't help but frown. I had forgotten about this. Lu Yi was right. These 5 people were selected by him, and it was inevitable that they would become excuses for the left protector and his faction to attack him. In this way, I feel a bit unfair to these 5 young people. However, there is no other way. At this point, we can only take things one step at a time. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the flying boat landed outside the mountain gate of Tiank League. Although it is said to be outside the mountain gate, there are actually 999 steps leading to the mountain gate, which need to be climbed on foot. These steps are not ordinary steps, but a mind-refining formation. If one's will is not strong, he may not be able to climb them in his lifetime. Fang Shi looked up at the towering Tiank League mountain gate, feeling a little excited. As long as we take down the Tiank Alliance, we will be only one step away from ascending the throne of the Lord of the Two Realms. She asked Commander Lu, Master, what are your thoughts on revisiting the old place? Commander Lu was silent for a while before he said, things have changed. Fang Shi smiled and said, you're not quite right. In fact, the Tiank League hasn't changed at all. They're still as sinister and immoral as ever. Commander Lu. At this time, Gongsun Qian said, this is Dingwintai, and there are formations to test your will. Please pay close attention. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped onto the stairs. He was strolling leisurely in the garden, not affected at all. Zhu Shihuan said with a tut, although Gongsun Qian is a loser, he does have some skills. He only encountered us, grandfather and grandson, otherwise he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Commander Lu thought, this is clearly the work of that damned girl Fang Shi. What does it have to do with you? You are so shameless. Fang Shi was quite considerate of Zhu Shihuan and said with a smile. Grandpa, you were right. The victory of Juyu continent is due to our great contribution. After all, geniuses like our grandparents might not appear once in hundreds of thousands of years. Zhu Xuan was so amused that he laughed. Commander Lu was upset when he heard this. But it was precisely because of the upset that all the melancholy in my heart was blown away. Fang Shi climbed the stairs while chatting with Zhu Xuan. Her speed was not fast, and she always stayed 3 steps behind Gongsun Qian. Zheng Wen followed closely behind. He now has a lot of experience in formations that can temper one's mind and illusion formations. As long as he silently prays to Fang Shi to obtain eternal life, he will be successful in everything, but he will be close to it. Even if I occasionally fall into an illusion, the illusion will collapse by itself when I think of my junior sister. Zheng Wen heard that Fan Lizzie was behind him. He used to have a lot of inner demons, such as being competitive, violent and aggressive. But after being dealt with by Fang Shi, he no longer cares about these things. Even if he is ruthless and powerful, how can he beat Lu Yi? It would be better to practice hard and follow Lu Yi's pace. Maybe you will meet at the top naturally. So, he walked easily this time. Behind Fan Lizzie is Zhang Qinghuai. He is very clear-minded. It cannot be said that he has no inner demons, but it is still relatively easy for him to climb the cloud terrace. Only Cao Xiao seemed to be frozen in time. He was sweating profusely after walking only a few steps, and then he just stood there motionless. Fang Shi looked back and felt that Cao Xiao's inner demons were probably related to her. I can only say that her personal charm is really too strong. Commander Lu. You strangled me and fed me poison pills. Anyone would have a demon in their heart. Fang Shi ignored Cao Xiao. Although she could use her spiritual consciousness to wake him up, it was only a temporary solution and he still had to rely on himself to get out of it. Fang Shi continued to climb up leisurely. After a while, he found that Gongsun Qian, who was walking in front of him, stopped. She couldn't help but wonder. Logically speaking, with Gongsun Qian's level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to be fooled by the formation of Nguintai. Why did he stop and not move? She waited for a while, but Gongsun Qian still didn't take a step. She raised her eyebrows. Interesting. Could it be that someone had tampered with Nguintai and wanted to embarrass Gongsun Qian? Even Gongsun Qian was confused by the formation. Wouldn't the 5 of them be in even greater trouble? Of course, that's because they don't understand her. No matter what kind of illusion it was just like playing house to her. After all, she could often act and fool herself. What to do now? Just waiting. No. Now the 5 of them are tied together with Gongsun Qian. If they don't share honor and disgrace, it's almost the same. If Gongsun Qian disgraces himself, it will only bring harm to them and no benefit. If it was someone else, she could use her separate spiritual consciousness to stab the other person to wake him up, but obviously she couldn't do that to Gongsun Qian. Correct. Previously, when she was undergoing the trial of the heart-refining path in Tianyin Dao Sect, she mistakenly thought that she had seen through the illusion but found out that she had been tricked. In anger, she activated the chaos art and shouted, "Break," and the heart-refining path collapsed. I wonder if I can try this trick again. So she took 2 quick steps and stepped onto the same step as Gongsun Qian. She thought to herself, the stairs are quite wide, and 10 people can easily stand on them at the same time. At this moment, she found herself in front of a top-grade stone mine. She still had the matic in her hand. Almost subconsciously, she started mining. However, after digging only 10 or so times, she realized that this must be an illusion. In addition to her own strong spiritual awareness, the main reason was that she felt it was unreasonable. Hard work like mining is usually done by the 5th senior brother, and she only needs to talk. She immediately began to circulate the chaos art frantically, then shouted, "Break." Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1895 Their captain is so terrifying. To be honest, Fang Shi didn't know if this would work. If it didn't, she would just take out the flattened wash basin and knock on it. Specifically knocking at Gongsun Qian's ears. It might not work for someone else, but Gongsun Qian has a solid foundation, and he should be able to wake up with just a little external force. At this time, many people in the Tiank League gathered around the Shadow Stone to watch the fun. Gongsun Qian, a cultivator undergoing tribulation, was actually trapped on the Nguintai. How laughable. No wonder he returned from the 9 Nether continent in defeat. He's nothing but a useless piece of shit. I think the 5 he picked are all useless. There are even 2 who are incompetent. Are people like that qualified to be competitors? I really don't know what he's thinking. An old loser with 5 little losers, isn't that perfect? Ha ha ha. Ellipsis. Everyone was grinning, but their smiles suddenly froze on their faces. Because they were horrified to find that the steps leading to the cloud terrace were cracked. Not only one step was cracked, but all 999 steps were cracked. What's going on? Could it be that Gongsun Qian destroyed Nguintai in anger? Only then did they remember that Gongsun Qian was once the right protector, and none of the people present were his match. The previous ridicule seemed like a joke. At this moment, Gongsun Qian woke up from his dream. Just now, he returned to the battlefield of Juyu continent and saw Fang Shi impersonating Anmo again. However, despite trying various methods, he still couldn't catch her. Just as he was gritting his teeth, his consciousness suddenly shuddered, and he realized that he had just fallen into an illusion. Logically speaking, the formation of Nguintai was not enough to make him fall into an illusion. Someone must have tampered with Nguintai. What a despicable thing. Fortunately, he woke up in time, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. But why did this Nguintai suddenly crack? It is estimated that the person behind the scenes made a mistake when tampering with it and destroyed the foundation of Nguintai, which caused the Nguintai to crack. The net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. This time, the person behind the scenes not only failed to harm him, but instead shot himself in the foot. Thinking of this, he was shocked and said to the 5 Fang Shi people who were a little confused, "Follow me." The 5 people quickly followed him to the mountain gate. Fang Shi felt very happy. It seemed that her method of breaking the illusion array was very useful. She was really an ordinary little genius. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a loud noise behind me. Turning around, I saw that Nguyentai had completely collapsed. Fang Shi felt that this was a good omen. Not only did it destroy the Tiank League's path to the sky, but it also brought peace to everyone. The disciples guarding the mountain gate were dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Nguyentai would collapse one day. It wasn't until Gongsun Qian coughed that they came back to their senses and saluted. This subordinate greets Elder Gongsun. Even if Gongsun Qian was demoted now, he was still an elder. Moreover, he was a cultivator who had passed the tribulation. No matter what people said behind his back, no one dared to offend him in person. Gongsun Qian waved his hand and handed the Jade identity card and the Alliance leader's certificate to the small leader for inspection. After the small leader looked at it, he returned the Jade token and document to Gongsun Qian and hurriedly opened the door. It was not the main gate that was opened, but the corner gate. This is not directed at Gongsun Qian. Unless the Tiank League has a distinguished guest or is hosting a large-scale event, they usually only open the corner gate. Fang Shi felt a little unhappy. If she was the master of two worlds, she would go through the main gate. Why would she go through the dog hole? Zhu Shihuan sneered, what's the point of grumbling? If you have the ability, ask them to open the front door for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Fang Shi say clearly, Elder Gongsun, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it or not. Gongsun Qian asked in confusion, what's the matter? Forgive me for being so presumptuous. Your alliance has shown great sincerity in inviting us to compete for the position of co-cultivator. Not only have you allowed us to enjoy the same cultivation resources as the 5 candidates for the leader, but you have also given us a very valuable reward from our sect. I think your alliance's courtesy is on the one hand to show your clan's magnanimity, and on the other hand it is also to establish a relationship with our 3 factions. But now you only opened the corner gate to welcome guests. If this gets out, people will think that your alliance doesn't look down on us sects at all, which will definitely damage your alliance's reputation. Besides, what you hold in your hand is the alliance leader's document, right? This is equivalent to an imperial decree in the secular world, so you should open the main gate and kneel to welcome him. How could he enter through the corner gate? If we enter from the corner gate, it will not only damage the relationship between your alliance and the major sects, but also be disrespectful to the leader of your alliance. With this in mind, I have the audacity to offer you this advice. I beg for your forgiveness. Gongsun Qian's heart moved. Although Lu Yi seemed to be saving face for the 5 of them, she was actually saving face for him. If he led 5 people in through the corner gate in disgrace today, others would look down on him even more. So he nodded, that makes sense. Then he looked at the little boss guarding the gate and said, open the main gate. The little boss looked embarrassed, but he didn't dare to refuse directly, so he had to ask his superiors for instructions. After waiting for a full half a minute, he finally opened the main door with a smile. Fang Shi said to Gongsun Qian, Elder Gongsun, do you think they need to kneel down? Gongsun Qian, that's not necessary. Almost got it. Fang Shi looked at the gatekeepers and said calmly. Elder Gongsun said you don't have to kneel, but if today's events get out, someone might accuse you of disrespecting the leader. It's up to you whether to kneel or not. The disciples guarding the gate were at a loss. To be honest, they rarely have the opportunity to see the alliance leader's documents, and they don't know that they have to kneel down when they see this thing. But what this damn girl said seemed to make sense. People in the secular world would kneel down when they saw an imperial edict, so it seemed that there was nothing wrong with them kneeling down when they saw the alliance leader's letter. One of them felt his legs go weak and he fell to his knees. Seeing this, the others also knelt down. Fan Lizzie and others. Oh my god. They thought they wouldn't have to suffer any hardship when they came to Tiank League, but on the first day, not only were they able to enter through the main gate, but they were also greeted by people kneeling. Even if their sect leader came, he wouldn't be treated like this. Their captain is so terrifying. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1896, Tiank League is really good at pretending. Fan Lizzie felt more and more that his choice was absolutely correct. It turned out that following Lu Yi would bring him good things to eat. Even Cao Xiao had to admit that this little girl Lu Yi was really capable. Not to mention him, even Gongsun Qian was stunned. This little girl Lu Yi is really good at talking, and the key is that she can grasp the logic. Even if this matter today comes to the attention of the alliance leader, they're still the ones in the right. It seems that his decision to choose her as a fellow competitor was absolutely correct. He was shocked and took square steps, leading Fang Shi and the other 4 into the mountain gate. Fang Shi was somewhat uneasy. After all, the shadow of kneeling down as soon as he reached the mountain gate was too deep. Fortunately, nothing happened. It didn't look like anything special from the outside of the mountain gate, but once they came in, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The pavilions and towers are looming in the clouds and mist, and when the sunlight shines on them, they are covered with golden and purple clouds, vividly demonstrating what is meant by clouds and mist. What shocked them the most was the richness of the spiritual energy in this place. It is at least 3 times that of Lingsha Palace, and as for Tianyan Dao Sect, it is estimated to be 6 or 7 times smaller. No wonder the direct disciples of Tiank League have higher cultivation levels than them. If they practiced here, they would definitely not be worse than them. Just as they were shocked, Gongsun Qian waved his hand and a white cloud fell in front of them. Come up. Fan Lizzie exclaimed, is this a cloud? Gongsun Qian smiled and said, it's just a simple flying boat in the shape of a cloud. It can't fly long distances, but it's just used for ferrying people around the sect. Fang Shi thought, the Tiank League is really good at pretending. With this thing, maybe she can find a way to expose Bai Kai Lei. However, she soon remembered that Gongsun Qian had met Bai Kai Lei before in Juyu continent. It seemed that Bai Kai Lei had a long way to go before he could see the light of day. The first thing that comes to mind is its green color. I don't know if it can be bleached. Fang Shi thought about it while following Fan Lizzie and others onto the fairy cloud. The feet feel soft, just like walking on cotton. Fang Shi thought that there were still many talented people in the Tiank League, and the ferrying of clouds looked like a real thing. Yu and Duo floated with Feng Shi and others to Changgao Hall where the 5 candidates for the alliance leader were. Unexpectedly, I was intercepted on the way. Elder Gongsun, the leader has ordered that these 5 individuals must pass an assessment before they can officially become competitive practitioners. Please follow me to Chanli Cave. Gongsun Qian's face suddenly froze. Seeing that he remained silent, the other party laughed and said, Elder Gongsun, do you suspect that I am falsely conveying the alliance leader's orders? If you don't believe me, you can ask the alliance leader for confirmation. If it were in the past, Gongsun Qian really wouldn't ask for confirmation. After all, he just wanted to bring the person here and didn't want to care about what would happen next. But Feng Shi had provided him with sufficient emotional value along the way, and had just fought for his face outside the mountain gate. Master Lu was also involved in the matter, so he had to get everything clear. After all, Chanli Cave is not a good place. If you walk through it, you will not only lose half your life but also get your skin peeled off. He immediately sent a message to the leader of the Tiank League to inquire about the matter. After receiving a positive answer, he followed the visitor to Chanli Cave with a heavy heart. Feng Shi could tell from Gongsun Qian's reaction that Chanli Cave was definitely not a good place. It seemed that he wanted to teach them a lesson. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. No matter what kind of cave it is, who knows who will cry when the time comes. Zheng Qinghua and the other 2 were a little nervous at first, but when they saw Feng Shi still had the leisure to look at the scenery, they felt relieved. Feng Shi was enjoying the scenery when Gongsun Qian sent a message into the secret passage. Chanli Grotto is where the Tiank League punishes disciples who have made mistakes. There are 1,000 kinds of punishments in it, and each one is a great test and torture for the cultivators. Although they will not die, both their bodies and minds will be severely damaged, and many of them will become stupid or insane after coming out. This is the order from the leader and I cannot disobey it. I can only give you some reminders. First, after entering Chanli Cave, you must always keep your original heart in mind and never let your guard down because of temporary comfort. Second, the talismans and array plates in Chanli Cave will malfunction, and sometimes you won't even be able to summon spiritual power, which means you won't be able to use the storage ring. You should put some of the things you need outside in advance to avoid being passive. Third, it's best for the 5 of you to stay together and not separate. It will be relatively easier to cooperate with each other. Gongsun Qian kept on giving instructions for a lot of things to pay attention to, which showed that he really wanted to help Feng Shi and the others. After Feng Shi thanked him, he asked, Master, I want to ask, can people outside see what happens inside Chanli Cave? No, not only can people outside not see it, but you can't record it with the photo stone inside. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief, then I feel relieved. Gongsun Qian. What makes you feel at ease? When he was confused, Feng Shi sent a secret message to Junwen and the others, asking them to put the necessities into the package in advance and carry it on their backs later. Although Fan Lizzie and the others didn't understand why, they still did as they were told. An hour later, they finally arrived at Chanli Cave. The speed of ferrying the clouds is actually not slow, it's mainly because the Tiank League is too big. Feng Shi and the others jumped down from the ferry cloud and looked at the Chanli Cave in front of them. Probably to create a horror atmosphere, the stone walls of Chanli Cave are carved with very bloody scenes, and there are even many skeletons. Zheng Qinghua and the other 2 felt a chill on their backs, but Feng Shi and Junwen felt very friendly. I remember that when I was in the Wanggu Xianzong, I dealt with skeletons a lot, and I missed them a lot. After the formalities were handed over, the leader in charge of Chanli Cave shouted sternly. You 5, get in. Feng Shi immediately took out 2 large sacks more than 1 meter tall from the storage ring and put them on his back. Junwen took out 3. Fan Lizzie and the other 2, who were carrying small bags, said. Besides the magic sword, wouldn't it be enough to prepare some elixirs? What are you 2 preparing? Gongsun Qian was also stunned, but it was not a good time to ask too many questions at this moment, so he watched the 5 people enter the Chanli Cave. After the stone gate closed, he took a deep breath and called over the ferrying cloud to report to the leader of the Tiank Alliance. After he left, the person who had sent the message earlier sent a message to the small leader guarding Chanli Cave into the secret passage. Everything is arranged. Don't worry, everything will be arranged according to your previous instructions. They will suffer. Ellipsis. Inside the Chanli Cave, Feng Shi and the others felt the biting cold as soon as they entered. They wanted to use their spiritual power to protect their bodies, but found that they had no way to use spiritual power. Fan Lizzie shivered and said, Hiss, they're trying to freeze us to death. Feng Shi silently took out a jade box from the hemp sack, opened the jade box and poured out a piece of flame crystal. The cave suddenly became warm like spring. Feng Shi took out a few more earth spirit ginsengs from the sack and handed them to Fan Lizzie and the others. Come, it's hot, quench your thirst. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. While they were chewing the earth spirit ginseng, Feng Shi first repeated Gongsun Qian's instructions to them through secret communication, and then said loudly. Although this Chanli Cave is extremely dangerous, if we make good use of it, it might even help us in our cultivation. Come, let us thank the Tiank Alliance for this gift. Although Gongsun Qian said that no one could see what was happening inside the Chanli Cave, judging from the behavior of the leader of the Tiank League, he was a suspicious person and might be watching it right now. So, you have to act well. From now on, she is a little girl who is full of gratitude to the Tiank League. Chapter 1897 The knowledge I learned is my lifelong wealth. Fan Lizzie and the other 2 were somewhat confused, but based on the group training on the flying boat, after a moment of shock, they followed Feng Shi in thanking the Tiank Alliance for the gift. As for Junwen, he expressed his gratitude as soon as Feng Shi finished speaking. And it was also expanded and some of my own experiences were added. Just as they finished expressing the gratitude, 5 humanoid puppets appeared out of thin air and attacked the 5 people. Fan Lizzie and the other 2 were terrified. They couldn't use their spiritual power now. Even though these 5 humanoid puppets only had the cultivation level of Liangsu, they had no way to resist them. The only option now is to rely on physical skills to dodge, but that won't last long. Just when they were panicking, Feng Shi stuffed something into each of their hands. The three of them took a closer look and saw that it was a top-grade spirit stone. Yup. Although you can't call upon the spiritual power in your dantian, you can use the spiritual power in the spirit stone. In other words, they're now also human puppets in a sense. At this time, Fang Shi shouted, I only brought a few spirit stones, so I'll use them sparingly and try to get rid of the puppet as quickly as possible. The three were about to agree when they heard Fang Shi shout, just hold them in check, don't let them dissipate. They can still be useful. Although the three of them didn't understand why, they still did it. Before, when I had no spiritual power, I thought these 5 humanoid puppets were difficult to deal with, but now it seems they're just 5 weaklings. Fang Shi and Zheng Wen didn't even need to take action, as Fan Lizzie and the other two subdued the 5 humanoid puppets. Fang Shi found the groove of the human-shaped puppet and took off the puppet plate inside. As soon as the puppet plate was removed, the 5 humanoid puppets lost their ability to move, and Fan Lizzie and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fan Lizzie said with a look of fear, fortunately, our captain was smart enough to bring spirit stones, otherwise we would have been seriously injured if not dead. Zheng Qinghai echoed, yes, thanks to the captain for his foresight, and also thanks to these 5 humanoid puppets who only had the cultivation level of refining void, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. Although Cao Xiao admired Fang Shi very much in his heart, he did not say it out loud due to a little bit of subtle self-respect. But it didn't seem right to say anything, so he said. It is estimated that people who enter here normally have almost been frozen to death, and they are unable to call upon spiritual power, so only puppets with the cultivation level of Liangsu are sent. Zheng Qinghai nodded, well, that should be the case. Fan Lizzie came closer to Fang Shi, looking curious. Captain, what are you going to do after taking off the puppet disc? Fang Shi said as he examined the puppet disc. I'll see if I can modify it so it can serve as our servant. Fan Lizzie, Captain, do you also know how to use formations? When we formed an alliance before, I didn't see her show any talent in formation. Fang Shi curled her lips, I can't say I don't know anything, but I know a little bit. Fan Lizzie. I'm just a newbie who just got started. Not to mention the beginners, even the formation masters in their team didn't know how to use a puppet disc. The puppet disc is a special thing. Not only does one need to know how to set up formations, but one also needs to understand how to refine equipment. It would also be best if one has some research on talisman making. Therefore, the number of people who can make a puppet disc is almost rare. Besides, I can't call upon spiritual power now, so I can't change it even if I could. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Fang Shi rummaging in the big sack and then took out a few books. Introduction to Formation, Basics of Weapon Refining, Formation and Puppets. Fan Lizzie. There are books in your sack. Are you planning to learn and use it right away? Captain, you don't have a special carving knife for carving puppet plates, right? It would be useless for you to learn it. Fang Shi said sternly, Brother Fan, that's wrong. The knowledge I've learned is my lifelong wealth. How can you say it was all in vain? Fan Lizzie, I've learned a lesson. More than an hour passed in a blink of an eye, the sea was calm and nothing happened. Cao Xiao couldn't help but wonder, logically, the intervals between attacks in Chanli Cave shouldn't be this long. Why is it so quiet? Fan Lizzie rolled his eyes, are you stupid? Isn't it better without it? Cao Xiao. Zheng Qinghai was afraid that the two of them would start arguing again, so he hurriedly said. I guess this has something to do with us controlling the humanoid puppet. If it doesn't disappear, it means we're still under attack, so the next wave of attacks hasn't arrived yet. After hearing this, Fan Lizzie exclaimed in admiration, the captain must have thought of this a long time ago, so he let us control the puppet. The captain is really amazing. She studied the puppet disc just by chance, her main intention was to buy us some buffer time. Hi. It's really high. I have never admired anyone in my life, but I really admire the captain. Zheng Qinghai. Why does what you said seem a little off? It's like you're calling the captain a villain. Zheng Wen did not participate in their conversation, but was thinking in his mind, if he could not call upon spiritual energy or use spirit stones, how should he deal with the situation just now? Just dodging won't work. Once you run out of energy, you'll be defeated. The only thing he could rely on was the sword in his hand. But without the infusion of spiritual power, the spiritual sword is only sharper than an ordinary sword. So, what about the sword intent? Sword intent is a sword practitioner's understanding of the way of the sword, and may not rely on spiritual power. It's a pity that he hasn't fully grasped the sword's meaning yet, so it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Otherwise, he could give it a try. He was really itching to do it, so he simply stood up and started practicing swordplay. Fan Lizzie and the other two. I know you work hard, but a little while longer won't hurt, right? What if you are exhausted and attacked? Zheng Wen practiced for a while but failed to release the sword intent, so he came up with a bad idea. He lied to himself that his junior sister was in danger, and if he didn't find a way to rescue her, she would be in danger. I don't know if it was this bad idea that worked or if it was just a coincidence, but he actually used his sword power. The sword was chopped down, and although there was no sword light at all, it created a crack more than 3 feet long on the ground. Fan Lizzie screamed in fright. Zheng Qinghai and Cao Xiao were also shocked. Even Fang Shi looked at Zheng Wen in surprise. Brother. Zheng Wen was stunned at first, then he put his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha, ha ha ha, I used the sword intent. It turns out that the sword intent really doesn't rely on spiritual power. Even if I can't use my spiritual power, I can still split mountains and overturn seas. I am truly a natural swordsman. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. Chapter 1898, Explosions along the way, Sparks and Lightning. Fan Lizzie and the others no longer cared about whether she was a swordsman or a bitch. They all looked incredulous. All 3 of them were sword cultivators, so they naturally understood the significance of Zheng Wen's words just now. They knew that sword intent was powerful, but they didn't expect that they could use sword intent even if they couldn't call on spiritual power. This is definitely a huge temptation for sword cultivators, no, for all cultivators. After all, this is an extremely rare way to save your life. Unfortunately, sword intent is much more difficult than sword momentum, and there are not many people in the entire Tiank continent who can comprehend sword intent. Therefore, it is quite appropriate for Lu Qi to say that he is a natural swordsman. The three of them immediately expressed their congratulations and envy to Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen is so beautiful that it's about to burst into bubbles. I didn't expect that he, the gentleman with a sword famous throughout the world, would also have such a highlight moment. It's a pity that he has never been able to learn the saintly light of his junior sister, otherwise he can't even imagine how shining it would be now. However, he still had to restrain himself to avoid making his junior sister jealous. So, even though he wanted to scream a few times now, he behaved very low-key and humble. Unfortunately, Fang Xi knew him too well, and she could tell from his micro-expressions that he was very excited right now. She couldn't help feeling a little sour. Then he put the blame on the wooden sword, and his mood instantly improved. Although she couldn't communicate with her spiritual sense at the moment, she used her fingers to write 4 words on the blade of the wooden sword. Waste. Wooden sword. For the sake of my master's good mood, I am willing to be a useless snack. After a brief moment of envy and jealousy, Fang Xi continued reading. She didn't hold out much hope. Just as Fan Lizzie said, she asked him to control the puppet mainly to delay time, and studying the puppet disc was just a side job. The books she took out included those given to her by Daiqian and those she had obtained from the jade box in the Gahu's secret realm. Due to limited time, she only chose to study the parts she thought were useful. Then I started to get restless. What if I don't have a carving knife? There is a carving knife from the 9 nether continent in her storage ring. Not to mention that she can't take it out. Even if she can take it out, it can't be exposed to the light. The Chang'an Mountain and River Talisman is okay, but it is not possible to carve a puppet plate. Just as she was worrying, her eyes fell on the 5 humanoid puppets. According to the book, the most difficult part of refining a humanoid puppet is the joints, which must be flexible and strong, and have good spiritual power conductivity. Therefore, a special Lingshu core will be installed at the joint. Hey, isn't this a ready-made carving knife? Thinking of this, Fang Xi walked up to a humanoid puppet, disassembled its left forearm, and indeed found a Lingshu needle in the joint. She held a high-grade strode stone in her left hand and a Lingshu needle in her right hand as she excitedly attacked the puppet plate. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. Can that thing be used as a carving knife? Can she really transform the puppet disc? Zhang Wen did not come over. He held his sword and looked around vigilantly to avoid any danger. Fang Xi carved on the puppet plate for a while, and it looked quite realistic. When she stopped, the puppet disc began to glow, and it worked. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. Cao Xiao asked curiously, what does your puppet look like after the transformation? Fang Xi placed the puppet plate in the groove of a puppet and said, didn't I tell you before that if they were to serve us, they would naturally obey my orders? Cao Xiao said nothing because he had reservations about this. You just carve a few random strokes and the puppet will obey you. Isn't this ridiculous? Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Fang Xi say to the humanoid puppet, kneel down. The humanoid puppet actually knelt down. Cao Xiao. Fang Xi was originally unsure, but now he is confident. Just as she was about to brag a little, the humanoid puppet suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over, and then started smoking. Then there was a loud bang. The puppet disc exploded. Fortunately, the humanoid puppet was relatively strong. Although the puppet disc exploded, the puppet was only blown apart and did not suffer too much damage. Fang Xi was close, and although he dodged in time, he was still blown into a curly hair. Fan Lizzie and the other 2 were also affected. Although they were not seriously injured, they were in a rather miserable state. Only Zhang Wen was on guard outside and was unharmed. He looked at Fang Xi with curly hair and thought to himself that something was wrong. Junior sister already has pink eye, and now she probably dislikes him even more. He quickly took out a spiritual fruit from the sack and handed it to Fang Xi. Little sister, quench your thirst. Fang Xi glared at him, took the spiritual fruit and started to chew it. Ugh. She really explodes wherever she goes. Exploding all the way along the way, sparks and lightning. What's the problem? She immediately began to review her previous operations. This time, to be safe, she did not carve directly on the puppet plate, but wrote and drew on the ground. When he felt it was almost done, he took out another puppet plate and started carving. Soon, she finished the painting. Fan Lizzie and his team learned from their experience and stayed away from them this time. Fang Xi. What about the most basic trust between people? However, Zhang Wen stood beside her this time to protect her. Fang Xi thought, at the critical moment, it is still his senior brother who has to help. After Fang Xi placed the puppet disc in place, he said, kneel down. The puppet immediately knelt on the ground. Stand up and take 2 steps. The puppet stood up, then stretched out its arms and jumped with its legs. Fang Xi. Why does it look so awkward? Put your arms down. When your arms are lowered, you walk with your limp legs. After finally stopping turning sideways, 1 foot was higher than the other, sometimes 8 feet 2 inches, sometimes 7 feet 9 inches. Fan Lizzie and the other 2 didn't dare to laugh and could only look down at the toes of their shoes. The puppet that the captain transformed is here to make people laugh, right? Fang Xi glanced at them, then said to the puppet, attack the 3 of them. Fan Lizzie and the other 2 didn't take it seriously at all. If this thing couldn't even walk properly, how could it possibly be capable of fighting? Then, in just a moment, the puppet jumped behind them and grabbed Fan Lizzie and Cao Xiao's necks. Zheng Qinghuai dodged quickly, and since the puppet only had 2 hands, he escaped. Fan Lizzie and Cao Xiao had the same idea at this time. It was really true that the puppet was made by the person he was created for. Lu Yi loves to strangle people, and the puppets she created also liked to strangle people. In fact, it was because they were not prepared and did not have the spirit stones in their hands, otherwise they would not have been caught so easily. But no matter what, it shows that the puppet is quite obedient and has some fighting power. Fang Xi asked the puppet to release the 2 people, then removed the puppet plate and continued to transform it. Maybe she only had a superficial understanding of it, or maybe there was something wrong with what was written in the book. In any case, after all the effort she put in, the puppet she created only had one move, which was to strangle the neck. Fan Lizzie and the others all felt that the puppet developed by Feng Shi was a bit useless. It walked unsteadily, had only a few moves, and seemed to be of no great use other than wasting spirit stones. But no one dared to say it. In fact, Feng Shi also knew this. She thought about it for a while and her eyes lit up. Then he disassembled all the puppets and reassembled them into a new puppet. Fan Lizzie and the others almost popped their eyes out. Because this new puppet has 9 arms. Oh my god. Are you planning on strangling 9 people at once? Chapter 1899 I finally understand why you two siblings have such a good relationship. Feng Shi was very satisfied with the puppet he had transformed. Even with such simple conditions, she can still come up with such creativity. What a genius. As for uncoordinated walking, that's okay. If it really doesn't work, then just climb. Look at how steadily the spider climbs on its 8 legs. Her puppet has 9 arms and 2 legs, so it must be able to climb even more steadily. By the way, we also need to give the puppet a name. Just call it Jutiao if it has 9 arms. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. What a soppy name. Only Jun Wen was flattering without any bottom line. Little sister, your name is so wonderful. Although it looks simple, it actually has a lot of meaning. Not only does it describe its characteristics, but 9 is also a very special number for us cultivators. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. I finally understand why you siblings have such a good relationship. If we had such a supportive brother, we would also have a deep brotherly love. Feng Shi took out an empty sack from the sack, threw the remaining 3 puppet plates and puppet parts into it, and left them for playing with later. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. Good guy, you come here to buy goods. Just as they were thinking about it, 5 formation beasts appeared out of thin air and pounced towards the 5 people. They quickly absorbed the spiritual power from the spirit stones and fought, but these formation beasts could not be killed at all. It looked like it was about to dissipate, but soon solidified again. Fan Lizzie and the others couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. Putting aside whether it would tire them to death, the key point is that it would consume too much spirit stones. Even if the captain was filled with spirit stones, it wouldn't take long, and it was impossible for them to be filled with spirit stones. Cao Xiao gritted his teeth. Normally, this kind of attack would come in waves, but these formation beasts are constantly attacking us, clearly wanting to kill us. Jun Wen also thought so. Someone must have made some moves in Chanli Cave. He just didn't know whether it was aimed at them or was it Gongsun Qian's fault. He wanted to release the sword intent, but no matter how he imagined Feng Shi was in danger, he failed. He couldn't help but curse himself for being useless. He is a natural-born swordsman, but he is just a born waste. When he was feeling frustrated, he caught sight of the puppet standing in the corner and shouted to Feng Shi. Little sister, did you forget about the puppet? Hurry up and ask it to come over and help. Feng Shi said slowly, no hurry, let's enjoy it first. Jun Wen. Are you sure this is enjoyable and not a torment? The reason why Feng Shi did not use the puppet was that she had not yet found a way to break the formation beast. Even if the puppet was added, it would only consume 1 more spirit stone. The difficulty of these formation beasts lies in that they cannot be killed unless the formation plate can be found, but the formation plate is definitely not in the cave where they are. It seems like there is no solution. However, there is nothing without flaws in this world. Since there was no new round of attacks after the puppets were subdued, if we can find a way to control these formation beasts, we should be able to keep things quiet for a while. It is not particularly difficult to control them, but there is no guarantee that the person behind the scenes has already blocked this loophole. So, she didn't say anything and decided to wait and see. As I watched, my eyes lit up. To test her idea, she shouted to the puppet, come and help me. The puppet jumped over and grabbed Feng Shi's collar and dragged her to the corner. Feng Shi. The gang I'm talking about is not this one. Ni. Not only is his limbs uncoordinated, he's also mentally retarded. She had to refine her orders. Help me deal with this formation beast that's charging towards me. When it's about to dissipate, clamp it down and don't give it a chance to attack me. This time the puppet understood. He rushed over with a bang. Feng Shi sneaked over and looked for an opportunity to strike. Finally, the formation beast became very faint, and Feng Shi stretched out his claws and tried to absorb the opponent's spiritual power. Her idea was that the spiritual power provided by the formation plate to the formation beast must not be continuous, otherwise it would not become weaker and weaker as the battle went on. The reason why the formation beast will solidify again when it is about to dissipate is definitely because it has been infused with a large amount of spiritual power in a short period of time. But this time, she can absorb the formation beast as a spirit stone. Of course, she was just trying it out. After all, she had never done this before. If it succeeds, that's the best. If it doesn't matter. In order to prevent the formation beast from attacking Feng Shi, the puppet pinched its neck with 2 arms, held down its 4 legs with 4 arms, pressed down its body with 2 arms, and pressed down its tail with 1 arm. More arms is good. Therefore, even though the formation beast struggled hard, it could not move. Feng Shi was as happy as a little mouse that fell into a honey pot. Because her guess was right. Spiritual power is continuously flowing into her meridians. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of Chanli Cave, the danshan was sealed and the tendons and veins could not bear too much spiritual power. But this did not pose a problem for Feng Shi. She held the spirit stones that had been absorbed clean in her hands and infused spiritual power into them. It was originally just a high-grade spirit stone, but she was about to turn it into a top-grade spirit stone. Feng Shi. She said that the 1,000 Li grottos were a gift from the Heavenly Q Alliance, right? Didn't that come true? Fan Lizzie and the others were originally exhausted, but after seeing Feng Zai's amazing moves, they were all energized. Family members, who would understand, she actually figured out a way to absorb the spiritual power of the formation beasts. Is this something a human could come up with? Seeing Fangxi getting rich, they also felt itchy. Although there were no puppets to help, it was not difficult for them to temporarily control the formation beast with their cultivation level. The reason they did not dare to do so before was mainly because they were worried about wasting too many spirit stones. Now there is no such concern. Anyway, there is plenty of spiritual power in Chanli Cave, just take it. So, all 5 of them began to absorb the spiritual power of the formation beast. After the meridians were filled with spiritual power, they began to recharge the spirit stone with spiritual power. The discarded spirit stones were transformed into top-grade spirit stones. Even the high-grade spirit stones that had not been absorbed before were recharged into top-grade spirit stones. In the end, all the spirit stones brought by Fangxi and Zhengwen turned into top-grade spirit stones. The 2 men stamped their feet and beat their chests, because they didn't bring enough spirit stones. If they could bring over 100 sacks of spirit stones, what happy brother and sister they would be. Finally, Fangxi took out all the spirit stones in the puppet disc and charged it. Since there were really no more rechargeable carriers, they began to practice. It doesn't matter if you don't have a danshan, you can use spiritual power to strengthen your meridians. When the meridian hammer could no longer move, she started practicing various techniques. Fangxi even asked Zhengwen and the others to use techniques to help her straighten her curly hair. Fan Lizzie and the others laughed like idiots. They have never been so rich in their lives. The spiritual power seems to be free. Ha! Isn't it all for nothing? This time even Cao Xiao stopped being stubborn and kept praising Fangxi for being smart and a good candidate to be a captain. Fangxi, I would rather see you being unruly. Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1900 Why do you brothers and sisters all look like this? Elder Chu, who was guarding the Chanli Cave formation plate, was very confused at this time. Because the spirit stones in the Chanli Cave array are consumed dozens of times faster than usual. For a moment he suspected that he was dazzled. But the constant consumption of spirit stones soon made him realize that this was true. Although some adjustments were made, it only increased the difficulty level of Chanli Cave. It shouldn't consume so many spirit stones. He had no way of seeing what was happening inside the cave, and the formation plate was buried underground, so he could only guess. After guessing for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out, so he had to ask the Left Protector for advice. Left Protector Ling Yan is upset because of the collapse of Nguintai. Although he was not directly involved, if the leader of the alliance cares about it, it will inevitably lead to him being found out. Now I hear that there is another problem in Chanli Cave, which makes me even more upset. He immediately scolded Elder Chu, blaming him for taking the initiative and raising the difficulty level of Chanli Cave for no reason. Elder Chu. If your confidant hadn't come to give me orders, would I have had the leisure to increase the difficulty level of Chanli Cave? Now that something has happened, it's been cleaned up. But he didn't dare to say anything and could only nod in agreement. The Left Protector also knew that he was taking his anger out on others, so after scolding him, he softened his tone and said, "Pause the formation, adjust it back to its original difficulty, and then restart it." Elder Chu immediately prepared to do as he was told, but he found that the formation could not be stopped. His head buzzed. The formation plate of Chanli Cave is divided into 2 parts, one outside and the other buried underground. Normally, you only need the outer array plate for operation. Every few years, you just need to fill the grooves of the underground array plate with spirit stones. At this time, the formation plate outside malfunctioned, so they had to dig up the formation plate underground to check. It was definitely unrealistic for him to dig it out alone. In order to make it easier to make changes, he had sent everyone away and had to recruit people at short notice. At this time, Fangxi and the others were still happily drawing spiritual power. It feels so wonderful to be able to squander spiritual power. Fangxi absorbed spiritual power with her left hand and released spells with her right hand. She felt like a carrier of spiritual power. She felt that this was such a waste. It's a pity that my danshan and spiritual consciousness are restricted, otherwise it would be so wonderful to use these spiritual powers to advance. Ha! The danshan and spiritual consciousness are imprisoned by the formation inside the Chanli Cave. In other words, if there is enough spiritual power, it may be possible to break free from the imprisonment. No matter whether it works or not, just give it a try. The worst that could happen is that my danshan will be cracked. Anyway, I have 5 dog spirit roots, so I won't die. In this beautiful mental state, she began to call upon the spiritual power in her meridians to madly impact her danshan. Spiritual power doesn't cost any money anyway, so why not use it? The 5 dog spirit roots in the danshan were also feeling frustrated at this time, so after sensing the external force, they also began to pupate. Fangxi grimaced in pain, but this little pain was nothing to her. She continued to use her spiritual power to attack her danshan. Suddenly, the spiritual power in the meridians rushed towards the danshan, and the confinement of the danshan was broken. Fangxi put her hands on her hips and laughed wildly. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. Why do you brothers and sisters all have this look? Can't we be more low-key? Besides, what are you laughing at? Fangxi immediately recounted his glorious deeds. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. Is this something a human being can do? Aren't you afraid of destroying your danshan? If the danshan is destroyed, the foundation for cultivation will be gone. Is it necessary to take such a big risk? They thought Fangxi was reckless, but Zhengwen had already copied Fang Zai's method and tried to impact danshan. Let's try it and see if it works. If the signs are not good, just stop. It's okay to be stupid, but you must learn to copy homework. Well, copy from the top students, not the poor ones. I don't know if it's because they extracted too much spiritual power, so that the formation that imprisoned his danshan and spiritual consciousness loosened. Anyway, after a series of operations, Zhengwen's danshan was freed. Fan Lizzie made up his mind. The brave ones will die of overeating while the timid ones will die of starvation. I will try it too. Zheng Qinghua and Cao Xiao. It seems that madness can be contagious. They decided to wait and see. But this time, Feng Shi has begun to try to break the confinement of his spiritual consciousness. It broke through in no time. The reason was simple. There were too many residents in her sea of consciousness. They had all been feeling uncomfortable for a long time. When they sensed the movement, they all started to exert their strength. Zhang Wen saw that Feng Shi had succeeded and started copying homework again. It took him longer than Feng Shi because in his sea of consciousness, besides the sky-shaking sword and the earth-shaking sword, there was only the mutated earth-digging thorn beast. Although the two swords have sword spirits, their intelligence is not high. There is only a mutated burrowing thorn beast pupating in the sea of consciousness. For the 1000th time, it regretted not making a contract with Feng Shi. If it had made a contract with the female devil, it wouldn't be without a helper now. By the time Zhang Wen finally broke free from the shackles of his spiritual consciousness, Feng Shi had already drawn out his spiritual energy to practice. Zhang Wen also quickly did as he was told. Although Fan Lizzie has not yet completely freed himself from the constraints of his danshan, he has already seen some hope. Zheng Qinghua and Cao Xiao, who were originally watching, could no longer sit still and quickly joined in. As for those formation beasts, they have been imprisoned by their spiritual power, and there are also puppet Ju Tiao watching over them, so there won't be any problem. At this time, after Elder Chu led his men to dig, they finally saw the formation plate underground. Elder Chu opened the cover of the groove and his face turned green. The situation was several times worse than he had expected. The speed at which spiritual power is depleted is not just dozens of times faster than usual, it is hundreds of times faster. After all his operations, he still couldn't stop the formation, so he simply asked his men to take out the few remaining spirit stones in the groove. Without spirit stones, the formation will naturally stop. If it really doesn't work, just dig out the formation plate and you will be able to find the cause of the failure. As a result, after the spirit stone was taken out, the formation was still running. Elder Chu. Isn't this a ghost? There are no spirit stones left, how does the formation work? When he was confused, an even more bizarre scene happened. With the center of the formation, the surrounding spiritual energy poured into the formation plate frantically, forming a spiritual power storm in an instant. The disciples with low cultivation were instantly cut all over by the spiritual power storm. Fortunately, Elder Chu reacted quickly enough and pushed and kicked them to the periphery of the spiritual power storm, otherwise their lives would be in danger. Because Elder Chu was saving someone, his Sect uniform was cut into pieces and his hair was cut like it had been chewed by a dog. That's an embarrassment. He trembled and sent a message to the left protector. Sir, this is bad, it's haunted. The left protector who received the message. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. Chapter 1901. Are they both striving for Mahayana? The left protector's nose was almost crooked from anger. Although he is in power now, each of his subordinates is worse than the other. Let's not talk about what's happening right now, let's just talk about Jiting. Before he went down, he was quite loyal to him, but the old bastard Gongsun Qian came back and said that Jiting had betrayed him. If he said it alone it might be slander, but many people can confirm that Jiting did defect to Feng Shi and completely betrayed him and the leader of the alliance. The most hateful thing is that the original body that stayed on the Tiang continent insisted that he knew nothing, and cried out that he was wronged. He also said that the Jiting that Gongsun Qian saw was definitely not a projection of his soul, and there must be something wrong here. If the leader didn't also want to know what was going on here, he would have torn him into pieces long ago. It's okay that Jiting is here, but the rest of his men are also good for nothings. Otherwise, Ding Wintai and Chanli Cave would not have encountered problems one after another. If Gongsun Qian took this opportunity to regain the favor of the alliance leader, his situation would be difficult. He gritted his teeth and rushed to Chanli Cave. He wanted to see what kind of haunting it was. Inside the Chanli Cave, Feng Shi and Zhengwen were enveloped in white light, while Fan Lizzie and the other two stood there like idiots. Are they both striving for Mahayana? Really, it's normal to reach the Mahayana stage just a few days after reaching the 9th level of fusion, right? Yeah, normal, right. Ellipsis. The three of them felt like everything they saw was a dream. If it were a few days ago, they would never have thought that the cultivator could absorb the spiritual power of the formation beast and use the spiritual power of the formation beast to reopen the confinement of his danshan and spiritual consciousness. They would never have thought that the Lu brothers and sisters would actually strive for Mahayana in the Chanli Cave of the Tiank League. No wonder Lu Yi said before that Chanli Cave was a gift from Tiank League. This is really a great gift. However, they were also very nervous. After all, it was very dangerous to reach the Mahayana stage, and most cultivators would never be able to reach the Mahayana stage in their entire lives. Especially now that there is no elder from the sect to protect us, no natural treasures to bless us, and no way to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, is this possible? As they were thinking about it, they saw Feng Shi and Zhengwen stuffing handfuls of pills into their mouths. All of them were pills with golden patterns on them. Fan Lizzie and the other two. Oh, I almost forgot, he is the 27th level alchemist, and the best grade elixirs can be eaten like candy beans. The three of them had recovered a little at this time. They couldn't help with anything else, but they could still help protect the law. At least it can ensure that the 5 formation beasts will not cause trouble to the Lu brothers and sisters. At this time, the 9 puppets freed up 2 arms and poured out the top-grade spirit stones from Feng Shi and Zhengwen's sacks, piling them around the 2 of them. Fan Lizzie and the other 2 were wondering why this thing became so smart. By the way, when Lu Yi freed herself from the constraints of her spiritual consciousness, she wrote and drew on the puppet disc. It is estimated that she established a spiritual connection. She gave this order using her spiritual consciousness. The captain is truly amazing. It was indeed Feng Shi who ordered Ju Tiao to do this. She was taking precautions to prevent any problems. Although she can still draw on the spiritual power of the formation, if it is interrupted, it will be very disadvantageous for her and Zhengwen in their efforts to reach the Mahayana stage. We have to prepare for both situations. She was still wondering in her heart, how much could the grooves of the Chanli Cave array plate really hold? How many spirit stones could it hold? Even after so much effort, it still hadn't been used up. How could she know that what they were absorbing at this time were not the spirit stones in the array plate, but the spiritual energy from the outside world? The spiritual energy of the Tiank League was already rich, and now a spiritual power storm was forming. The spiritual power was so rich that it was about to condense into substance. She didn't have the time to think too much now, so she put aside all distractions and concentrated on achieving Mahayana. Of course, she did not attack blindly, but attacked under the guidance of Commander Liu, and then transmitted the message to Jun Wen in secret. Jun Wen's mentality is very stable at the moment. He is just a freeloader, so he doesn't need to do much, just follow the instructions. Just as he was thinking about it, he felt a tearing pain in his sea of consciousness. It was as if every strand of consciousness that made up his sea of consciousness was shattered and then reassembled, and he almost fainted from the pain. Fortunately, I was determined and held on. He couldn't help but worry about Feng Shi. He, a mere passerby, was in so much pain, how much more painful must his junior sister be? However, what he didn't know was that Feng Shi was not in pain at this moment, and his sea of consciousness was warm, with even golden spots of light scattered throughout it. The Feng Shi, in the sea of consciousness, was jumping around to catch those golden spots of light. She didn't know why she did this, but she intuitively felt that it would be beneficial for her to achieve Mahayana. Commander Liu, who served as the instructor, was as quiet as a chicken at this moment. In fact, he did not agree with Feng Shi's breakthrough to Mahayana at this time. One reason was that she had just advanced not long ago and her cultivation was not yet stable. It was not appropriate for her to advance again at this time, and it was a big advancement. In addition, Chanli Cave isolates the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although it cannot be said that success is certain under such circumstances, the chances of success are definitely not as high as in the outside world. At this moment, he saw Feng Shi jumping around to catch the golden light spots, and there was only one thought in his mind: this thing is not a human being, and even when it advances to the Mahayana stage, it is different from normal people. However, it seems to be a good sign. At this time, the left protector arrived at Chanli Cave. He saw the spiritual power storm from afar and was extremely surprised. Why does a spiritual storm form? What does this have to do with the malfunction of the formation? At this time, he saw Elder Chu with disheveled hair. Although he had changed into new Sect uniform, his hair still looked like it had been chewed by a dog, and there were several injured disciples lying around him. No need to ask, he was definitely injured by the spiritual power storm. Just as he was about to ask about what happened in detail, the sky was covered with dark clouds and a bolt of lightning struck down. The left protector was terrified. I thought he was coming to chop him. Although he thought he hadn't done anything that would infuriate God or people, who hasn't done a few bad things in life. When he was about to dodge, he found that the direction of the lightning seemed to be the spiritual storm. Only then did he force himself to remain calm and call on Elder Chu and the others to evacuate quickly. The power of heavenly thunder is beyond human resistance. No matter what the heavenly thunder is directed at, stay away from it first. Elder Chu was so scared that he was paralyzed at this moment. He staggered and followed the left protector to hide far away. He was extremely scared. Could it be that he committed a sin by changing the formation? No way, he just increased the difficulty of the formation, it wouldn't attract thunder, right? At this time, he thought of Feng Shi and others in Chanli Cave, and thought that something must have gone wrong in Chanli Cave, and those 5 fellow practitioners might have died a long time ago. This is really troublesome. The left protector just wanted to teach them a lesson and didn't want to kill them, but this time he really ended up making things worse. The dark clouds in the sky, Jua, were in a pretty good mood. This mission is very simple, it only requires killing 2 monks who are trying to reach the Mahayana stage. Although it doesn't understand why thunder will be sent down when it advances to the Mahayana stage, it will just be struck by it. Just don't let it chop down the phoenix and dog. Although the 2 monks did not show up, this did not pose a problem for it. We just need to break up the spiritual power storm. The 2 cultivators will not be able to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their advancement will naturally fail. If the advancement fails, there is no need to chop it, just call it a day and go home. Just when it was enjoying itself, it discovered to its horror that the power of the lightning that struck it seemed to have been swallowed up by the spiritual storm. Chapter 1902, bathed in the warm spring sun. Wuyunjua was shocked and scared. How could a spiritual storm possibly devour the power of thunder and lightning? Is there something scary down there? Thinking of this, it couldn't help but curse itself for being useless. How could the mighty thunder be so cowardly? It's all Feng Go's fault. It now has nightmares from time to time, dreaming that she and Bai Kai Lei teamed up to steal its cloud wings, causing it to become bald. It cheers itself up. In this world, apart from the heavenly Tao and Feng Go, this is it. What is there to be afraid of? It's impossible for Feng Go to lie in the spiritual power storm and wait for a sneak attack, right? After preparing itself mentally, it continued to split the spiritual storm. If I can't kill Feng Go, how can I disperse your little spiritual power storm? I chop hard. Inside Chanli Cave, Feng Shi felt very happy. Just now, she was still thinking about it. She heard from old Thief Lu that there are different levels in advancing to Mahayana. The higher the level, the greater the chance of advancing to transcend tribulation in the future. The highest level is Hongmeng Mahayana. But it may not be possible to produce one even in tens of thousands of years. Because Hongmeng Mahayana requires the power of thunder and lightning to complete, and the risk is extremely high, it can be said to be a life or death situation. Feng Shi suddenly felt itchy in her heart. She was the master of 2 worlds, and only Hongmeng Mahayana could be worthy of her status. But where can I get the power of thunder and lightning? Bai Kai Lei does have the power of thunder and lightning, but it cannot be exposed to light, and the thunder and lightning power it reserves is not enough for her to advance to the Mahayana stage. It's frustrating to think about it, these strict pets of hers are more useless than each other. Just when she was feeling worried, she was surprised to find that the spiritual energy she absorbed was actually mixed with the power of thunder and lightning. Was it the spiritual power that cheated, or was it the lightning that cheated? Could it be that Wuyunjua came to help in times of need? She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that the wild Wuyunjue was more well-behaved and sensible than her own bear Kai Lei. By Kai Lei. Fenggu, my patience with you is limited. You are a little spiritual pet, you must put yourself in the right position. Unfortunately, it can't speak or express itself in words, so it can only use emotions to express that it is very angry. However, no matter how angry I am, I cannot miss such a good opportunity to steal the power of thunder and lightning. It couldn't see the light, so it took the opportunity to hide in Fengxi's sleeve, secretly absorbing the power of thunder and lightning. Fengxi had no time to deal with Bear Kai Lei at all. She is busy striving for Mahayana. While she continued to absorb the golden light spots in her sea of consciousness, she used the power of thunder and lightning to flush her sea of consciousness. The originally warm sea of consciousness suddenly changed drastically, which made it difficult for the residents in the sea of consciousness. Everyone was screaming in pain. The wooden sword, twisted in pain, roared, "Shut up. If you hinder the master's advancement, I'll turn you into a hornet's nest." The strict pets were quiet. Mu Jian felt that he was very competent as a treacherous minister and could be called the #1 lackey. Ha, the pain seems to have eased a lot. Could this be the power of the mind? Fengxi is using spiritual power to flush out his sea of consciousness, and Zheng is in great trouble. He was not as abnormal as Fengxi. As soon as he absorbed some lightning power, he felt unwell. The tearing pain in his sea of consciousness was already making him feel like dying, and now with the added force of thunder and lightning, it was almost like he was almost dead. The mutated burrowing thorn beast even fainted. If Zheng hadn't used his willpower to hold on, he would have fainted long ago. He warned himself that it didn't matter whether he could succeed in reaching the Mahayana stage or not, but if he fainted and interrupted his junior sister's advancement, that would be a real joke. Therefore, even if it hurts like hell, he cannot cause trouble for his junior sister. When the pain reached a certain level, his consciousness became a little blurred and his body even shook slightly. He knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely faint, so he quickly took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. But it only relieved the pain slightly. After all, the power of thunder and lightning was still continuously pouring into the meridians and sea of consciousness. This was even when most of the lightning power was absorbed by Fengxi, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago. Zheng couldn't help but feel a little self-pitying. He was just a useless piece of shit. Not only could he not help at critical moments, he was always a drag. What's the point of being a kendo genius? Isn't he helpless at this moment? Is the sword of a gentleman famous throughout the world? The sword of a loser is more like the same. Guarding the sword intent. Shit is not. He couldn't even protect himself, so how could he be qualified to protect junior sister? Just when he was about to fall into his inner demons, he suddenly remembered what Fengxi had said to him not long ago. There is no distinction between the primary and the secondary between him and his junior sister, and no one will drag the other down. They will not fear life or death and will never leave each other. The chaotic sea of consciousness was instantly illuminated by a beam of light. Not only did the pain disappear, but I also felt warm, as if I was bathing in the warm spring sun. He also gained a deeper understanding of the guardian sword intent. The fog that had previously obscured his view was finally torn apart. Fan Lizzie and the other two did not know that the spiritual power was mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, because they were protecting Fengxi and Zheng at the time. But they found that the five formation beasts seemed to have epilepsy and kept twitching. Even the puppet Jujo shivered from time to time. What's wrong? Too excited. However, seeing that Fengxi and Zheng were in good condition, they temporarily put aside the doubts and continued to protect them. Wuyunjue outside was a little upset. Dozens of thunderbolts not only failed to disperse the spiritual storm, but made it even bigger. What's going on? When it was feeling upset, it saw a group of people pointing at it in the distance, and it immediately became furious. He slashed at the group of people randomly a few times. The left protector was also among them. Although he was not hit, he felt increasingly uneasy. To be honest, he really wanted to find an excuse to leave, but that would be too humiliating. He had no choice but to hold on and direct everyone to rescue those who were struck by lightning. Fortunately, Wuyunjue knew his limits and the lightning he struck was not strong, so although it caused chaos, no one was killed. In the past, it would never do such a thing. After all, people who are not on the mission will be punished. But it doesn't matter now. Anyway, I have been punished so many times, it doesn't matter if it happens this time. Let out your anger first. Seeing that it could not disperse the spiritual power storm by chopping it, it decided to wait for the two monks who were trying to achieve Mahayana to come out before chopping them. It couldn't disperse the spiritual energy storm, nor could it kill two cultivators who had just advanced to the Mahayana stage. Humph, they're just two ants. Chapter 1903 Hongmeng Mahayana. Wuyunjue was waiting in the sky, while Fan Lizzie and the other two were waiting in the cave. Although they knew that it would take a long time to reach the Mahayana stage, they were still very nervous, fearing that something might go wrong with Fengxi and Zheng. They were locked up in here, and if anything happened they wouldn't be able to find anyone to help them. Although his spiritual power was restored, the talisman was still unusable, so he had no way to send a message to Gongsun Qian. After waiting for a long time, Fan Lizzie suddenly discovered a hint of green coming out of the crack that Zheng had split open before. He thought he was seeing things and was about to get closer to take a closer look when a large cluster of green sprouts scrambled out of the crack. Before he could even react with shock, the green shoots had already grown lush and green, even blooming purple flowers, and then producing small green fruits that gradually turned red. When he was about to send a secret message to Zheng Qinghua and Cao Xiao, he found that the white light covering Fengxi suddenly became brighter. The most shocking thing was that there was a hint of gold mixed in with the white light. Fan Lizzie opened his mouth so wide that his eyes almost popped out. Oh my god. Could Lu Yi be a Hongmeng Mahayana? Zheng Qinghua and Cao Xiao were equally stunned. In such a difficult environment, not only did he succeed in advancing, but he also achieved the Hongmeng Mahayana. This is too outrageous. The key point is that she had just advanced from the 6th level of fusion to the 9th level not long ago. Her cultivation was advancing faster than the speed of wind. Halfway through their shock, they discovered that Lu Chi's side was also shining brightly. If they looked closely, they could see a faint golden color, but it was much lighter than Lu Yi's. This should barely be considered Hongmeng Mahayana. Oh my god. It turns out that the Lu brothers and sisters are all Hongmeng Mahayana. Before they had time to digest the shock, spiritual energy in the Danshan gushed out and their sea of consciousness began to shake. The three of them realized that they were about to advance. But he also had to protect the Lu brothers and sisters, so he could only suppress them with all his strength. At this moment, Fang Shi opened his eyes, and the three of them instantly fell into an illusion. Fan Lizzie, who was just 5 years old, was playing in the mud and splashed mud all over his grandfather's face. Instead of being angry, the old man stroked his beard and laughed out loud. My good grandson, you can play in the mud at such a young age. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Fan Lizzie immediately said arrogantly, I will definitely be the best in the world in the future. Ellipsis. Zheng Qing, Wei He and Cao Xiao also fell into an illusion, and without exception, all of them were about their childhood events. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the sea of consciousness, and I woke up immediately. What caught their eyes was Fang Shi's greedy little face. Three brothers, thank you for protecting me and my brother. Please advance quickly. As she spoke, she picked the small red fruits growing from the cracks in the ground, and her eyes smiled into the shape of spread stones. The three of them thought that this small fruit must be very valuable, otherwise Lu Yi would not be so excited. They didn't have time to think too much and quickly sat cross-legged in meditation. After a while, Zheng Wen opened his eyes. He was stunned for a moment, then rushed to Fang Shi like a mad horse. Little sister, I have advanced to the Mahayana stage, and I have also gained a new understanding of swordsmanship. Fang Shi glanced at him and said only one sentence. Help me pick the fruit. Okay. Although the two kept picking, new fruits still ripened. Zheng Wen slapped his forehead and said, Little sister, why don't you let Jutiao come over and pick them? One of them is worth several of us. Fang Shi then remembered this and quickly gave orders to Jutiao. Come here and pick the fruits. Be careful not to break the fruits or damage the herbs. There was no way, this thing was stubborn, she had to break down the orders into smaller details. Jutiao was already walking unsteadily, and was just affected by the escaping lightning force, so he was staggering as if he was drunk. However, it is relatively safe to pick the fruits. With Jutiao joining, Fang Shi can finally take a break. She whispered to Zheng Wen, Brother, we've only advanced one level, is it enough for you to be so excited? Aren't your expectations of yourself a little low? Zheng Wen. It's not easy to successfully advance to the Mahayana stage through fusion, okay. Do you want to advance several levels? Are you going to let others live? However, he also knew that Fang Shi saw him getting cocky, so he wanted him to calm down. Little sister, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Although we've advanced to the Mahayana stage, we're still just small fry. We can't become complacent. Blood-devouring Huan said. This silly boy Zheng Wen is becoming more and more clever. He really learns from whoever he follows. Ganoderma lucidum grows next to the throne room, dog urine moss grows next to the toilet, and even a sifter-like idiot like you can turn into a hornet's nest. Fang Shi. The Golden Palace is fine, but is it necessary to mention the toilet and dog urine moss behind it? However, she also felt that Zheng Wen had grown up very quickly, and she couldn't even remember how stupid Zheng Wen was in the past. She sighed and continued to transmit secret messages. Brother, guess why there is lightning power mixed in with spiritual power? Zheng Wen said with some relief, I guess Wuyunjue is here to chop you down again. Fortunately, we are staying inside Chanli Cave, so it can't chop you down even if it wants to. But why is the power of thunder and lightning mixed in with the spiritual power? Could it be splitting the array plate of Chanli Cave? Fang Shi smiled and said, never mind it, let's just stay in Chanli Cave and let it stare blankly. Wuyunjue was indeed staring blankly. After waiting for a long time without seeing any cultivator coming out of Chanli Cave, he immediately became furious and chopped at the stone gate of Chanli Cave. Unfortunately, Chanli Cave was built very solidly. Although it dug a big hole in the ground, it did not split the stone door of Chanli Cave. Wuyunjue was so angry that she was going crazy. The spiritual storm can't split it, and the stone door can't be split either. Are we all against it? In order to vent its anger, it chopped the grass and trees near Chanli Cave into powder. It was striking with great force when it discovered that the spiritual storm had dissipated. It thought to itself, this spiritual power storm is a bitch. It didn't dissipate even after it struck it so many times before, but now it has dissipated even though it stopped striking. Inside the Chanli Cave, Fan Lizzie was standing with his hands on his hips and laughing wildly. He has long wanted to do the same move as the captain, but unfortunately he has no chance. Now I finally got what I wanted. He advanced from the 3rd level of Mahayana to the 4th level of Mahayana, and even reached the peak of the 4th level of Mahayana. Such a fast advancement speed would scare people to death if it were told to others. He knew that this was all thanks to Fang Shi. He thought to himself, as expected, there is meat to eat by following the captain. Next, Zheng Qinghua and Cao Xiao also successfully advanced. Both of them advanced to the middle stage of the 4th level of Mahayana. Fan Lizzie became even more proud. The three of them originally had similar cultivation levels, but now he is higher than them all. What does this mean? This means you still need to get closer to the captain. So, after laughing wildly, he began to praise Fang Shi a lot. The praise was so exaggerated that Fang Shi, who had been away from home for many years, felt her face burning. Not only Fan Lizzie praised him, Zheng Qinghua also praised him, and even Cao Xiao gave him a bunch of flattery with true feelings. Fang Shi couldn't bear to listen any longer, so she handed them some of the fruits she had just picked to quench their thirst. Captain, what kind of fruit is this? Purple rainbow red smoke fruit, a heavenly grade herb, has the effect of repairing consciousness. We have just advanced, and our consciousness is unstable, so eating this is perfect. Fan Lizzie slapped his thigh and said, so junior brother Lu chopped out a bunch of heavenly grade herbs with one sword strike. As expected of your brother, Captain, this luck is incredible. Captain, you're a blessed person, and even the people around you are blessed. Jun Wen. Can you even find something to praise junior sister? You might as well stop calling me Fan Lizzie and call me Fan Gutui. Chapter 1904 Open the door. Now, let alone calling Fan Lizzie Fan Dog Legs, it doesn't matter if he is called Fan Pig Legs or Fan Chicken Legs. The name is just a code name, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the captain eats the meat and he can drink the soup. Their leader always said that his brain wasn't as sharp as Zhang Qinghuai's, but now he's been slapped in the face, right? If he hadn't grabbed Liu Yi's support in time, how could Zhang Qinghuai have been able to benefit from it? He was just wise but appeared foolish before. They were eating fruit and chatting here, but the atmosphere outside was very tense. Although Wu Yunjue did not send down thunder at this moment, it still stayed above the Tiank League, making people nervous. Although the left protector wanted to leave this dangerous place, he had to stay here for the sake of his face. He really didn't understand why he had attracted the thunder for no reason. What was going on with the spiritual storm? For a moment, he thought of the 5 fellow practitioners imprisoned in Chanli Cave. Could it be related to them? But then I suddenly felt that this idea was too ridiculous. They were trapped inside the Chanli Cave, so how could they possibly affect the formation outside? Not to mention the tribulation thunder. At this time, Gongsun Qian hurried over. The leader has ordered the immediate termination of the trials of the 5 competing cultivators in Chanli Cave. Open the stone gate quickly. Elder Chu first glanced at the left protector before saying, Elder Gongsun, the calamity cloud just struck down several bolts of heavenly thunder, targeting the stone gate of Chanli Cave. If it is opened now, it will be disadvantageous to the 5 competitors. Gongsun Qian gritted his teeth and said, you also said that the thunderbolt was heading for the stone gate. What does it have to do with the 5 of them? Besides, isn't it cracked now? Open the stone door quickly, or the leader will blame you and you will be in big trouble. Gongsun Qian was extremely anxious at the moment, and he hated the left protector Ling Yan. It must be that old bastard Ling Yan who instructed Elder Chu to tamper with the formation, which backfired and formed a spiritual power storm, and also attracted the thunder. He didn't even dare to think about what the consequences would be if Liu Yi and the other 4 died. Regardless of what will happen to Lingsha Palace, Zhenhai Sect and Tianyin Dao Sect, Master Lu and the other 2 will not let it go. Even Dan Pavilion will be involved. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly curse the left protector as a fool. Even if you want to use this as an excuse to suppress him, you should know your limits. No wonder they sent Jiting to Jiyu continent to gather information. How stupid. Elder Chu looked at the left protector again, and after seeing the other party's tacit consent, he opened the stone door. As soon as it was opened, a very rich spiritual energy emanated from it, mixed with the sweet fragrance of fruit. Elder Chu and Gongsun Qian were both stunned. Gongsun Qian quickly called out, Yi, are you all right? You can come out now. Fang Shi didn't want to go out at all. As soon as the stone door was opened, Bai Kailei noticed the presence of Wu Yunjue and reminded Fang Shi with emotional feedback. In fact, Fang Shi guessed that Wu Yunjue had come without its reminder. After all, it is the only one that can provide timely assistance so enthusiastically. How would she explain if she got struck by lightning if she went out now? Even Hongmeng Mahayana cannot be struck by lightning all the time. Although the Tianyin Dao Stele can be used to justify the theory, it will inevitably lead to unnecessary speculation. But it seems that I can't stay at home. What should I do? When Fang Shi was worried, Wu Yunjue rushed in impatiently from outside. When it saw Fang Shi, it suddenly braked. Wu Yunjue, #*#%#. I still wrote a little, ha ha ha, see you tomorrow. Chapter 1905 It's her. Wu Yunjue simply thought she was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could we see Fang go? Shouldn't she be in Tianyin Dao Sect? Why did she end up in Tiank League? It and Fang Shi looked at each other, affectionately, for a few times, and finally confirmed one thing. It's her. A phoenix dog with a lot of evil in his heart. Oops. It's a trap. Fang Go must have let it in on purpose, and then he would close the door and beat the dog, catching the turtle in the jar and stealing its Yunyi. Outside, it had already lost several of its cloud wings. In this narrow cave, wouldn't it be completely powerless to fight back? Baldy's fear instantly enveloped it. Wu Yunjue was so scared that she turned around and ran away. Elder Chu at the entrance of the cave had already collapsed on the ground in fear. Gongsun Qian was stronger than him and was barely able to stand by holding onto the stone wall. Fortunately, Wu Yunjue just wanted to escape quickly at the moment and ignored him at all. Wu Yunjue flew to the middle of the air in one breath, and then looked down with lingering fear. When it saw Fang Shi coming out in a rage, it felt even more that it had escaped a disaster. Snort. You little bastard, you still want to plot against me. You are still young. At this time, it heard the sound of cabbage thunder. Fang Go said, if you have the guts, chop her to death right now. Chop her as much as you want. If she tries to dodge, she's not a human being. Hurry up and chop it. Don't dilly-dally, she's been waiting to be chopped for a long time. What are you still standing there for? Fang Go said if you don't split it, I'll curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Ellipsis. Wu Yunjue couldn't help but sneer. Do you think I can't see that this is a provocation? The lightning power that was previously swallowed by the spiritual storm must have been absorbed by the phoenix dog. I guess it didn't eat enough, so the cabbage thunder angered me. I won't be fooled. But it would be a bit cowardly to just leave like this. Then, it chopped at Zhao Hufa and others in the distance. I don't want to kill anyone, I just want to vent my anger. After chopping, I floated away feeling refreshed. The left protector who was accidentally struck by a bolt of lightning. At this moment, Fang Shi said to Gongsun Qian in a crisp voice. Elder Gongsun, I thought my brother Hongmeng Dacheng and I had attracted the thunder, but it looks like it's coming for the left protector. Did he do anything good? Left guardian. Swear without using any dirty words. Whose good deeds would attract thunder? Wait, what did she say? She and her brother have achieved the great perfection of Hongmeng. Looking closely, I found that he had actually advanced to the Mahayana level. Not only did the two of them advance to the Mahayana level, but the other three also advanced. Don't even mention how frustrated the left protector felt. I originally wanted to lock up the 5 competing cultivators in Chanli Cave and suppress them, but they advanced. And even reached the Hongmeng Mahayana stage. What's even more infuriating is that he was struck by lightning. He was angry, but Gongsun Qian was very happy. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. All the depression accumulated during this period seemed to be swept away with this smile. His life has gotten better since he met Lu Yi. The left protector walked by and said angrily, Lu Yi, what did you do in Chanli Cave that drained the Strid stones from the formation? And caused the Strid storm, which in turn attracted the thunder? Fang Shi looked bewildered. What did you say? We drained the Strid stones from the formation and caused the Strid storm. Did it attract thunder? Wasn't the thunder meant for you? It didn't even strike me. Left Guardian, stop playing dumb. How did you advance when your Danshan and spiritual consciousness were imprisoned? Fang Shi was even more bewildered. That's not right. Elder Gongsun told me that although the Danshan and spiritual consciousness are sometimes imprisoned in the Chanli Cave, it is not necessarily so, and it is not always like this. From what I hear from you, how can you be so sure that our Danshan and spiritual consciousness have been imprisoned? Isn't it said that people outside can't see what's happening inside? You are so sure, could it be that you have tampered with the formation in advance? Ah. No wonder the formation had problems, causing a spiritual storm and attracting thunder. It turns out it was you who caused it. When Fang Shi said this, she seemed to realize that she had said something very serious, and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Left Guardian. You've said everything you need to say, what's the point of covering your mouth now? Gongsun Qian was once the right protector, and he was full of schemes and tricks. Naturally, he would not miss this good opportunity. He sneered and said, Yi is absolutely right, Ling Yan, stop crying thief. Whether it's the collapse of Dengwintai or the damage to the Chanli Cave formation, it's all caused by your own selfish desires. I will definitely report this to the leader, and you can just wait to be punished. After saying that, he turned to Lu Yi and the other 4 and said, follow me to Changgao Hall. Then, walk away. It was as if a color palette was opened on the left protector's face. It was blue, red, white, and black. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said to Elder Chu, what are you standing there for? Why don't you quickly inspect the formation? You're a bunch of rubbish. Elder Chu. I'm useless. You're so noble. You're so great. If you hadn't sent someone to instruct me to do this, would I have been so frightened that my legs went weak? But he didn't dare to say anything and could only nod in agreement. The left protector summoned a fairy cloud. He wanted to be the first to go to the leader to apologize. If he waited until Gongsun Qian finished his complaint, he would be in a passive position. He couldn't help but secretly resent them. He had thought that the 5 competing cultivators were just small ants that he could manipulate at will and use to suppress Gongsun Qian. Turns out, they're all troublemakers. Especially the Lu Yi. It's really hateful that he is so sharp-tongued. When he thought that the Lu brothers and sisters had actually reached the level of Hongmeng Mahayana, he felt even more upset. However, he quickly calmed down. No matter how cunning Lu Yi and the other 4 are, they're just 5 little brats. What kind of trouble can they possibly cause? As for Dengwintai and Chanli Cave, there must have been mistakes when the formation was modified, not because they had any special abilities. Although there was a voice in his heart telling him that things were not that simple, at least few people could achieve the accomplishment of Hongmeng Mahayana, but he chose to suppress this thought. He took out his anger on his men. A bunch of losers. A bunch of trash. Especially Ji Ting. But sometimes he would think that if Ji Ting had not rebelled, he would not have been able to overthrow Gongsun Qian, so when the leader decided to spare Ji Ting's life, he did not raise any objection. On the other side, Fang Shi, who was trying to get close to Gongsun Qian, heard a long-lost voice in his sea of consciousness. General Feng, why did you come to the Tiank League? Fang Shi is happy. The little chicken is awake. What a great time to wake up. Although Commander Lu was also a member of the Tiank League, it was too long ago and he knew very little about the current Tiank League. Although Gongsun Qian would reveal some information, he would definitely keep it to himself. But Ji Ting is different. Although he couldn't say he knew everything about the Tiank League, he was very familiar with it. Before Fang Shi could speak, she heard a familiar voice. General Feng, my little grandson greets you. Ancestor Zhu, my little grandson also greets you. Before Fang Shi could react, Zhu Shihuan burst into laughter. Xiao Chuanzi, you finally woke up. You don't know how I survived without you. Xiaoxi always argues with me for no reason, and that old bastard Lu doesn't even know how to speak human language. I've been so pissed off all day. Fang Shi. Commander Lu. Chapter 1906 The Gifted Dog is the Most Hateful. Fang Shi didn't have time to talk much with Ji Ting and Lin Xiangchuan at the moment. After a brief conversation, he asked Commander Lu and Zhu Xuan to explain the situation to them. At this time, Commander Lu suddenly thought of a question. Xiaoxi, if Ji Ting's original body is not dead, will he be able to sense the existence of his clone? If that's the case, your identity will be exposed. Fang Shi was suddenly startled. She had never thought of this before, and it almost led to a disaster due to a slight mistake. The most thorough way is to kill Ji Ting. But this is obviously unrealistic. In addition, you can also throw him into the Shankan banner, which can also isolate him from the protection of the main body. However, this makes communication more difficult. Commander Lu suggested, why don't you stamp the Divine Consciousness mark on him again? Didn't you just wrap up the Divine Consciousness mark of the Tiank League leader before? This time, if you can completely envelop his consciousness, you should be able to block his main body from detecting you. Fang Shi did as he was told immediately. Because every moment of delay means more risk. At this time, a part of the Bidu blood lotus split out and turned into a small red dot on the jade token where Ji Ting and the others lived. Fang Shi could guess what it meant from its emotional feedback, which was like having double insurance. Even if someone can penetrate Fang Shi's spiritual barrier to investigate, it will be safe because of the clone of Bidu Blood Lotus. Fang Shi immediately praised the Bidu Blood Lotus into a flower. Well, it turns out that I am also a flower. Mu Jian is so jealous that he is about to cry. It works so hard, but in the end it still can't match other people's talents. Talented dogs are the most hateful. At this time, in the innermost cell of the Tiank League's prison, an old man with disheveled hair was imprisoned. He suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to have sensed his own clone just now. But in a moment, I could no longer sense it. Is it an illusion? Yes, according to what the right protector Gongsun Qian said, his clone defected to Fang Shi, so he must still be in the Jiyu continent. How could he run to the Tiank continent, let alone return to the Tiank alliance? Until now, he still has doubts about the Split's betrayal of the Tiank alliance. He is loyal to the Tiank League, so how could his clone turn to Fang Shi, a mere ant? Unless you get kicked in the head by a donkey. What he didn't know was that his clone was in constant shock at this moment. Because Commander Lu was telling what happened after Fang Shi arrived at Tiank continent, especially when he learned that Fang Shi was now at the first level of Mahayana. He didn't seem to have been asleep for that long, right? Why did it feel like a lifetime? She actually became a fellow competitor of the alliance leader candidate. Or was it chosen by Gongsun Qian himself? He didn't know what to say except that it was outrageous. But one thing is certain, Gongsun Qian really admires Fang Shi, otherwise he would not have been betrayed by the same person twice. He felt that he was miserable enough, but compared with Gongsun Qian, he seemed okay. Fang Shi is trying to get close to Gongsun Qian. If one wants to quickly build a close relationship with someone, the most effective way is to share the same hatred for the enemy. Uncle Master, please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but the left protector would not have been struck by lightning for no reason. He must have done something immoral. In terms of overall perspective, he's far behind you. If he hadn't been seeking revenge, then Gwintai and Chanli Cave wouldn't have been in trouble. Ellipsis. Although Gongsun Qian was very pleased, he said, Ling Yan is the left protector after all, so it doesn't matter what you said to me. Don't mention it to anyone else, lest it cause trouble. By the way, did you have any adventures in Chanli Cave? Fang Shi immediately told the whole story with a smile. She didn't lie and told everything. Because she felt that the leader of the Tiank League must have peeped at the whole process, otherwise he would not have let Gongsun Qian let him out. Gongsun Qian almost fell off the fairy cloud. Absorbing spiritual energy to fight a humanoid puppet is nothing special, but you actually changed the puppet's disc on the spot. You even brought the puppet with you. Even if these are nothing, you actually absorbed the spiritual power of the formation beast. And used the absorbed spiritual power to break through the confinement of Danshan and Sea of Consciousness. Also, he absorbed some thunder and lightning power by the way, and then achieved the great perfection of Hongmeng. Why does it sound like dream talking? Gongsun Qian remained silent for a long time. Because he didn't know what to say. Fang Shi took the initiative to change the subject. Uncle Master, when we get to the Heritage Hall, will you be separated from us? Gongsun Qian nodded. Yes, the Heritage Hall has a special status. Outsiders cannot enter unless they are allowed. If you encounter any difficulties in there, you can send me a message and I will try to help you solve it. Fang Shi knew that he could only listen to these words. If he really had that ability, they would not have been locked up in Chanli Cave before. But he still thanked him repeatedly, praised him a lot, and took out a handful of purple rainbow red smoke fruit to give to Gongsun Qian. Where did it come from? Fang Shi then told the story of how Zhang Wen split the bluestone slab with a sword, and then spiritual herbs grew out of it. Gongsun Qian, are those spiritual herbs still there? Fang Shi smiled and said, I was afraid they would be lonely and cold, so I pulled them all out. When I return to Tianyan Dao Sect in the future, I will plant them in the herb garden. Gongsun Qian. Fang Shi touched the fairy cloud they were riding on. Uncle Master, are there any fairy clouds in Changgao Hall? Should I pull a few in as backup? Gongsun Qian, there is also a fairy cloud inside Changgao Hall, so there is no need to bring it in. Are you keeping it as a backup, or do you want to take it back to Tianyan Dao Sect? You were really good at it. When Fang Shi was feeling disappointed, he saw a mountain appear in the clouds from afar, with 3 ancient characters, Changgao Temple, written on it. I thought Changgao Hall was a courtyard, but I didn't expect it to be a mountain. No wonder Gongsun Qian said there was also a fairy cloud inside. It seems that the scale of Changgao Hall is extraordinary. When they got closer, a transparent barrier appeared on the stone wall, and Gongsun Qian signaled the 5 people that they could go in. He whispered to Fang Shi, be careful, don't cause any trouble. Fang Shi said crisply, don't worry, I'm an honest and decent person and I never cause trouble. Gongsun Qian, I hope so. Chapter 1907, The Rules of Changgao Hall. Gongsun Qian was not quite sure. I always feel that the 4 words, honest and dutiful, have nothing to do with Lu Yi. Even putting these 4 words on Fan Lizzie would be more suitable than her. But there was no point saying anything now, so he could only nod and motion him to go in. Fang Shi did not go in immediately, but asked Zhang Wen and the others to take adequate precautions. She even opened dozens of layers of spiritual power shields before going in. Gongsun Qian. Perhaps he shouldn't worry about the 5 of them, but should worry about the safety of the 5 candidates for alliance leader. Then I suddenly felt that my idea was a little outrageous. The 5 candidates for alliance leader were selected from among many candidates. It can be said that the whole process is a process of raising poisonous insects. Not only are they extremely talented but also ruthless and merciless. How could Lu Yi and the other 5 be their match? I just hope they suffer less. At this time, the 5 people from Fang Shi were being lectured. I am the Venerable Fang from Changgao Hall, and I am responsible for all your affairs in Changgao Hall. I don't care what your previous identities or backgrounds were. Once you enter Changgao Hall, you will only have one identity, and that is to compete for and practice together. Your role is to serve as a whetstone for the 5 alliance leader candidates. If you are useful, you can stay. If you are not useful, get out. Don't think that we, the Siang League, are bullying others by taking advantage of our power. This is also a great opportunity for you to cultivate. If you hadn't become a competitive cultivator, you wouldn't be qualified to enjoy the cultivation resources of the Chang'an Palace at all. Fang Shi and the others knew that this was a show of force, so they all listened respectfully. Although what the other party said was unpleasant, it was also true. The cultivation resources of the Tiang League are indeed much better than those of the sect they belong to. Venerable Fang continued. There is only one rule in Chang'an Hall, and that is the survival of the fittest. If you want to live comfortably, you must be strong enough and don't pin your hopes on others. Even if you are hunted down by the 5 candidates for the alliance leader right in front of me, I will not intervene. Whether you can survive and live well depends on your own ability. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the little girl among the 5 people with shining eyes, as if she had heard something that made her happy. Venerable Fang. Does Lu Yi have a problem with her hearing or brain? What are you happy about? He ignored Fang Shi, gave them some more precautions, and then gave each of them a storage ring. Inside were 2 sets of clothes, an identity jade token, 5 bottles of earth-grade elixirs and 100,000 strode stones. Fan Lizzie and the others thought that it seemed that Chang'an Hall was indeed very generous. Fang Shi knew the reason why they were so generous. It was obvious that they were waiting to be robbed. As for whether the robbers were the 5 candidates for alliance leader or someone else, no one knows. Venerable Fang casually summoned a fairy cloud. You will take the fairy cloud to Qingshan Island to rest now, and go to Dukshan Hall for training at 1 AM tomorrow. After thanking Master Fang, the 5 people from Fang Shi boarded the fairy cloud. The level of fairy cloud is relatively high and can communicate directly with words. So, Fang Shi said, let's go to Qingshan Island. The fairy cloud immediately sped away. Venerable Fang stood there with a mocking smile on his face. He wanted to see what these 5 competing fellow practitioners were capable of, especially the 2 Hongmeng Mahayana masters. Fang Shi and the others stood on the fairy cloud and looked around curiously. The scale of this Chang'an Hall is really huge. Half an hour later, they saw a lake in the distance with a small island in the middle. It looks like we should be arriving at Qingshan Island. The fairy cloud quickly reached above the lake and then suddenly turned over. Fan Lizzie and the other 3 all screamed and fell into the lake. It was not that they had not thought of flying swords, nor had they thought of other ways of flying in the air, but all of them failed. I guess flying is prohibited here, only fairy cloud can fly. When the fairy cloud was about to return the same way, it found that there was a person hanging on it. Despite its violent rolling, it still couldn't get rid of it. Mu Jian said to Fang Shi in a rather proud tone. Master, you always complained about my unstable flying. Look, now is my foresight showing. If I didn't usually fly like this, you would have been soaked too. Fang Shi, get out. Okay. Jiting said, General Feng, this fairy cloud has been tampered with. It will definitely keep rolling until it throws you off. You'd better let go quickly. It's okay if you fall into the lake now, but it would be terrible if you fall on land. Fang Shi curled her lips and said, alright, then I'll let it go, but I have to see it off for a while. When Jiting was wondering what Fang Shi meant by sending me away, he saw Fang Shi stuff several talismans into the fairy cloud and then let go of his hand. Because she was moving so fast, he didn't see what talisman she stuffed in. When Fang Shi fell into the lake, Cao Xiao and his companions were fighting with several aquatic monsters. The role of Cao Xiao, the direct disciple of Zhenhai Sect, was immediately demonstrated. Under his leadership, although there were a large number of monsters, they did not fall into a disadvantage. Although he was not at a disadvantage, it still took some effort to get rid of these monsters and reach the island, and he might even get injured. Fang Shi silently took out a stack of Frost Flower Dark Ice talismans. The surrounding waters froze instantly, and the 5 of them walked on the ice at an extremely fast speed and landed on Qingshan Island. Zhang Wen slapped his forehead in frustration. How could he forget this? Previously, when he and his junior sister competed on the Reef Island at the Tiang Festival, they relied on the Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman to win. Oh, and that garbage. Just as he was feeling frustrated, his scalp suddenly went numb and he subconsciously shouted, everyone be careful. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a large number of evil insects emerged from the ground. As Fan Lizzie killed the demonic insects, he cursed, this isn't Qingshan Island, it's clearly a killing island. Fang Shi said calmly, Chang'an Hall is a place where go are raised, so there are dangers everywhere. You must be careful in the future to avoid disaster. Fan Lizzie and his companions were shocked. Although they knew that it was not easy to be a practicing surgeon in a competitive competition, they did not expect that it would be so dangerous as soon as they came in. After killing for a while, the number of demon insects increased instead of decreasing. Cao Xiao gritted his teeth and said, there are too many of these monster insects. Even if we kill them off, we will still be worried and won't be able to rest properly. Fang Shi also felt that such a reckless approach would not work. When she saw a big grasshopper in the swarm of demon insects, her eyes lit up. The insect king in her spread beast bag was originally colorful, but in order to be able to see the light, it turned itself green, and looked similar to this big grasshopper. It's totally possible to use a peach to replace the plum. So Fang Shi said to the insect king, I'll release you. You must subdue all these demonic insects and be responsible for keeping watch over us from now on. The insect king cried, I, your humble servant, cannot do this. Fang Shi didn't care whether it could do it or not, and let it out during the chaos. There was nothing abnormal about those demonic insects, and they obviously regarded the insect king as a good friend. Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1908 She really likes the rules of Chang'an Hall. Although they successfully penetrated into the enemy insects, the insect king was very worried. If it relied on its real abilities, it would definitely not be able to defeat such a large group of high-level demon insects. How can I make them listen to me? At this moment, it thought of many things. As I thought about it, my eyes lit up. It decided to try out the unscrupulous owner's tricks. It immediately said to several of its stronger friends, "Brothers, what's the point of you shouting and fighting? Even if we kill these 5 people, it will only be enough to fill our teeth. I think we should negotiate a deal with them and let them use the aquatic monsters in the lake as bribe. The meat of those monsters is much more delicious than human flesh. What do you think?" Chirp, chirp. Squeak, squeak. Buzz, buzz. Ellipsis. Those high-level demon insects chirped and felt that what the insect king said made sense. They can still tell the difference between having one meal full and having no meals every day. Besides, who doesn't want to eat some fresh seafood? The most crucial point is that they found that these 5 monks were very powerful. If the fight continued, it would be hard to say who would live and who would die. Seeing that they agreed, the insect king volunteered to negotiate with Feng Shi and others as the representative of the insect tribe. It chirps, squeaks, buzzes, and chirps, creating a hodgepodge of insect language. He also used body movements to assist from time to time. This is how Feng Shi's expression evolves. Confused, doubtful, surprised, hesitant, take the risk. We can provide you with aquatic monsters, but you must help us guard the entire Qingshan Island. The monster insects were somewhat unhappy. If I helped them guard the place, wouldn't that make me their lackey? The insect king's compound eyes flashed, and he said to the demon insects, "On the surface, we're responsible for keeping them on guard, but in reality, we've surrounded them. It's just like how humans raise pigs and chickens, don't they all have to be kept in a pen?" The demon insects were instantly convinced by this reason. The insect king is so beautiful that it makes me want to moo like a cow. However, in order to avoid exposing its identity, it had no choice but to endure it. Feng Shi knew that if you wanted the horse to run fast, you had to give it some grass first, so he gave each of Fan Lizzie and the others half a sack of Xuanbing talismans and 10 Shuanghua Mingbing talismans, and asked them to go fishing. Fan Lizzie and the other 2. I thought eating top-grade elixirs as candy balls was exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect to see something even more exaggerated. During the previous Reef Island competition, they were all separated. Although they had heard others talk about Feng Shi's great achievements, they had not seen them with their own eyes and felt that they might be exaggerated. Especially Cao Xiao. Although he was completely convinced by Feng Shi, he still felt that no one could be omnipotent. How could he be able to refine pills and make talismans? With some doubts, the 3 of them began to hunt aquatic monsters in the lake. They only move around in the lake near the shore and can go ashore at any time, so there is no risk. Feng Shi looked at it for a while, then took out a small table and began to draw the Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman. Zhang Wen was on guard at the side. Although the insect king has persuaded those evil insects, there is no guarantee that they will turn against him, so we have to be on guard. Before, Feng's ice cultivation was not enough, so he had to activate the Burning Spirit talisman when drawing the Frost Flower Dark Ice talisman. Now, there is no need for such trouble. She painted with both hands simultaneously, and at the same time, she could motivate the insect king, encouraging him to become a true insect king as soon as possible. At the same time, the fairy cloud that threw Feng Shi and the others into the water had already flown in front of Master Fang. Venerable Fang probed his spiritual sense into the ferrying cloud's formation, wanting to see the miserable state of Feng Shi and the other 5. He had people make changes to the formation of the fairy cloud in advance, so that it not only listened to his instructions, but also could record the required images as requested. He could imagine how embarrassed the 5 competing fellow practitioners must be. At this moment, it might still be struggling in the lake. The moment his spiritual consciousness touched the ferrying cloud array plate, there was a loud bang. The fairy cloud was blown to pieces. Venerable Fang dodged quickly enough and was not injured, but he exhaled a puff of black smoke and felt a chill on his head. It feels chilly when I touch it. Becoming bald. He stood there for a long time without reacting. It wasn't until someone heard the noise and came over that he yelled, "Get out! Get out!" He never dreamed that he would be tricked by the 5 competing fellow practitioners. Even the 5 candidates for the leader of the alliance only dared to fight each other and never dared to attack these venerable ones. These 5 little guys gave him a surprise on the first day. This is really the opposite of Chan Gang. How unreasonable. Okay, very good, just wait for me. Feng Shi, who was drawing talismans, also heard the explosion, but because he was far away, the sound was not too loud. She couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. If that venerable Fang could tamper with the fairy cloud, then naturally she could too. This is called courtesy. She really likes the rules of Changgao Hall. The strong prey on the weak, and the venerable is no exception. After a while, Fan Lizzie and his men hunted enough aquatic monsters and went ashore. When Cao Xiao saw Feng Shi yawning and drawing with both hands, he suddenly realized how ignorant he was at that time. He actually mocked Lu Yi for buying people's hearts, when she clearly earned their admiration through her own strength. Okay. When Feng Shi stopped writing, Zheng Wen asked, "Little sister, was the explosion just now caused by you?" The reason why he asked this was that his junior sister was exploding as she walked, with sparks and lightning. Feng Shi said with a smile, "Well, I guess someone has tampered with the fairy cloud's formation, and maybe even recorded our embarrassing appearance. If the other party wants to explore the scene, he must probe into the spiritual consciousness, so I placed a spirit-attracting talisman. As long as the spiritual consciousness probes in, the other explosive talismans will be detonated. Don't worry, I know my limits. I haven't placed many talismans, and they're of a relatively low level. Fan Lizzie and others. We can hear it so clearly even from such a distance, are you sure you know what to do? But the Master Fang has a very high level of cultivation, so he probably won't be in any trouble, right? As for why they suspected it was Venerable Fang, it was because he was the one who gave them the fairy cloud. At this time, Feng Shi said to the group of devil insects that were drilling with greed. As long as you're obedient, not only will we have enough fresh river food, we'll also get you more delicious food from outside. In addition to food, I can also get you some pills. If there are any who perform exceptionally well, I can even take you out of this small world to broaden your horizons. The monster insects actually didn't want to listen to her chatter at the moment, they just wanted to eat the meat quickly. Fang Shi didn't expect them to listen to him. He just did this to train their obedience. If any evil insects couldn't help but rush over to grab food while she was speaking, it would be a good opportunity to make an example of them. Unfortunately, the evil insects were probably too greedy to move, and not a single one of them showed up. Fang Shi couldn't help but sigh. Her personal charm is getting stronger and stronger now, even the monster insects are so obedient. King shuttered himself hoarse in order to maintain good relations. Your charisma. So what am I? Am I just bored? Chapter 1909. This is the life that the king of insects should live. Seeing that the demon insects were very obedient, Fang Shi gave them the corpses of the demon beasts. The evil insects immediately swarmed over and began their feast. Fang Shi asked Cao Xiao and the others to pick out the tenderer meat of the monsters to roast and eat, while she started making talismans again. This time, she made the Tianshu lightning talisman. Although lake water is not as conductive as seawater, it can still play a big role at critical moments. Previously, when she drew the Tianshu lightning talisman, she not only had to use the burning spirit talisman, but also had to activate the burning blood technique. If she hadn't had 5 dog spirit roots, her meridians would have been ruined long ago. Now that she has advanced to the Mahayana stage, she only needs to use the soul burning talisman. Cao Xiao and the others were once again surprised because it was the first time they saw her unique way of making talismans. The well-fed demon insects also came over to watch the fun. Unfortunately, their intelligence is limited and they can't figure out what's going on. The insect king enthusiastically acted as a tour guide, and the main idea was that this female devil was very powerful, and if you could avoid provoking her, then do not provoke her. Didn't you hear that the fairy cloud was blown up by her? No matter how strong they are, can they withstand the explosion of the spiritual talisman? A very clever demon insect asked the insect king, how do you know so much? The insect king was silent for a moment, then said, to be honest, I'm a bit of a fool. I have the blood of a silverfish, though it's very thin, but I do have a talent for learning. After saying that, it added, silverfish are what the human race calls bookworms. The monster insects immediately believed it. If they were to say which one is the smartest among them, the bookworm should be the one, after all, it feeds on books. The insect king heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that they believed him. Of course, this reason was not something it came up with, but was told to it by Fang Shi. Only she could come up with such an inhuman idea. Fang Shi drew a stack of Tianshu lightning talismans, ate some barbecue, then took out a small wooden bed and fell asleep under a small floral quilt. That's right, there are no houses on Kingshan Island. This is understandable. Even if there were houses, they would have been destroyed by these evil insects long ago. Zhang Wen and the others took turns on duty. On the one hand, they wanted to prevent the monsters from rebelling, and on the other hand, they couldn't guarantee that any of the aquatic monsters would be able to attack on land, so they had to be on guard. In the middle of the night, a group of toad-like monsters really jumped onto the shore. Zheng Qinghuai, who was on duty, was about to sound the alarm when he was surprised to find a group of evil insects rushing up. Logically speaking, toad-like monsters are the natural enemies of monster insects, but the monster insects that rushed up were covered with poisonous spines. The toad monsters' means of attack, such as venom and retractable tongues, were completely useless. This was only the first batch of demon insects. After they surrounded the toad monster, the second batch of demon insects capable of long-range attacks rushed up, followed by the third and fourth batches. The evil insects began to hunt in an orderly manner. The insect king squatted on a big rock and gave orders from a high vantage point. It's been a long time. This kind of domineering aura that commands the support of all. It is a natural king. It was just dormant temporarily before, but now it can finally show its skills. Zheng Qinghuai was stunned. He didn't know that the insect king was Fang Shi's spiritual pet, and thought to himself, this demon insect is too intelligent. The noise was so loud that Fang Shi and the others were woken up. Fang Shi opened her eyes and looked for a few seconds, then turned over and continued to sleep. The others couldn't sleep and just watched the fight. In less than an hour, the evil insects killed all the toad monsters. Then the feast began again. The demon insects felt that cooperating with the 5 humans was the right decision. They used to not have a full meal for 10 days or half a month, but now they can have 2 meals a day. This is something I never dared to dream of before. The prestige of the insect king was also established. After all, this was a good idea it came up with, and the command just now was also very powerful. The insect king is so beautiful that he's blowing bubbles. This is the life that the king of insects should live. Fang Shi and the others woke up at dawn. In fact, except Fang Shi, the others didn't sleep for a long time. Zheng Qinghuai asked, Captain, yesterday, Venerable Fang asked us to go to Dukshan Hall for training at 1 a.m. There are no fairy clouds, and flying is prohibited here. How can we get there? Or how about using the mysterious ice talisman or the frost flower dark ice talisman and walking across the ice? Fang Shi nodded and said, then let's walk over on the ice. When we come back, I'll ask Master Fang for a few fairy clouds to avoid difficulties in traveling in the future. Zheng Qinghuai and others. You may have blown him up yesterday, and you still dare to ask him for the fairy cloud. After activating the frost and dark ice talisman, the 5 people walked on the ice across the lake. In fact, there were monsters that wanted to launch a sneak attack. Fang Shi threw a Tianshu lightning talisman into the distance, and a group of low-level monsters instantly floated up on the water. Those monsters that were ready to make a move immediately gave up the idea of a sneak attack and swam away in a hurry. Fan Lizzie looked at it with envy. Captain, what talisman did you use just now? Why is it so powerful? Fang Shi glanced at him and said calmly, these are the ones I drew yesterday using the burning spirit talisman. Here, I'll give you 3 each to keep for fun. As he said that, he gave each of them 3 Tianshu lightning talismans. Fan Lizzie and the other 2 were so moved that they almost cried. The captain is so generous. Such a high-level talisman can be given to you just by asking. They must have saved the Tiang continent in their previous life, so they met such a good captain in this life. Just as they were feeling moved, an old man came towards them. His attire was the same as that of Venerable Fang whom they had met yesterday. He must also be a venerable. The 5 of them saluted immediately. The old man waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. I came here to tell you that there has been a change of plan. You don't need to rush to Dakshan Hall. You can go directly to Wenjian Pavilion." After saying this, the old man left. Fan Lizzie took out the map and frowned, saying, Wenjiangshan and Daoxuantang are located in the south and north, respectively. We have to hurry, otherwise we won't be able to reach Wenjiangshan by the time of the morning. Fang Shi took out a spiritual fruit, took 2 bites, and then said slowly, "Let's not ask Jianshuan," and continue to rush to Dakshan Hall. Fan Lizzie was stunned. "Captain, didn't the Venerable just now ask us to go to Wenjiangshan?" Fang Shi looked at Zheng Qinghai. "You talk to him." Zheng Qinghai immediately said, "If the plan changes, we all have our identity jade tokens, and Venerable Fang can just send us a message directly. There's no need for someone to specifically tell us." Fan Lizzie scratched his head and said, "That's true. I oversimplified things." Fang Shi said seriously, "Brother Fan, I told you yesterday that there are ambushes everywhere in Changgao Hall, and if you are not careful, you will be doomed. When you encounter something in the future, use your brain more often. If you really can't figure it out, ask others to avoid making a big mistake." Fan Lizzie quickly nodded in agreement. The 5 of them continued on their journey while talking, and arrived at Dakshan Hall a quarter of an hour ahead of schedule. As soon as he entered the door, Fang Shi saw Master Fang wearing a hat. Fang Shi thought to herself, this Master Fang is quite good at taking care of himself. He wears a hat in such hot weather, probably to keep the sweat out and detoxify. Chapter 1910 You look more like a villain than me. In fact, when you reach the tribulation period, you can still grow hair even without taking elixirs. However, no matter how fast the growth rate was, it was impossible to return to the original length overnight, so Venerable Fang could only wear a hat to cover it up. Don't even mention how depressed he was. Logically speaking, he could have avoided it with his level of cultivation, but he really didn't expect Fang Shi and the others to dare to tamper with the fairy cloud, and the talisman placed by Fang Shi was of a relatively high grade, so he was blown into a bald head. Now that he saw the 5 people jumping around, he became even angrier. Logically speaking, you can't do that. Not to mention the monsters in the lake, the bugs on Qingshan Island alone are enough to give them a hard time. He was just thinking about it when Fang Shi and the other 5 came over to pay their respects. Fang Shi said crisply, "Venerable Fang, we just met a venerable who claimed to be surnamed Wu on the road. He said that the plan had changed and asked us to go directly to Wenjiangshuan. Logically, we should have summoned you to ask whether it was true or not, but you told us yesterday that you were responsible for all matters concerning us. If there really was a change of plan, you would have summoned us. So, we didn't bother you. Since you were waiting for us here, that Master Wu must be deceiving us. We just arrived, he probably isn't targeting me, he's probably targeting you, you must be more careful. Venerable Fang, #% and *%. He originally wanted to let old Wu trick these 5 brats, but not only did he fail to do so, he was also mocked by her. He gritted his teeth and said, "I arranged for Master Wu to do this in order to test your discernment. Now, follow me in." Fang Shi followed him in small steps and said attentively, "Master Fang, your hat looks great. Is it a defensive spiritual weapon?" Venerable Fang, #% By the way, Venerable Fang, there seems to be some problem with the fairy cloud you arranged for us yesterday. It threw us all into the lake. Is this also a test you said for us? Or is that fairy cloud a defective product? Venerable Fang, it should be a defective product. Fang Shi, oh, then you have to check carefully next time. It's not a big deal if we fall, but I'm afraid your other venerables will also fall, which would be bad. Venerable Fang, ######. Master Fang, the 5 of us live on Qingshan Island, separated by a lake. Without a fairy cloud, it's practically impossible to move. Could you allocate 5 fairy clouds for us? Venerable Fang thought to himself, you've almost pissed me off to death, and you still want me to allocate 5 fairy clouds to you. Dream on. He was about to refuse outright, but suddenly something struck him and he said, logically, you competitive practitioners are not eligible to apply for the fairy cloud, but there are exceptions. If you really want it, you can go to the forging hall and ask. Ji Ting's voice came from Feng Shi's sea of consciousness. General Feng, although the Tiank League has a dedicated weapon refining hall, all of the Tiank League's fairy clouds are refined by the forging hall. The reason is unknown. But there is one thing that many people know, that is, the people in the forging hall have very hot tempers, especially the few venerable ones. This Master Fang must be trying to bring bad luck upon you, so he can kill someone with a borrowed knife. Even if he didn't say it, Feng Shi knew that Master Fang definitely had no good intentions, but she still planned to go for a stroll after class. It would be best if she could row to Fairy Yun, but if she couldn't, she could at least make some more acquaintances. Zhu Shihun sneered, acquaintances. I think it's more like a few more enemies. Feng Shi chuckled, the enemy is also an acquaintance. Blood-devouring world. Feng Shi thanked Master Fang with a smile while chatting in the group. Venerable Fang responded perfunctorily and led Feng Shi and the others through twists and turns into a room. From the outside it looked like an ordinary house, but when you got inside you found yourself in a completely different world, a very spacious stone hall. An old man sat on the high platform, his face covered with scars, like centipedes winding across it. Venerable Fang cupped his hands and said, Venerable Shi, these 5 are the competitors that the Alliance leader mentioned earlier. I'll be troubling you with their training from now on. Feng Shi thought that even though they were all venerables, their status was different. Venerable Fang was very pretentious in front of them, but he was quite respectful in front of this Venerable Shi. The Slayer of the Venerables lifted his eyelids and glanced at the Venerable Fang, then said calmly, I can teach you, but as usual, life or death is not important, is that okay? Venerable Fang hurriedly said, since they have entered Dakshan Hall, they will naturally follow your arrangements. He thought to himself, you should kill them all, especially the Lu Yi, she is so abominable. The Slayer nodded, then stay. Venerable Fang bowed and said goodbye. Feng Shi thought he would say a few parting words to them, but Venerable Fang left without even looking back. Fang Shi had an impulse at this moment. I really want to pull his hat off to see if he's bald. She was just daydreaming when Ji Ting, the phone call service provider, started reporting again. General Fang, although I have never seen this supreme killer, I have heard rumors about him. At the beginning, he was one of the candidates for the alliance leader and had a very good chance of winning. However, he was ambushed in the most crucial competition and not only lost his qualification as a candidate for the alliance leader but also almost lost his life. From then on, his temperament changed drastically. He went to the Fantasy Sea alone to train, and when he returned, he had already achieved the level of tribulation transcending cultivation. The scar on his face is said to have been left when he was ambushed. In fact, there are many ways to remove it, but he has kept it to this day. Rumor has it that this person has an eccentric personality and is cold-blooded and ruthless. Many candidates for alliance leader were eliminated by him, and some even lost their lives. Venerable Fang has handed you over to him for instruction, most likely intending to use him to torture you. You must be careful. Fang Shi was surprised and said, how can a candidate for the leader still be alive after being eliminated? Shouldn't they all die like this? Who would fight so hard if their life wasn't in danger? TSK, you people from the Tiank League are still not cruel enough. Since we are raising Gu, we can only keep one Gu King, and the rest should all die. Ji Ting. You're more of a villain than I am. Big villain. Chapter 1911, you are treating yourself like a firecracker. When Ji Ting was speechless, Commander Liu explained. The candidates for alliance leader are all very talented people. It would be a waste to kill them all. As far as I know, during the continuous assessment process, about 1/3 of the people will die. Except for a small number of people who stay in Changdao Hall and Shadow Guard Camp, the rest are all scattered throughout the Tiandao League. This can be regarded as making the best use of people and things. Fang Shi said with a sigh. Xiaoyu, did you hear that? Some of the people eliminated from Changdao Hall went to the Shadow Guard Camp, but you didn't even know it existed. How slow-witted you are. Even from some clues, we can find the existence of the Shadow Guard Battalion. Ji Ting. Who spends all day thinking like you. Fang Shi then said to Commander Liu. Master, you said that the leader of your bird alliance is quite interesting. He's letting a group of former losers protect him. Isn't he afraid that they'll turn against him? Commander Liu explained, everyone in the Shadow Guard Battalion was marked with divine consciousness, and the leader noticed them before they could even take action. Fang Shi curled her lips. This spiritual imprint thing is not very safe. Xiaoji, isn't Xiaoyu a living example? Ji Ting. He strongly suspected that Fang Shi did it on purpose. I just want to call him a little chicken. Besides, who is as perverted as you, actually able to cover the leader's spiritual mark? At this time, the Slayer of the Lord on the high platform said indifferently. You all heard what I said just now. Now that you are here, life or death is irrelevant. Whether you can survive depends on your ability. Now, take turns taking my attack. If you can stay. If you can't, get out. When Fan Lizzie and the others heard this, they were shocked. Although they were not sure about the other party's specific cultivation level, they were definitely in the tribulation crossing stage. They're only at the 4th level of Mahayana, how can they withstand a single move from the other party? Even if he could take it, he would probably be seriously injured. How can you teach martial arts this way? But they have no power to object, let alone the ability to resist, so they can only grit their teeth and bear it. Just when they were about to fight to the death, Fang Shi gave each of them a sack of strong shield talismans. It's our own product, not worth much, it will all be activated soon. Fan Lizzie and others. The Slayer of the Supremes on the platform said, you are not allowed to use spiritual talismans or defensive spiritual weapons. You must rely on your own abilities to take it. Fang Shi looked at the Slayer in shock. Zhen Fang told us that you always keep your word and your words are as good as nails. How can you change your words so quickly? Of course, this is your territory, we can't do anything if you want to change it, so go ahead. The Slayer of the Venerables laughed. The scar on his face twisted as he smiled, looking very creepy. Little girl, you want to use provocation. It won't work on me. You're right, this is my territory, I can do whatever I want. I've changed my mind now. The other 4 don't have to take my attack. You can take 5 of my attacks alone. Zhang Wen immediately said, Lord Slayer, since you want to test the 5 of us, how can you let my sister take 5 of your moves alone? Fan Lizzie immediately said, yeah, we agreed on 1 person, 1 move each. How can we let the captain handle it all by herself? Zheng Qinghua and Cao Xiao also echoed. The expression on the face of the Slayer became even more ferocious. It seems like you guys have a very good relationship. I just wonder how long this so-called friendship can withstand the test in Changdao Hall. Stop talking nonsense, either she takes 5 moves by herself, or all of you take 5 moves from me. Before Zhang Wen and the others could say anything, Fang Shi spoke first, I'll take 5 of your moves. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Wen and the other 3 with a warning. The 4 of them had to swallow back the words that were on the tip of their tongues. The Slayer of the Venerables looked at Fang Shi with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Although you are foolish, at least you are courageous. After you die, I will send someone to send your body back to your sect. It will be worth my while to teach you. Fang Shi bowed. Junior thanks you in advance for delivering the coffin. Fan Lizzie and others. What you two said doesn't seem to be human language. Fang Shi turned around and said to them, stay away, or you'll bleed. Zhang Wen looked at Fang Shi worriedly, wanting to say something but swallowed it back. I could only keep repeating in my heart that I would receive eternal life from Faith Fang Shi. After Zhang Wen and the others retreated, Fang Shi swallowed a handful of meridian connecting pills and said to the 5 dog spirit roots in his danshan, come alive. 5 dog spiritual roots, living daddy. You truly are living daddy. Do not. Living mother. You are afraid that we will be idle, so you tear our tendons and veins every now and then for fun. While they were complaining, Fang Shi had already used the blood burning technique. To be honest, she was also a little curious about what level of cultivation she could reach if she used the burning blood technique with her current level of cultivation. To be on the safe side, she burned 70% of her meridians right from the start. The Lord Slayer didn't know all this, and didn't even look at Feng Shi, and just casually swung his palm. The huge palm print instantly enveloped Feng Shi, and Fan Lizzie was so scared that he closed his eyes. Finished. The captain is probably going to be out of business. The next moment, he heard several inhalations. When he opened his eyes, he saw Feng Shi stuck on the roof. It's really stuck on it. There was a hole in the roof, and Feng Shi was stuck above her shoulders and outside. Fan Lizzie was puzzled. Logically, the palm strike from the Lord Slayer should have knocked her to the ground, so why did she run up there? The Slayer of the Venerable was also stunned. Just when his palm print fell, Lu Yi suddenly did something like pulling an onion out of dry land, whooshed onto the roof, and then got stuck. The roof was built with black ice-cold iron tiles and was very sturdy. How could she have poked a hole in it with her head? At this time, Zhang Wen took out a ladder from the storage ring, asked Fan Lizzie and others to hold onto it, and then climbed up to pick Feng Shi down. If you ask me why I don't fly a sword, it's because I tried but I couldn't. Fortunately, he was fully equipped. Feng Shi was so miserable at this moment. His face is covered in blood. She just wanted to jump up to avoid the palm print of the Lord Killer, but who knew that she could jump so high after burning her meridians? It's okay that he jumps high, but why is he so energetic? This is like lighting yourself on fire. However, I have to say that after burning her meridians, her head is really hard. Bidu Blood Lotus, who was almost smashed to pieces in order to protect Feng Shi's head. There is no such thing as Iron Head Kung Fu, I'm just carrying the burden for you. The Slayer's scrutinizing gaze fell on Feng Shi, and a cold laugh escaped from his mouth. Burning blood technique. You're courting death. Don't forget, there are still 4 more moves. Feng Shi wiped his face with his sleeve, and when he saw the blood on his sleeve, he immediately made a note of the Slayer of the Lord in his black account book. She asked Zhang Wen and the others to step aside, then looked up at the Slayer of the Supreme Being. If you want to fight, do it now, don't waste time. The Slayer of the Venerable, seeking death. With a casual wave of his hand, a huge fist smashed towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi learned from his previous lesson and used less force when dodging. Although he still hit the stone wall next to him, it was not as severe as before. Seeing that she had dodged another attack, the Slayer swung his right hand again, and another fist print came towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi quickly dodged and then hit the wall again. Feng Shi felt that it was too painful to have her nose following her. Because every time you hit the wall, your nose is one step ahead. Chapter 1912. This Lu Yi is really good at jumping. Feng Shi was still leisurely at this moment to sigh in his heart. It is said that one will not turn back until he hits the wall. This saying is so true. Not to mention the south wall, no matter if you hit the east, west, south or north wall, you have to turn back. If I don't look back, my nose will feel uncomfortable. Feng Shi was jumping around when he suddenly discovered something. Ha! It's not right. It's already been 5 moves, why is the Slayer still hitting her? As if she can't count. So, she jumped and shouted, Slayer of the Venerables, that's enough for 5 moves. Only then did the Slayer stop. In fact, he didn't do it on purpose. He just got used to it and forgot about the 5 moves. This Lu Yi can really jump. She is more agile than a rabbit. Of course, he didn't use his full strength when he hit her, otherwise Feng Shi wouldn't be able to avoid it just by jumping. The Lord Slayer stared at Feng Shi for a long time. Although his face was a little pale, he did not look like he was in danger of his life. Logically speaking, after using the burning blood technique, she should have been half dead, so how come she is still alive and kicking? He immediately sent a message to Venerable Fang. When Venerable Fang saw that Venerable Killer had sent him a message, he thought he would hear good news about the misfortunes of Feng Shi and the other 5. However, Venerable Killer actually asked for detailed information about the 5 competing fellow practitioners, especially Lu Yi. Venerable Fang was disappointed and puzzled at the same time. Venerable Shi was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, not interested in anything. Why did he think of asking for information about Lu Yi and the others? Although he was puzzled, he quickly sent someone to deliver a jade slip. The jade slip contains all the information about Feng Shi and the others. After reading it, there was a hint of interest in the eyes of the Slayer. These 5 little guys aren't that bad after all. Especially the Lu brothers and sisters, they actually advanced to the Hongmeng Mahayana stage in the Chanli cave. The levels of advanced Mahayana are divided into ordinary Mahayana, Earth-level Mahayana, Heaven-level Mahayana and Hongmeng Mahayana. Heavenly-level Mahayana is already rare, but I didn't expect that these 2 little guys from Tianyin Dao Sect could actually advance to Hongmeng Mahayana. Lu Qi actually comprehended the sword intent. Lu Yi has 3 masters who are 9 cauldron alchemists. She can also make talismans. And she's also a blind fortune teller. I don't know if it's okay to be good at everything. Although the remaining 3 are slightly inferior to the Lu brothers and sisters, they all have their merits. However, the cultivation levels of these 5 competing practitioners were still far behind those of the 5 candidates for the leader. He thought for a moment and said, in a month, you will face off against the 5 candidates for Alliance Leader, so I hope you can make good use of this month. You should stick with the basic techniques you already have. I'll teach you some advanced techniques, but how much you can learn depends on your own abilities. Feng Shi thought, how come this old man, who looked like he was ready to fight and kill before, suddenly turned into a teacher who was teaching and answering questions? Was he conquered by her personal charm? Zhu Shihuan sneered, wipe the blood off your face before you say that. Someone who doesn't know you would think you just crawled out of a dye vat. Grandpa, I know you feel sorry for me. Zhu Shihuan, what nonsense. Feng Shi took out a handkerchief and wiped it roughly, and used the cleaning technique several times. Finally, it was not so messy anymore. On the high platform, the Slayer of Venerables had already begun to preach. Even though the 5 of them were very smart, these high-level skills were all expanded upon based on the skills of the Tiank League, so the 5 of them were a little confused. But I just wrote it all down and will digest it slowly when I get back. Fang Shi was not worried at all, because Commander Lu and Jiting were there. If they couldn't even help with this, they would be useless. The Slayer of the Lord knew the predicament of the 5 people, but did not say much. The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. This is the law of survival of Changdao Hall, and there is no need for him to interfere. By the time he finished speaking, it was already afternoon. Fang Shi and the others thought that the get-out of class would end at this point, but the Slayer of the Supreme said to Jun Wen and the other 3, each of you must take one of my moves before the get-out of class ends. Jun Wen and the other 4. It seems that this Lord Slayer has no credibility at all. Just answer it. They also noticed that when the Lord Slayer attacked Fang Shi before, he didn't use his full strength at all. He probably just wanted to test their strength. The first one to take the challenge was Jun Wen. He summoned the heaven-shaking sword. Since advancing to the Mahayana stage, he has gained new insights into the sword intent. Although he cannot guarantee that it will work every time, it is definitely much stronger than before. At this moment, he thought of how Fang Shi had taken more than a dozen moves from the Lord Slayer alone in order to protect him, and a fighting spirit rose in his heart. Cut it out with one sword. The sword is awe-inspiring and invincible. The palm print of the Lord Slayer was instantly shattered. The Lord Slayer raised his eyebrows and slapped again. Who cares how many moves he has? Just let him hit you as many times as he wants. Jun Wen was also aroused by his competitive spirit at this moment. Although he knew that the Slayer was cheating, he did not call for a stop. He kept waving the heaven-shaking sword to neutralize the attacks of the Lord Slayer. After 5 moves, he was caught off guard and was swept by the palm wind of the Slayer of the Lord, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. The Slayer of the Supremes immediately stopped his attack and said calmly, he's not too useless. Next one. Fan Lizzie swallowed hard and gritted his teeth, I'll do it. He comforted himself by thinking that although he was not as agile as the captain and could not comprehend the sword intent, his cultivation was higher than both of them. As long as he showed confidence in winning, he would be able to withstand 3 moves. Right. The Slayer of the Supremes did not act immediately, but asked him. Your grandfather is Fan Tengyu, right? I did meet him once in the Illusion Sea. He was quite a figure. I didn't expect his grandson to be so unbearable. I don't know if it's because of lack of talent or poor teaching. Fan Lizzie was immediately furious. It doesn't matter if you scold him, but you can't scold his grandfather. In anger, he didn't even summon the spirit sword, but punched the fist mark of the killer. Fang Shi, who was watching the fight from the side, said, the idiot is really reckless. Fan Lizzie's fist collided with the fist of the Lord Slayer, and suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air. The fist seal of the Lord Killer dissipated, but Fan Lizzie was also knocked several feet away. He got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Come again. The Slayer of the Lord curled his lips and casually threw another punch. This time, Fan Lizzie did not use his fists to block the attack, but summoned his magic sword. He is reckless, but not stupid. The second move was also narrowly avoided. Just as the Lord Slayer was about to unleash his third move, he shouted, I've already exceeded my promised move. The Slayer. I thought he was a fool, but it turned out he was a smart fool. He waved his hand, indicating that Fan Lizzie could leave. Fan Lizzie quickly ran to Fang Shi, stuffing the pill into his mouth while panting. He would definitely not have done such a shameful thing in the past, but since he followed the captain, he understood the truth. Not being aggressive is also a kind of wisdom. Chapter 1913. When it comes to making trouble, you are definitely far ahead. Next is Zhang Qinghuai. Senior, please. The Slayer of the Lord thought, finally a normal person has come. He nodded slightly, then swung his palm. Zhang Qinghuai knew that he was not as talented as the 3 people in front of him, so when the 3 of them were fighting the enemy, he was observing carefully, looking for a way to break the deadlock. He discovered that every time the Lord Slayer attacked, there would be a very brief stagnation of spiritual energy every 10 or so breaths. If he counterattacked at this time, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. So, he seized the opportunity and drew his sword decisively. As expected, with one strike of the sword, the palm print suddenly became much lighter. The Lord Killer raised his eyebrows. Oh, it turns out that the dog that bites doesn't bark. This kid seems to be quiet, but he is actually scheming. He was testing her, so he didn't rush to send out a second palm strike. He waited until the palm print completely dissipated before sending out another palm strike. However, this time he made up for the previous loophole. Zhang Qinghuai suddenly felt exhausted. Although he barely managed to take the blow, he was still slightly injured. The Slayer waved his hand. Not bad, step aside. Fan Lizzie felt jealous. He received 2 slaps as well, so why was he praised but not me? At this time, it was Cao Xiu's turn. Cao Xiu was originally a very arrogant person, but since he boarded Fang Shi's pirate ship, he was hit so hard that he felt like he had no desire to live. Fortunately, I had tempered my willpower when I climbed the cloud terrace before, otherwise I would have collapsed. Now that he saw that the 4 people in front of him performed very well, he felt a little unsure. Fang Shi saw it. If you are an excellent leader but don't have this insight, you are totally incompetent. She immediately sent a secret message to Cao Xiu, saying, Brother Cao, try harder. He's not choking you, what are you afraid of? Cao Xiu. That's right, there's nothing to be afraid of as long as you don't strangle him. Fang Shi continued, Senior Brother Fan took 2 of his moves, so you can't be worse than him, right? Besides, Lingshao Palace can do it, but you, Zhenhai Sect, can't. Cao Xiu's desire to win instantly exploded. He displayed 120 points of his strength. Also successfully took 2 moves. His self-confidence was instantly reborn. He is still very good. A faint smile appeared on the scarred face of the Lord Slayer, but it disappeared in an instant. He has seen too many outstanding talents, but only a few can make it to the end. Especially in Changgao Temple, a place where Go are raised, human nature would be distorted, let alone others. He looked at Feng Shi and the other 5 with an indifferent expression. You can leave now. Come to class tomorrow at 1 a.m. If you don't complete my random inspection of what you learned today, HMPH. The 5 people from Feng Shi quickly nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, the Slayer of the Venerable said, Lu Yi, you broke the roof, find a way to fix it for me quickly, otherwise I won't forgive you. Feng Shi, yes. It's obvious that your broken roof is of poor quality, yet you still asked me to repair it. I'm lucky enough that I didn't ask you for compensation. After leaving the house, Fan Lizzie breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from that venerable killer was so strong that I couldn't even breathe in the room. Zheng Qinghua nodded. I have the same feeling, not only the pressure but also the murderous aura. Captain, do you have the same feeling? Feng Shi sighed. I just feel like I'm going to go broke. That shabby roof is going to cost me a fortune. If I'd known this would happen, I'd rather get hit by the palm print than hit the roof. Zheng Qinghua. Feng Shi came to see Master Fang dejectedly. When Venerable Fang saw the miserable state of the 5 people, his mood finally improved a little. What do you want from me? Feng Shi sighed and said, Venerable Fang, I poked a hole in the roof of the Slayer of Venerables. Please arrange for someone to repair it. I will pay for it. Reverend Fang. Weren't you guys attending the lecture? How did you create a hole in the roof of the Supreme Killer's house? Didn't you blow up someone's roof? He definitely wouldn't have thought this way before yesterday, but since Lu Yi even dared to blow him up, it seemed normal for her to blow up the roof. Right. With doubt, he asked Feng Shi, you didn't use a magic talisman to blow it up, did you? Feng Shi shook his head and pointed to his head. You may not believe it, but I pushed it out with my head. Venerable Fang. Did you break the roof of Xuanbinghanti tiles with your head? Play. But upon closer inspection, there was indeed a big bump on Feng Shi's head, her nose was red, and there were traces of blood on her face. Could it really be a collision of the head? You have a very hard head. Although he couldn't understand why Feng Shi used his head to support the roof, he instantly thought of a good way to take revenge on Feng Shi. Let him find someone to repair the roof, and he gets to decide how much it'll cost. This Lu Yi has 3 9-cauldron alchemy masters. Even if she doesn't have spirit stones, she will have a lot of high-level elixirs. So he readily agreed, okay, I'll arrange for someone to fix it right away, and you just give me the money when you come tomorrow. Master Fang, how much do you estimate it will cost? Venerable Fang's eyes flickered slightly. The roof is paved with black ice-cold iron tiles. Black ice-cold iron tiles are expensive. Adding the labor cost, it must cost at least 3 million spirit stones. Feng Shi was silent for a moment, then don't send anyone to fix it. I decided to hang myself up there to plug the hole tomorrow. Venerable Fang, considering that you are new here, the labor fee can be waived. Just give me 2 million spirit stones. Feng Shi, I'd better hang myself up. 1 million. When I get tired of plugging the hole, I can take turns hanging my brothers up there. 500,000. Ellipsis. In the end, the 2 of them made a deal for 100,000 spirit stones. This can't even be called a bargain price, it's cut to the bone. Feng Shi gave the 100,000 spirit stones he received yesterday to Venerable Fang. Venerable Fang had a constipated expression on his face. 100,000 spirit stones are barely enough, and he might even have to pay some money. He originally wanted to make a killing from Lu Yi, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. As for why he took the job even though he knew he would lose money, the reason was simple, he was afraid of offending the Lord Slayer. If that bastard Lu Yi really hangs himself up there to plug the hole tomorrow, the Slayer of Venerables will definitely vent his anger on him. This Lu Yi is really too difficult to deal with. However, when he heard Feng Shi say that he was going to the forging hall to apply for the fairy cloud, he was delighted. Go on. By then you will know how to write the word, unlucky. Feng Shi and the others left Dakshan Hall and followed the map to the Duanyuo Hall. He was stopped at the door. The fire tempering hall is a key area of the sect. There are many outsiders, so no one is allowed to enter. Feng Shi said with a serious face. It was Venerable Fang who sent us here. He said that the forging hall had created a defective fairy cloud and asked you to find the cause before it causes a disaster. Fan Lizzie and others. You are definitely ahead of the curve when it comes to taking risks. Chapter 1914 Feng Shi hides far away and watches the fun. No matter how shocked Fan Lizzie and the others were, Feng Shi remained calm. Venerable Fang did say that the fairy cloud assigned to them was a defective product, and also told them to come to the forging hall, so every word she said, including every punctuation mark, was true. When the people on duty in the forging hall heard Feng Shi say that it was Venerable Fang who asked them to come, and that it was such a big event as the defective products in the fairy cloud, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. Just as they were about to report to their superiors, a tall, dark-complexioned venerable man happened to walk out from inside. The guard quickly saluted and said, Venerable Duan, you've arrived just in time. Venerable Fang sent these fellow cultivators here to tell us that there's a defective product in the fairy cloud, and asked us to find the cause. After hearing this, Venerable Duan became furious. Bullshit. The fairy clouds delivered by our forging hall have gone through several inspection processes. How could there be any defective products? I think that old fellow Fang Xuan is itching for trouble, so he should be thrown into the refining furnace to tighten his skin. He cursed for a while and his eyes fell on Feng Shi and the other 5 people. Were you sent by Fang Xuan? What did he say? Zhang Wen and the other 3 all kept their mouths shut tacitly, pretending to be mute at the moment. Feng Shi stepped forward and saluted. Junior Lu Yi pays homage to Venerable Duan. Here's what happened. Yesterday, the 5 of us came to Changgao Hall to report, and Venerable Fang assigned us a fairy cloud. When we were above Qingshan Lake, the fairy cloud suddenly rolled violently, throwing all 5 of us into the lake. This morning, we reported this matter to Venerable Fang. He said that the fairy cloud assigned to us was a defective product, but he didn't know the details, so he asked us to come to the forging hall to ask the reason. So, after finishing the Master Slayer's training class, we came to the fire forging hall. After hearing this, Venerable Duan immediately started cursing. Damn it, it was clearly the bastard Fang Xuan who wanted to trick you, but he ended up putting the blame on us, the forging hall. This is outrageous. After saying that, he looked at Fang Shi suspiciously again. Is everything you said true? Are you lying to me? Fang Shi hurriedly said, even if you beat me to death, I would not dare to lie to you. Besides, Venerable Fang is in charge of all matters concerning the five of us. If we slander him, wouldn't we be asking for trouble? Venerable Duan thought it made a lot of sense. These five little guys are new here, and they're competing for the same degree as the other students. They don't have such courage at all. It seems that it was all the fault of that old bastard Fang Xuan. He said to the five people from Feng Shi, in that case, follow me to confront Fang Xuan. So, Venerable Duan walked in front, and Feng Shi and the others followed happily behind him. At this moment, Venerable Fang was imagining a beautiful scene of Feng Shi and the others getting into trouble. These five idiots will definitely suffer a bad fate if they go to the forging hall. Those venerables in the forging hall have hot tempers, one hotter than the other. Forget about sending them a fairy cloud, they might even be beaten half to death. He was just feeling happy when the door was kicked open. Fang Xuan, you bastard, you actually dared to put the blame on our forging hall. I think you are tired of living. Reverend Fang. Duan, Venerable Duan, where did you get this from? Duan Zunzun sneered, still playing dumb. Did you say the fairy cloud you gave the five of them yesterday was defective? Did you tell them to go find us? No, let me explain. I listened to you, you bastard. Venerable Duan punched Venerable Fang. Reverend Fang was a bit slow to dodge, and while he dodged the fist, his hat wasn't, and was blown away by the wind. The furious Duan Zun stopped swinging his fist. Mr. Fang, why did you cut your hair so short? Are you planning to become a monk? Although Venerable Fang is no longer bald, his hair is only about half an inch long, so Venerable Duan asked this question. Venerable Fang suddenly became angry and embarrassed. Duan, I've repeatedly given in to you, will you keep provoking me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he said that, he also punched out. Venerable Duan had a hot temper and naturally was not willing to be outdone, so the two of them immediately started fighting with their fists. The two of them were fighting inside the house at first, but when they felt that they could use their full strength, they went to fight in the yard, and later they simply fought outside Daxuan Hall. Fang Shi hid far away and watched the fun. Xiaoyu, it seems like the tempers of these venerables in Changgao Hall are not very good. If you have something to say, just talk it out. Is there any need to fight? Ji Ting. Don't you know why they fought? He has concerns, but Zhu Shihuan is much more direct. You're the one who started the fight. When they clear up the misunderstanding, you'll be the one in trouble. Fang Shi said confidently, any misunderstanding is between them. What does it have to do with me, a small fry who speaks the truth? Blood-devouring world. As they were talking, several venerables came out of Daxuan Hall to mediate. Fang Shi felt very sorry. She hasn't seen enough yet. Speaking of which, these venerables in Changgao Hall all like hand-to-hand combat. I don't know if it's because hand-to-hand combat has less destructive power than spiritual swords, but it looks very exciting. She wants to learn too. Ha. The strangulation she had learned without any prior training could also be considered a form of hand-to-hand combat, right? She is such a genius. Reverend Fang, who was being held captive, roared with red eyes. Duan, you came here to provoke me for no reason. If you don't give me an explanation today, we will go to the Palace Master to seek justice. Duan Zun sneered, for no reason. You tampered with the fairy cloud yesterday to plot against the five competing cultivators, but you dared not admit it. Instead, you put the blame on our forging hall, saying that our fairy cloud was a defective product. Forget about going to the Palace Master, even in front of the Alliance leader you are in the wrong. Reverend Fang, I. He wanted to say that he had never said that, but he caught a glimpse of Fang Shi playing with a photo stone in his hand, so he had to swallow the rest of his words. This damn Lu Yi actually took a photo as evidence. He's really full of bad intentions. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and said, I just said it casually at the time, who knew that these five competing colleagues would take it seriously. Although I did ask them to go to the forging hall, the reason I asked them to apply for the fairy cloud was not because of the defective products. After all, it was the unclear speech of the five of them that caused the misunderstanding between us. Don't worry, I will punish them severely to prevent them from doing such divisive things again. Chapter 1915, Master Lu from Dan Pavilion. Before Duan Zunzun could express his opinion, Fang Shi said with a face full of shame. Venerable Duan, Venerable Fang is right. It's all our fault. If we five couldn't speak, we wouldn't have caused the misunderstanding between you two. All the mistakes are our fault. This matter has nothing to do with Venerable Fang. Besides, since he was able to tamper with the fairy cloud, he must be very familiar with the method of refining weapons. Maybe he can exchange techniques of forging the fairy cloud with you in the future. Before Fang Shi finished speaking, Venerable Duan stared at Venerable Fang and asked. If she hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. You're not a weapon refiner, so how could you have tampered with the fairy cloud? Could it be that you secretly bribed someone from our forging hall? Compared to Venerable Fang's slander of fairy cloud as a defective product, Venerable Duan obviously cares more about this matter. Venerable Fang wished he could poison Fang Shi and make him mute. Your saliva can poison a group of people to death. He quickly explained. Don't listen to Lu Yi's nonsense. How dare I bribe someone from your forging hall? I just asked a friend from the weapon refining hall to help me install an array plate. Duan Zunzha's expression eased a lot, and then he heard Fang Shi say with wide eyes. Master Fang, you are too reckless. Those who know that you added the array disk without permission, while those who don't know think that the quality of the fairy cloud of the forging hall is not good enough. Aren't you bringing discredit to the forging hall? Besides, if this loophole is opened, and everyone installs array disks on the fairy cloud, who will dare to ride the fairy cloud in the future? For example, if someone stuffed an explosive array disk into the fairy cloud, wouldn't that person be killed? If a poison gas array disk is stuffed into it, it will poison people to death. Venerable Fang, at #% and asterisk and. Venerable Duan's face turned pale. This little girl is right. If we open this door, the consequences will be disastrous. You must come with me to see the palace master immediately. We must give our forging hall an explanation today. As he said this, he came to pull Venerable Fang. Venerable Fang was so angry that he was shaking. In the end, he could only follow Venerable Duan to meet the master of Changdao Hall. Just after walking a few steps, I heard Fang Shi shouting. Your Excellencies, do we 5 witnesses need to come along? Venerable Fang, do you need to take that tampered fairy cloud with you? Venerable Fang, at #% and hash. If he didn't have a trace of rationality left, he would have wanted to strangle Fang Shi to death. Venerable Duan paused. Mr. Fang, she's right. Where's that fairy cloud you tampered with? Venerable Fang took a deep breath and said, I will tell you when we get to the palace master. Was he going to say in front of so many people that Lu Yi had blown up the fairy cloud and pierced his head into a bald head? Will he still be alive in the future? He regrets it so much now. It's not that I regret plotting against Fang Shi and the others, but I regret that I was too lenient. After I finish dealing with this matter, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Fang Shi saw Venerable Duan and Venerable Fang walking away, and bowed to the venerables who were watching the fun. My lords, let me introduce myself. We are 5 new competitors and fellow practitioners. My name is Lu Yi, from the Tianyan Dao Sect, and this is my brother. We sincerely ask for your guidance from you all. We will practice diligently and live up to your support. The venerables thought to themselves, you 5 just arrived and you got pinched black and blue by the 2 venerables, and now you are acting like cowards. One of the square-faced old men said sullenly. Since you've come to Changdao Hall, you should focus on cultivation and avoid doing things that are not very nice. Fang Shi hurriedly bowed and said, I'll take note of this. May I ask your name? The square-faced old man. Normally, shouldn't you be ashamed? Why did you even bother asking me my last name? Still, he said, Blue. Fang Shi bowed again. Greetings, Venerable Lan. Excuse me, Venerable Fang accepted my money and said he would help Venerable Shi repair the roof. He has gone to see the palace master now. Could you please ask him if he has arranged for anyone to do so? I'm not worried about the money, I'm mainly worried about the slayer of the Venerable. Venerable Lan asked in surprise, repair the roof. Venerable Killer's roof is broken. Mysterious ice-cold iron tiles are incredibly strong, how could they break out of nowhere? Fang Shi said a little embarrassedly, I hit it with my head. People at the scene. Venerable Lan's gaze lingered on Fang Zai's head for a moment, and he called over one of his men to ask a few questions, then said to Fang Shi. Zhen's Fang has already sent people to repair it. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief, then I'm relieved. It's worth it that he asked me for 3 million spirit stones. It's really quite efficient. There was a sound of inhalation. Someone strained his neck and asked, 3 million. Fang Shi nodded, yes, Venerable Fang said that the black ice-cold iron tiles are very valuable, and our Changdao Hall's labor costs are also expensive, so it will cost at least 3 million. Someone cursed, Fang Xuan, that old guy is too mean. This little girl's head is so small, it can only break 2 bricks at most, and he actually wants 3 million spirit stones from her. He's really too greedy. I think 100,000 spirit stones is enough. His appetite is too big. No wonder he tampered with the fairy cloud. I think he wants to kill people and steal the goods. Ellipsis. Fang Shi hurriedly raised her little hand and said weakly. My lords, you have misunderstood Master Fang. Although he asked me for 3 million, I am poor and do not have that much money, so I only gave him 100,000 spirit stones. He was a nice guy, and even though he scolded me, he finally agreed. Everyone thought that he was not a good person at all, he was just afraid of being dealt with by the slayer of the Venerable. But this little girl is not someone who will suffer any loss. Venerable Fang suffered losses at her hands one after another, so he had to take revenge on her later. There will be fun to watch from now on. When everyone was about to leave, Fang Shi said with a smile. One of my teachers is Master Lu from Dan Pavilion. Before I came here, he asked me to bring some small gifts to the seniors in Changdao Hall. Yesterday, we were in a hurry, and since we were new here, we didn't want to wander around rashly, so we didn't have time to visit the seniors. I happened to meet you all today, please accept my invitation. You guys must not refuse, otherwise you will fail to complete the task assigned by my master and will inevitably be scolded by him. As Fang Shi spoke, he took out a few storage rings and handed them to the venerables who were watching the fun one by one. Those venerable ones don't want it. But when they probed their spiritual sense into the storage ring, they all changed their minds. The little girl was also trying to complete the task assigned by her master. If they refused, wouldn't it put the little girl in a difficult position? As the saying goes, one should be grateful for what one has received, and many people showed polite smiles. Someone asked, little girl, you just said that Master Lu is one of your masters. Could it be that you have other masters? Fang Shi nodded, yes, I have 4 masters in total. The first master. Half an hour later, after being scolded by the palace master, Venerable Fang came back with his head hung low. He heard Fang Shi's voice from a distance and was immediately furious. When he approached with revenge in his heart, he saw a group of venerable monks surrounding Fang Shi and talking and laughing. Reverend Fang. Chapter 1916, Master Fang is such a good person. Reverend Fang felt that the scene before him was not real. He must have been so angry at that damn girl Lu Yi that he was confused and had hallucinations. The venerables in Daoxuan Hall are not too arrogant, but they're not much different. They were already respecting them for even looking at Lu Yi and the other 3. How could they possibly be chatting and laughing with that damn girl Lu Yi? Unfortunately, he soon discovered that it was not an illusion, but real. He was both furious and bewildered. What kind of magic potion had Lu Yi drugged these venerables? Why were they all smiling so shamelessly? Those who know that you are facing a small competing contractor, those who don't know that you might think it is your relative. He suppressed his anger and walked closer to the group. Lu Yi, the 5 of you come with me. Fang Shi said crisply, okay. Then, he said to those venerables. I'm leaving now, I'll come visit you seniors another day. Several venerables nodded and looked at Venerable Fang. Old Fang, it's normal for Yi to speak without thinking since she's young. You're old now, so don't take it to heart. Yes, she's new here and doesn't know the rules. You should focus on criticism and education, and don't punish her too harshly. It was wrong for you to modify the fairy cloud without permission. If Yi hadn't exposed it, it might have caused even greater trouble. She really helped you a lot. Ellipsis. Venerable Fang. Do you want to listen to whether what you are saying is human language? What? I should thank her. Still calling her Yi. You make me sick. He smiled softly and said. You are all so enthusiastic, don't worry, I won't bother with a young girl. Since you all care about them so much, I'll say it here. My modification of the fairy cloud was indeed inappropriate, and the palace master had already punished me, but these 5 competing practitioners deliberately misled Venerable Duan, causing a quarrel between the 2 of us. To punish them, the palace master orders them to go to the forging hall every afternoon starting tomorrow to dismantle the abandoned fairy clouds until they have dismantled 100 of them. The onlookers immediately gasped, and even several venerables' expressions changed slightly, and then they looked at Fang Shi and the other 4 with sympathy. Fang Shi asked Ji Ting in confusion, "Xiao, is dismantling the fairy cloud a difficult task?" General Feng, you don't know that although the fairy cloud feels soft and fluffy like cotton when you ride it, it is actually made up of many hard materials as thin as hair. These hairs are very sharp and must be wrapped with spiritual power when dismantling them, and then dismantled bit by bit. If you are not careful, you will get injured. This is secondary. The most troublesome thing is that the abandoned fairy cloud still has a lot of violent and chaotic spiritual power left, which can cause an explosion if not handled with care. In addition, the abandoned fairy cloud will still retain the divine consciousness of the weapon refiner. At the very least, it will damage the divine consciousness, and at worst, it will pollute the dismantled sea of consciousness, thus affecting the foundation of cultivation. Therefore, even though the reward for dismantling the fairy cloud was very considerable, no disciple was willing to take on the task. I heard that the forging hall has squeezed out tens of thousands of defective fairy clouds, but I don't know if it's true or not. I think this Venerable Fang and the palace master must have spread rumors, so they asked you to dismantle the fairy clouds. Let alone 100, even 10 would be difficult to deal with. When Ji Ting was talking non-stop, Fang Shi asked him. If it's so troublesome, why tear it down? Because the materials used to refine the fairy cloud are very expensive, they can be refined again after being dismantled. Fang Shi sighed, Zhen's Fang is such a good person. Ji Ting. When Venerable Fang saw that Fang Shi and the other 5 didn't react much, he thought it was because they didn't know much about dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You fools who don't know your place will suffer the consequences. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Fang Shi looking at him with sparkling eyes. Master Fang, we are eager to work. Let's not wait until tomorrow. Can we go now? Venerable Fang. This is the first time I see someone who is in a hurry to die. Although he really wanted Fang Shi and the others to go immediately, this matter still had to go through the forging hall, and he didn't want to deal with them at all now. Then, he said with a gloomy face, go whenever I tell you to go, and stop talking nonsense. Fang's face suddenly turned disappointed. Okay, then we'll go back to Qingshan Island now. Can you lend us a fairy cloud for a while? No. Oh, then let's just do it. Fang Shi turned around and greeted the venerables again, then took Zhang Wen and the others away. Those venerables couldn't help but shook their heads. It seemed that Lu Yi had no idea about the dangers of dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud. The abandoned fairy cloud. The little girl was in big trouble. However, I just sighed a few times in my heart and didn't do anything. After all, this was the order of the palace master, and they could do nothing about it. The reason I spoke up for Fang Shi before was only because of the big gift package. On the way back, Fan Lizzie asked. Captain, do you want me to ask someone about dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud? I saw that Venerable Fang grinning like a fool. This must be a very complicated matter. Fang Shi waved her hand and said, I've already asked someone to find out. I'll tell you when I get home. Fan Lizzie and the others thought she was asking Master Lu, so they didn't ask any more questions. When they reached the shore of Qingshan Lake, Fang Shi shouted towards the lake. I'm back. If you don't want to die, stay away, or I'll electrocute you into grilled fish fillets. After saying that, he threw a Tianshu lightning talisman into the water. Suddenly, a group of fish, shrimps and some low-level monsters floated on the water surface. Only then did Fang Shi and his 5 companions ride the ice to pass through Qingshan Lake. There were many high-level monsters poking their heads out from the distance. Fang Shi saw them and laughed strangely. If you look again, I'll eat you. In an instant, the water surface was empty. At this time, Zhang Wen was surprised and said, Little sister, look. Fang Shi looked in the direction Zhang Wen pointed, and unexpectedly, a thatched hut and a hammock appeared out of nowhere. Although the construction technology is not very good, it is still habitable. The flattering voice of the insect emperor suddenly rang out from Fang Shi's sea of consciousness. Master, I asked the demon insect that's good at building nests to weave this for you. Please accept it. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1917, Not a dog today, not a human today. Fang Shi really praised the insect king. The other spirit pets didn't react much, but the wooden sword was sore that it got damaged. With the small camellia in front and the big-bellied katydid behind, its position as the #1 spiritual pet is in jeopardy. Master, when I was in the Gahu secret realm, 22 characters formed from the shadows of spirit swords were forcibly imprinted on my sword. Would you mind taking some time to study them? Fang Shi really forgot about this. However, I'm not free right now. I have to discuss the techniques of the Slayer Sect with my 5th senior brother and the others first. I'll study the patterns on your body when I have time. Mu Jian didn't expect Fang Shi to study the pattern at this moment, he just wanted to divert her attention so that she wouldn't keep praising that damn bug. Fang Shi first asked Commander Lu and Ji Ting to explain it to her, and then shamelessly told Fan Lizzie and others that this was her own experience. Fan Lizzie and the others all wished they could kneel down and listen. They haven't learned the basic skills of the Tiank League either, so why can the captain understand it so thoroughly? The captain is truly amazing. After everyone had learned it, Fang Shi asked everyone to use their imagination to imagine what kind of questions the Slayer of the Supremes would ask tomorrow and how they would answer them. After Fang Shi and the others had predicted the topic for a while, they felt that it was almost ready, so they started practicing. The Insect King said weakly, "Master, have you forgotten something? We haven't caught any aquatic monsters for the demon insects yet. You're a mature Insect King now. Do you still need me to help you solve such a small problem? Remember, you must always be self-reliant. Insect King. You're the one who crosses the river and destroys the bridge, right? The key point is that these monster insects cannot swim, so how can they catch aquatic monsters?" Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone. "You're the type of person who's strong in body but simple in mind. If you can't go into the water, won't you lure those aquatic monsters ashore? Didn't a bunch of toads come ashore last night? Send out some bait, and the monsters will naturally come ashore." The Insect King thinks this fart makes sense. So, it arranged some demon insects with low cultivation but strong escape ability to stroll along the shore, and sure enough, they hooked up some amphibious aquatic demon beasts. Wait until the enemy lands and start ambushing. Soon, the demon insects began to enjoy their feast. The Insect King picked out some relatively tender monster meat and happily gave it to Fang Shi. A demon insect raised questions. Before, they said we were on guard for them and they were capturing monsters for us. How come now we are capturing monsters for them? Not only did they catch monsters for them, but they even built houses and made hammocks for them. Is that right? Insect King, what do you know? This is called giving first before taking. Give them some small favors first, and then make them repay you double when the time comes. The demon insects who raised the question looked confused. What do you mean? Insect King, it's terrible to be uneducated. Well, actually these words were also taught to it by Fang Shi. It's just like fishing. If you want to catch big fish, you have to be willing to put out the bait. We are now in the stage of putting out the bait. This time the monsters understood. Okay, in order to catch the big fish, let's first pamper these 5 humans. Fang Shi and the others practiced until midnight before taking a rest. The next day, at dawn, I got up quickly and rushed to Dakshan Hall. Fang Shi yawned and said to Jun Wen and the others, "It's a waste of time for us to travel back and forth. Aren't we going to the forging hall to buy goods this afternoon?" Work, we'll see then. If conditions permit, we can stay there tonight. Fan Lizzie and the others now follow Fang Shi's lead, so naturally they have no objection. After arriving at Dakshan Hall, Fang Shi first went to ask Venerable Fang about the repair progress of the roof of Venerable Shi. After hearing that the repair was completed, he expressed his sincere gratitude to Venerable Fang. "Venerable Fang. How? Are you not a dog today? Are you a human?" However, when he thought about the bad luck that Fang Shi and the other 5 would have in the afternoon, he could hardly suppress the cold corners of his mouth. He repeatedly reminded Fang Shi and the others not to forget to report to the forging hall in the afternoon. Fang Shi smiled brightly. "Master Fang, did you help us get this good job?" Venerable Fang thought she was being sarcastic, but he didn't bother pretending. He sneered, "Yes, it was indeed me who proposed this to the palace master. What, any objections?" Fang Shi shook his head like a rattle. "No problem, not at all, we have to thank you. You are such a kind person." Venerable Fang thought she was just being sarcastic and ignored her. It was just time for class, so Fang Shi quickly took Jun Wen and the others to class. The Slayer's brows were twisted into a knot. "I heard you 5 got in trouble yesterday. You were even punished to go to the forging hall and dismantle the abandoned fairy cloud. You're really courting your own death." Fang Shi changed from the crazy little girl she had shown in front of Master Fang and became like a well-behaved little quail. You heard that the 4 of them followed suit. Quail plus 4. The Slayer of the Venerable gave a lecture, and then said, "When dismantling, don't aim for speed, aim for stability. Be sure to expand the range of your spiritual power as much as possible to avoid getting hurt. In addition, when dismantling, you must do a good job of defending your spiritual consciousness and consolidating your original mind. This is the only way to minimize damage and pollution to your spiritual consciousness." Fang Shi thought, although the Lord Slayer was a little ugly, he was still a nice person. This is very similar to Cheap Grandpa. Blood-devouring world, at #% and %. What's wrong with me? I thought that the people who pursued me could range from the demon world to the human race. After giving some instructions, the Slayer said in a cold voice, "I'm not saying this out of concern for you, but out of fear of damaging my reputation. Don't overthink it. Now I'm going to randomly check yesterday's learning results. If anyone can't answer it, don't blame me for being too harsh." After saying that, he took out a ruler and pulled it lightly, and there was a sound of breaking air. If this hits the palm of your hand, it will probably break a bone. He thought Fang Shi and the others must be very nervous, wishing they could hide their heads for fear of being called by his name. After all the previous candidates for Alliance leader performed like this. What he saw instead was Fang Shi and the others like 5 proud white geese, with their necks raised, as if they were eager to be whipped. He was stunned for a moment, then began to ask questions, calling on Fan Lizzie to answer. Fan Lizzie gave the answer very fluently. The Lord Slayer thought that the questions he had asked might be too simple, so he increased the difficulty. However, Fang Shi and the others answered all 10 questions fluently. Some of the answers were even more insightful than his original answers. The Slayer of the Venerable was at a loss. Did he really meet 5 peerless geniuses? After all, it was only one night, even he back then wouldn't have understood it so thoroughly. What's more, the 5 of them don't even know the basic skills of the Tiank League. How could he know that Feng Shi had 2 cheats, one of which was at the level of an old monster? The Slayer of the Supremes calmed his mind and began to lecture. After class, Feng Shi and the others rushed to the forging hall. When he arrived at the forging hall, Feng Shi found Venerable Duan waiting at the door. She trotted over and said shamefully, "Venerable Duan, I was very unhappy after being tricked by Venerable Fang yesterday. After much thought, I decided to use the opponent's strength to counter the opponent's strength. But Venerable Fang has a high level of cultivation and a strong background. Most people would not dare to be his enemy. Only we in the forging hall have a high status and dare to challenge him. Plus, I really think that his unauthorized modification of the fairy cloud will have a bad impact on our forging hall, so I came here and talked nonsense. You must have seen through me a long time ago, but you just didn't want to bother with a junior like me, and you were afraid that the interests of the forging hall would be damaged, so you went to settle the score with Venerable Fang. Even so, what I did was wrong. I am guilty. I am not a human being. I wrote a letter of apology last night, please take a look." Feng Shi said as he handed a piece of paper to Venerable Duan. Duan Zunj took it and sneered, "Do you think that just by writing a self-criticism? Gift list. 10 top-grade Phantom C breath-suppressing pills. 10 top-grade blood-clotting pills. 10 top-grade Tiangsu dueling pills. Ellipsis." He coughed twice and said, "Well, I don't want to bother with a junior like you. Come in with me." He didn't want to lift her up high and then lower her gently, because what she gave him was too much. Chapter 1918. You are a pixie. Is it interesting to say these things? Venerable Duan originally prepared a basket of unpleasant words. Although he has a hot temper, it doesn't mean he is stupid. I didn't think too much when I was angry, but I started to understand the taste of it later. My goodness, he, a Venerable, was actually tricked by a small competitor. So, he waited here early, ready to deal with Feng Shi. Now my thoughts have changed. It wasn't easy for the little girl to leave her hometown and come to Changgao Temple, especially since she was cheated by that old bastard Fang Shuan on her first day. It was normal for her to act without thinking when she was in a hurry. Besides, why didn't she go to someone else, but came to them at the forging hall? Wasn't it because they were so powerful? The little girl has good taste. As for why his thoughts changed so much, there is only one reason: Feng Shi was really generous. Who can resist money? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard the little girl say, "Master Duan, I have several damaged defensive spiritual weapons. Can you help me take a look when you are free?" Feng Shi said as he handed Venerable Duan a storage ring. Venerable Duan was not stupid, and he knew that Feng Zai's claim about the spiritual weapon being damaged was just an excuse, and that the things in the storage ring were what were on the gift list. He probed his spiritual sense into it and saw that it was true. With excitement, he said a few words in a fake manner, and then put it into the storage ring. Lu Yi is a good girl, she really means what she says. Originally, he wanted to leave Feng Shi and the others to the steward who managed the abandoned fairy cloud and leave, but Feng Shi's generous gift awakened his kindness and he said, "Disassembling the fairy cloud is not an easy task, you must be mentally prepared. Whether it's fast or slow is not a big problem, the key is that it's easy to get injured. The material of the fairy cloud is as thin as a hair, which is difficult enough to work with, but these threads are made up of even smaller threads. Once these tiny threads pierce into the flesh, they will flow with the blood and it will be difficult to completely remove them. They may cause the meridians to flow backwards at any time. If it enters the danshan, it will be even worse. Therefore, when you disassemble it, you must wrap the silk thread with spiritual power. It is better to break the silk thread than to get hurt yourself. In addition, there is still violent spiritual energy remaining in the abandoned fairy cloud." Although Venerable Shi had told Feng Shi and the others about the precautions before, he was an outsider after all, so Venerable Duan's explanation was more detailed and practical. Feng Shi thought, "Master Duan is quite a nice person." Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly, "I don't know if he's a good person or not, I only know that money makes the world go round. Forget about him, even if it's a dog, if you give it a meat bun, it will wag its tail at you." "Grandpa, you can't say that. There is true love in the world, and money is just icing on the cake. Just like you sacrificed your body to save the 9 nether continent. Did it have anything to do with money? You were so nice to me, does it have anything to do with money? So, greed is human nature, but it does not represent a person's character." Zhu Shihuan, I think you are defending yourself. You are a pixie, do you think it is interesting to say these things? Feng Shi suddenly thought of a very critical question. "Venerable Duan, is there a limit to the amount of silk thread that can be destroyed during the disassembly process?" You've hit the nail on the head. There are 2 criteria for determining whether the dismantling is successful. One is that the fairy cloud's array must be dismantled, and the other is that all 3,000 silk threads must be removed intact. Feng Shi, how many silk threads does that fairy cloud have? About 15,000. Feng Zai's eyes lit up. Does the damaged silk thread belong to us? Duan Zunzun, of course not. Although the value of the damaged silk thread is greatly reduced, it can still be recycled. How could I give it to you for free? Feng Shi sighed in disappointment. Oh. Venerable Duan. No wonder you came here so happily. Are you here to take advantage? After a moment, Feng Shi asked again, what if I, through my own efforts, disassembled 4,000 complete silk threads from an abandoned fairy cloud? Will there be a reward for the extra 1,000 threads? Duan Zunj, I don't know about this. You can ask when you get there. He wasn't trying to fool Feng Shi, he really didn't know. Because few people would take the job of dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud, even if someone did, they would violently dismantle it after removing the 3,000 complete silk threads. Therefore, no one has ever raised this issue. He thought that the little girl must have thought that it was easy to disassemble 3,000 complete silk threads, so she asked this question. Once she takes it apart, you'll know how difficult it is. Although the stipulated task is to dismantle 100 clouds, in order to actually complete these 100 clouds, one may have to dismantle hundreds or even thousands of abandoned fairy clouds. As they were talking, they arrived at the west warehouse of the forging hall. There are two warehouses in the forging hall. The east warehouse is filled with materials for refining equipment, and the west warehouse is filled with discarded fairy clouds. The west warehouse covers a very large area. The abandoned fairy clouds couldn't be stored in the storage ring, nor could they be compressed. Adding to the sheer number of them, the west warehouse had to be expanded again and again. Deacon Zhu from the west warehouse saw Venerable Duan coming and hurried out to greet him. He was well informed and had already found out everything that happened yesterday. He thought that Venerable Duan must hate these 5 competing practitioners, especially Lu Yi. So, he said, Master Duan, don't worry, I will keep a close eye on them. If they dare to slack off, I will punish them according to the rules of our forging hall. Venerable Duan glared at him fiercely. They're not from the forging hall, what qualifications do you have to punish them? The palace master only ordered them to dismantle 100 abandoned fairy clouds, and didn't set a time limit. Is it really necessary for you to act on your own here? Deacon Zhu. The flattery hits the horse's hoof. He then remembered that when Venerable Duan came in just now, his face was not only very cheerful but also not even close to being angry. How could he have shown any sign of anger? He quickly changed his tone. What you are teaching him is that they're new here and are not familiar with the process of dismantling the fairy cloud. It is normal for them to be a little slow. Venerable Duan's expression finally eased a little, and he said, if there's anything they don't understand, give them some pointers instead of picking on them for no reason. By the way, if the number of complete silk threads removed exceeds 3,000, is there any reward? Deacon Zhu, not yet. Duan Zun immediately snorted coldly. No wonder no one is willing to take on the job of dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud. You don't even have any incentives. You should ask someone quickly so as not to delay their work. Deacon Zhu. Were you hit on the head by Master Fang yesterday? Why do you keep talking crazy? Chapter 1919. This move is called using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. Although Deacon Zhu had a lot of complaints, he didn't dare to say anything and had to immediately ask his superior, Venerable Xuanyuan. If I don't ask for instructions immediately, Master Duan might punch me. Venerable Xuanyuan just refined a failed fairy cloud, and his righteousness is not flowing smoothly. After receiving the message from Deacon Zhu, I was immediately furious. More than 3,000. Even if the 5 competing companies worked together for 10 days or half a month, they might not be able to dismantle a qualified fairy cloud. So, without thinking too much, he said, a complete piece of ice-sold cold light silk is worth about 60 spirit stones on the market, and the damaged one is only worth 10 spirit stones. So let's give 10 spirit stones for each piece. Deacon Zhu received the summons and told Venerable Duan. Fang Shi counted on his fingers, and his eyes suddenly turned into the shape of spirit stones. My goodness, one silk thread costs 10 spirit stones, and she can earn almost 100,000 spirit stones by dismantling an abandoned fairy cloud. I heard that there are 10,000 flowers in this warehouse. Doesn't that mean 10 billion spirit stones? It must be said that the Tiank League is really rich. All in all, the cost of the thread for a fairy cloud alone is 900,000 spirit stones, and the cost of one fairy cloud is at least 1 million. Fang Shi quickly took out the photo stone and said, Deacon Zhu, please tell me again. I'm afraid the amount will be too high and there will be a dispute. Deacon Zhu. It's as if you can remove a lot of complete silk threads. Duan Zun urged, just say what she told you to say. Why are you hesitating? Deacon Zhu. I heard that Lu Yi can make pills. Could she have fed you some mind-destroying poison pill? He repeated what he had just said while complaining in his heart. Fang Shi felt relieved this time. She can't wait to get to work. She is such a little girl who loves to work. When Venerable Duan saw that everything that needed to be explained had been explained, he gave a few simple instructions and left. He has already lived up to the big gift package the little girl gave him. Whether it will be a blessing or a curse in the future depends on her. Deacon Zhu handed Fang Shi and the others a jade sip, which contained the precautions for dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud, but it was much simpler than what Venerable Duan said. After they finished looking, Deacon Zhu opened the west warehouse, then took out a long pole with a hook from the storage ring and hooked out an abandoned fairy cloud. Drag it into the northernmost house. This room is protected by a formation. Even if the fairy cloud bursts, it won't affect other rooms. As for you, you'll have to be careful. After Deacon Zhu finished speaking, he left the room and closed the door. Fan Lizzie looked at the fairy cloud in front of him, which looked like a huge cocoon, and was amazed. No wonder they say this thing is so hard to disassemble. I don't even know where to start. Zheng Qinghua and Cao Xiao also frowned. They would rather fight monsters than do such work, and they have no idea at all. Zheng Wen looked calm, because he thought that since Fang Shi had already asked about the price, he must have a plan to deal with it. At this moment, Fang Shi let out a strange laugh. There are 3 main reasons why this thing is difficult to dismantle. One is that the thin threads can easily pierce into the flesh, another is that there may be residual violent spiritual energy, and the third is the residual consciousness. To solve these 3 problems, we only need 2. Fang Shi said this and released the puppet Ju Tiao. Ding ding ding. This is the perfect thread remover. Its material is very strong and is not afraid of being pierced by thin wires. Even if it really gets pierced, it will only reinforce it. As for the violent spiritual power, it will explode only when it is stimulated by spiritual power, so as long as we give up using spiritual power to wrap the silk thread, this problem will be perfectly solved. It just so happens that Ju Tiao doesn't need to use spiritual power to wrap the silk thread to protect himself, so this is not a problem. As for the contamination from the residual consciousness, it's just a puppet, so how can it be contaminated? The worst that can happen is that I can just carve a new puppet disc. Hee. Ju Tiao and Fairy Cloud are both targets of the Tiank Alliance, so this move is called using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. Hee. Fan Lizzie and others. Fan Lizzie knelt down directly. Because only this action can express his inner shock. The captain is really not a human being. No one can think of such a perverted method. Zheng Qinghua and Cao Xiao were also extremely shocked. If Juzhou could really do this job, wouldn't that be free money? After a long while, Zheng Qinghua said, Captain, although your idea is good, dismantling the fairy cloud is a delicate task. Is Jutiao capable of doing it? Fang Shi praised, you are right, the current Jutiao is definitely not capable of doing this job, I have to modify it a little bit, and I have adjusted while testing. When it starts working, you all need to be well protected to avoid being killed by the explosion. Zheng Qinghua and others. Fang Shi immediately ordered Jutiao to dismantle the fairy cloud. As soon as Jutiao started, he broke dozens of silk threads with a snap. Fang Shi's heart is bleeding. This is all money. She immediately scolded him, you idiot, try using 2 hands first, keep your other hands free. Juzhou was really obedient and started trying with both hands, but the crackling sound of breaking continued to be heard. Zheng Wen looked at it for a while and said, little sister, Jutiao's fingers are too thick, and it can't use spiritual power to pull the silk thread like us. It's really difficult for it. Fang Shi's eyes lit up after hearing this. After a brief rummage inside the storage ring, he began to transform Jutiao's hands. An hour later, Fan Lizzie and the others fell into silence as they looked at Jutiao's long nails. Fang Shi said proudly, this is called wearing armor. Just put it on when you need it and take it off when you don't. I'm in a hurry, otherwise I would have dyed it. Fan Lizzie and others. Fang Shi once again directed the 9, unraveling the mystery. Although this time was much better than before, the success rate was still not very high. Fang Shi took out Jutiao's puppet disc and transformed it. Deacon Zhu saw that there was no movement in the room and thought, it seems that these 5 competing practitioners haven't found the clue yet. That Lu Yi actually wanted to make money from their forging hall. What a pipe dream. Seeing that the sun was about to set, he shouted outside the door. That's it for this afternoon, you can go now. After a moment, Fang Shi opened the door. Deacon Zhu, please come in and settle today's bill. Deacon Zhu. He walked into the house with a suspicious look on his face, and then saw a formation plate and some damaged silk threads on the left. On the right are several bundles of silk threads tied with red ropes. Deacon Zhu, to make it easier for you to count, I've tied them all up with red rope. There are 9 bundles in total, 1,000 threads per bundle. According to the regulations of the forging hall, you only need to pay me 60,000 spirit stones for the extra 6,000 threads. Deacon Zhu. So fun to get free stuff. Deacon Zhu rubbed his eyes and pinched himself, but still couldn't believe what he saw. I simply turned around and went outside, then went back into the house. There must have been something wrong with the way I stepped over the threshold just now, otherwise how could such a strange scene occur? Unfortunately, after doing so much, the scene before me has not changed at all. He stared at the 9 neatly tied bundles of icy cold light silk and said nothing for a long time. Fang Shi complained to Ji Ting. You people from the Tiank League have such poor psychological endurance. I only managed to produce 9,000 today and he was so frightened. If I could produce millions of them in a day, wouldn't he be scared to death? Ji Ting. Not to mention that he is just a small deacon, even the master of Changgao Hall would be scared by you. I'm just wondering, how can you always come up with such inhumane ideas? Commander Lu couldn't help but sigh and praised Fang Shi for his brilliant ideas. Blood-devouring Huan sneered. In the final analysis, it's you people from the Tiank League who are just clueless. I used to use puppets to dig out rat holes. Isn't it normal for Shaoxi to use puppets to unravel the mystery? It's a pity that I died young and didn't have the chance to continue tinkering with puppets. Otherwise, let alone 9 arms, I could have made a centipede. Lin Xiangchuan immediately said. Ancestor Zhu, you are so amazing. I really sympathized with the genius of your generation. It must be very painful for them to live under your light all day long. Fang Shui is so smart, it's up to you. Zhu Shihuan was laughing so hard. His happiness is finally back. Xiao Chuanzi is the one who knows how to talk, he is much better than Lu Laoze and Xiao Jizaizi. The group chat here was already full of messages, and Deacon Zhu finally spoke. Did you dismantle all of these? Although what he said was nonsense, Fang Shi still said obediently. Yeah, we took them all down. Deacon Zhu confirmed it twice more before passing the message to Venerable Xuanyuan. Reverend Xuanyuan was also very shocked, but then he thought, if the 5 of them had a strong ability to control spiritual power, it would be reasonable for them to dismantle a fairy cloud in half a day. Although he regretted the price he had given before, he couldn't go back on his word, so he asked Zhu Ji to pay the spirit stones in advance and then reimburse him later. So, Deacon Zhu gave Fang Shi 60,000 spirit stones. Fang Shi happily put it away and asked, Deacon Zhu, we have nothing to do anyway. If you can pull over a few more fairy clouds, we'll dismantle them overnight. Deacon Zhu, okay. He thought to himself, young people tend to get carried away easily. It was just luck that you were able to dismantle this fairy cloud successfully. How many more do you want to dismantle at once? You're really asking for trouble. As soon as he opened the west warehouse and took out the hook, Fang Shi said attentively. Deacon Zhu, if you don't mind, let us do the physical work. You can just direct from the sidelines. Deacon Zhu is looking forward to it. After all, dragging the fairy cloud also consumes physical and spiritual energy. Fang Shi nodded, and Fan Lizzie took the hook from Deacon Zhu's hand and dragged an abandoned fairy cloud out of the warehouse. He dragged 6 fairy clouds in one breath before stopping. It's not that he's tired, it's mainly because the house is limited and can't accommodate it. Deacon Zhu watched coldly, laughing in his heart at Fang Shi and the others for overestimating their abilities. Before they parted, Fang Shi kindly reminded him, Deacon Zhu, you'd better prepare some more spirit stones in advance, otherwise you'll have to write me an IOU tomorrow morning. Deacon Zhu. He just thought Fang Shi was talking nonsense, snorted coldly, closed the door and left. Fang Shi saw him leave, and then released the puppet Ju Tiao again. After giving the dismantling order, Fang Shi asked Cao Xiao and the others to activate the protective array so that they would not be injured in case the abandoned fairy cloud exploded. Then I started to review the content of the class that the Slayer had taught me this morning. By the time they finished reviewing their lessons, Juzhou had already dismantled the 2 fairy clouds. Fang Shi felt that the speed was a bit slow. It's a pity that her spiritual power palm cannot be exposed to the light, otherwise the dismantling speed would be much faster than Juzhou. However, it's okay to go slowly. If it's too fast, the forging hall might refuse to pay. After all this busy work, it was already midnight. Fang Shi took out the small wooden bed and small flower quilt as usual. They can earn strud stones and have a free place to live. The punishment given to them by Venerable Fang is so thoughtful. Fang Shi had a beautiful dream. I dreamed that she had plucked out all the members of the Tiank League, and even Fairy Cloud became bald. The next day, Fang Shi woke up early. Mainly because of waking up happily from a dream. It's so fun to get the wool. After Fang Shi washed up, she slurped a bowl of seafood porridge and opened the door to look for the figure of her great enemy, Deacon Zhu. I looked around but didn't see anyone. She thought it might be too early. She was anxious to go to class, so she put all the disassembled items into her storage ring, and then took Junwen and the others to Daquan Hall for class. Venerable Fang had been waiting in Daquan Hall early. He couldn't wait to see the miserable state of Fang Shi and the other 5. As a result, all 5 of them had rosy faces, especially Lu Yi, who was jumping around as she walked, just like a rabbit. He coughed. The 5 people from Fang Shi immediately came over to pay their respects. Did your demolition work go smoothly yesterday afternoon? Fang Shi sighed. It's much worse than I expected. We have to hurry over after lunch to avoid delaying the work. Venerable Fang was relieved. This is right. He said a few words in a pretentious manner, and then left with satisfaction. Looking at his back, Fang Shi sighed again. We really need to work harder. Repairing the roof cost us 100,000 strud stones, and we still have 40,000 strud stones left to earn back. Zheng Qinghua and others. Just like yesterday, the Slayer of the Venerables took out his ruler and started asking questions. Fang Shi and the others answered very well, so much so that even the Lord Killer began to suspect that his teaching level might have made a qualitative leap. Otherwise, how come this batch of students is so much stronger than the previous ones? Logically speaking, shouldn't they be the worst class? While class is in session here, Deacon Zhu is at a loss. He kept thinking about Fang Shi and the others last night, tossing and turning and couldn't fall asleep. He fell asleep just before dawn, so he got up late. When he arrived, he found the house was empty. It is normal for the 5 competing candidates to leave together. After all, they have grown legs. But what about the 6 abandoned fairy clouds? Even if they removed 1 flower overnight, or even 2, there was still 4. You have to know that this thing cannot be put into the storage ring before it is disassembled. Could it be that they have dismantled all 6 fairy clouds? Can. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1921 We Are Worth It. Deacon Zhu was stunned for a moment, and immediately wanted to send a message to Fang Shi and the others. It turned out that I didn't have their contact information at all, so I had to send a message to Master Fang. Master Fang, please tell me where Lu Yi and the others went. Venerable Fang replied quickly, with a hint of joy in his voice. They're in class at Daquan Hall. Why are you looking for them so anxiously? Did something happen? Deacon Zhu didn't know where to start for a moment, so he could only say vaguely. Yes, something happened. When they're done with get out of class, have them come to the forging hall immediately. Upon receiving the message, Master Fang laughed like a pig. He just said it. Lu Yi's 5 little bastards will cause trouble sooner or later. Isn't this retribution coming? They actually dared to cause trouble in the forging hall. They must be fed up with living. Out of a gloating mentality, he arrived early and waited outside the house of the Slayer of the Lord. Fang Shi and the others saw him as soon as they pushed the door open after class. Before Fang Shi and the others could speak, he said sternly. Look at what you've done. The people from the forging hall have come to me. Come with me and apologize. Fang Shi looked puzzled. Master Fang, we always do good deeds without leaving our names. How did the forging hall find you? Venerable Fang. Can't you hear the difference between positive and negative? He snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. The Lord Slayer in the room heard their conversation clearly, frowned, stood up, and then sat down again. The strong prey on the weak, the fittest survive, everything depends on themselves. There was no need for him to get involved in their cause and effect. Although Venerable Fang had a stern face, he was actually very happy in his heart. After waiting and waiting, the time for revenge has finally come. He wished he could grow wings and fly to the forging hall. He was secretly happy when Fang Shi came over and asked. Master Fang, we are all under your protection. If something really happens, you can't just ignore us, right? Venerable Fang snorted coldly. You are only under my management. As for the troubles you have caused, they have nothing to do with me. What if it's a good thing? For example, if we've done something meritorious, that has nothing to do with you. It's natural. Fang Shi sighed. Okay, I fully respect your choice. Venerable Fang just thought she was just making small talk, and you're even trying to make a contribution. You're about to get into big trouble. From a distance, Fang Shi saw Deacon Zhu waiting at the door of the forging hall. She said to Junwen happily, Brother, look how welcome we are. Deacon Zhu is even outside the gate to greet us. Junwen nodded. We are worth it. Venerable Fang. 2 crazy people. Just as he was thinking about it, Deacon Zhu came running over like a gust of wind. He didn't even have time to greet Master Fang before asking Fang Shi. What about those 6 abandoned fairy clouds? Where did they go? Fang Shi quickly said, I'm so sorry, we couldn't find you this morning and we're in a hurry to go to class, so we put all the disassembled parts into the storage ring. Come in later and we'll count the amount. There's no rush for you to pay. Deacon Zhu. What does this have to do with paying or not paying? The key point is, did you really dismantle all 6 abandoned fairy clouds? Venerable Fang was also confused by what he heard. Why did he still pay? Lu Yi must have said it wrong, and they're going to be fined. Correct. That's for sure. While thinking about this, he followed Fang Shi and the others into the forging hall. Although outsiders were not allowed to enter, Venerable Fang went in with Deacon Zhu, and the guards did not stop them. Deacon Zhu was not in the mood to deal with Venerable Fang at the moment, so he didn't pay any attention. The group soon arrived at Fang Shi and dismantled Fairy Cloud's house. Fang Shi placed the formation plate, the damaged silk threads and the bundled silk threads on the ground. Deacon Zhu, our dismantling skills have improved compared to before. We have dismantled a total of 85,630 complete silk threads from the 6 abandoned Fairy Clouds. Excluding the 18,000 threads required for the task, we have dismantled an additional 67,630 threads. One thread costs 10 spread stones, a total of 676,300 spread stones. I'll give you a deduction, so you only need to pay me 676,000 spread stones. Deacon Zhu. Impossible. Totally impossible. Fake. It's all fake. Dismantling 6 abandoned fairy clouds in one night, and extracting 95% of the intact silk thread. Is this something a human can accomplish? Venerable Fang was even more confused than him. On the one hand, he was surprised at Fang Shi and his team's demolition skills, and on the other hand, he didn't understand why they had to pay extra money. There was no such saying before. Deacon Zhu was stunned for a while, then he tremblingly sent a message to Venerable Xuanyuan, stammering as he told the story. Venerable Xuanyuan thought he was talking nonsense. Not to mention the 5 competitors working together to repair it, even if he did it himself, it would be impossible for him to remove so many complete silk threads in one night. But Deacon Zhu was so sure of what he said that he had no choice but to rush over. Seeing the neatly tied ice-souled cold light silk on the ground, Venerable Xuanyuan also fell silent. It turned out to be true. He squatted down and naturally checked the ice-souled cold light threads, and soon found the problem. Under normal circumstances, because spiritual power will be used to wrap the ice-souled cold light silk during the disassembly process, a little carelessness will cause the ice-souled cold light silk to become uneven to a certain extent. Of course, it is invisible to the naked eye and can only be discovered by using spiritual consciousness to observe. But these ice-souled cold light threads are very smooth. How did these 5 competing practitioners do it? Could it be that their ability to control spiritual power has reached the pinnacle? How can this be? He looked at the 5 people from Fang Shi with scrutiny and said, "Let me see you dismantle a fairy cloud on the spot." Fang Shi knew that this was a matter of time, and besides, she had no intention of hiding it. So, when Deacon Zhu hooked over an abandoned fairy cloud, she took out Ju Tiao and ordered it to be dismantled. Reverend Xuanyuan was stunned. Deacon Zhu and Venerable Fang were even more stunned. It was not until Ju Tiao had completely dismantled the fairy cloud that Venerable Xuanyuan asked, "Did you forge this puppet?" Fang Shi laughed happily. "How should I put it? It's not really mine. To be precise, it's my trophy. Weren't the 5 of us locked up in Chanli Cave before? Suddenly 5 humanoid puppets appeared and attacked us, and I brought them out just before they appeared. The key is that I am a soft-hearted person and I can't bear to see them suffer the pain of separation." Reverend Xuanyuan, it always looked like this. That's not the case. I made some minor modifications to it. To make it easier to dismantle, I even gave it some armor. Fang Shi said, ordering Ju Tiao to stretch out his hand for Reverend Xuanyuan to see. Jujo reached out his hand in a hurry and fell down with a thud. Fang Shi said with some shame, "I am not very skilled. My body movements are not coordinated well. I am sorry to have embarrassed you. Have you ever learned to refine weapons?" "Well, I learned it." "How many years have you studied?" "I flipped through a few books in Chanli Cave, probably a few hours." Reverend Xuanyuan. Chapter 1922. The captain is indeed not a human, she is a god. Reverend Xuanyuan thought he had misheard. "You, how long did you say you studied?" Fang Shi took out a few books on weapon forging that she had read in Chanli Cave, and then explained. "When I was imprisoned in Chanli Cave a few days ago, I was anxious to transform the puppet, so I read through these books at the last minute. Because of my dull talent, I only learned the basics, and that's why I created a useless person like Ju Tiao. I'm sorry to make you laugh." Xuanyuan Zun looked stiffly at the books Fang Shi had brought out, Introduction to Formation, Basics of Weapon Refining, Formation and Puppets. After looking through them, I found that except for the book, Formation and Puppets, the rest of the books were very ordinary books, and some were even out of date. Even if the book, Formations and Puppets, does provide a relatively detailed explanation of puppets, can one transform puppets simply by flipping through these books? This is too ridiculous. He looked at Zhang Wen and the other 3 standing nearby. Is what she said true? Fan Lizzie immediately patted his chest and said, "It is true. At that time, we didn't believe that the captain could succeed just by flipping through books, but she really did it. She didn't even have a carving knife, so she used the spiritual core from the puppet's joints instead." Cao Xiao and Zheng Qinghuai also spoke out to confirm this. Zhang Wen said nothing. "He is my brother, so I have to avoid suspicion." Before Venerable Xuanyuan could say anything, Venerable Fang gnashed his teeth and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can learn to transform a puppet in just a few hours, unless she is not human." Fan Lizzie thought to himself, the captain is indeed not a human, she is a god. Of course God is omnipotent. Fang Shi ignored Master Fang at all. Reverend Xuanyuan looked thoughtful. "Have you learned formations before?" Fang Shi nodded. "When I was in Tianyan Dao Sect, the Sect master taught me for 2 days, but he was too busy afterwards, so he gave me a few books for me to study on my own. I only studied for a few days before the Tiang festival, so I only learned the basics." Reverend Xuanyuan, if you have the basics of formations, it will indeed be helpful for puppetry. For the time being, he didn't want to delve into how long Fang Shi had been learning. He asked Fang Shi to take down Ju Tiao's puppet plate so that he could take a look. Fang Shi did as he was told immediately. Venerable Xuanyuan looked at the puppet disc in his hand, his expression becoming more complicated. Because he could see that the patterns carved by Fang Shi were all basic patterns, which showed that she was indeed a beginner, but she combined these basic patterns very cleverly to achieve her desired goal. In addition, the lines are drawn very cleanly and neatly, which shows that the output of spiritual power is very uniform. He looked at Zhu Tiao's long nails again. They had thought about using puppets to dismantle the abandoned fairy cloud before, but they gave up because they thought the ice-soul cold light thread was too thin and the puppets had no way of completing the task. Why didn't they think of adding something like nails to the puppet's hands? I never thought that I could add more arms to the puppet to increase its efficiency. Reverend Xuanyuan returned the puppet disc to Fang Shi and asked, "Your puppet is well modified. Can you sell it to our forging hall?" Fang Shi shook her head like a rattle. "Although Zhu Tiao is just a puppet, he has developed feelings for us, so there is no way I can sell him off. You can imitate Zhu Tiao's appearance and forge more puppets. They will definitely be more useful than Zhu Tiao." Venerable Xuanyuan did not force it. In fact, in his opinion, Zhu Tiao had many areas that needed improvement. Even if Fang Shi sold it to him, he would still have to make some modifications. He thought for a while and said, "Well, since you provided good advice to the forging hall, the previous mission will be waived, and our forging hall will pay you a one-time reward of 1 million spirit stones. How about that?" Although Fang Shi felt that he was at a disadvantage, he had no choice but to agree considering the gap in status between the two parties. After all, even if the other party doesn't give her money, there's nothing she can do. Therefore, strength is the bottom line. Seeing that she was so tactful, Lord Xuanyuan couldn't help but feel satisfied. Fang Shi saw that he was in a good mood and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, Your Excellency Xuanyuan, I have a small request. I'm very interested in refining weapons. Could you please come and borrow the refining furnace in the forging hall in the future? Even if it's for a fee, that's fine." Reverend Xuanyuan was in a good mood at the moment, so he said generously, "Just use it, no extra charge." Fang Shi immediately thanked him profusely and his eyes fell on the damaged silk threads again. "Could you please sell me these damaged threads? I'm planning to use them to train duo's coordination." Reverend Xuanyuan waved his hand and gave it to her directly. Fang Shi's wounded little heart finally felt a little better. Venerable Xuanyuan was in a hurry to go back to forge and dismantle the puppet of Fairy Cloud, so he said a few words in a hurry and sent Fang Shi and the others away. He looked at the backs of several people and thought to himself, this Lu Yi is a rare talent in refining weapons, but it's a pity that she is a competitor and a fellow cultivator, otherwise she could be well trained. Even after leaving the forging hall, Venerable Fang still couldn't believe what had just happened. He originally wanted to let the 5 little guys suffer in the forging hall, so why did he let them gain merit? Just as I was thinking about it, I saw Fang Shi smiling and saying, "Master Fang, thank you for providing us with such a great opportunity. Otherwise, we would not have received such a generous reward. Please accept our greetings." Venerable Fang's nose was almost crooked from anger. "Just walk away." He was so angry that he almost died. No. He couldn't let them get away with it so easily. He must make them pay the price. Fang Shi and the others returned to Qingshan Island chatting and laughing. The Insect King made a tearful accusation against Fang Shi for not returning home last night, saying that he wanted to flap his little wings and cross the lake to find her. "It was only because of the flight ban that I gave up." Mu Jian snorted coldly, "Hypocritical. So hypocritical. I see you acting so arrogantly now. I heard that several female demon insects have expressed their love to you. You are so busy talking about love, how can you have the time to care about our master?" Insect King, %*. Which of your dog eyes saw a demon insect expressing its love to me? Besides, even if there is, I wouldn't like it. My goal is the stars and the sea, how can I let a few little females hold me back? Do you think I'm some love-brained bear? Fang Shi was too lazy to pay attention to the quarrel between the spirit pets. She gathered Zhang Wen and the others together to review their lessons. After they had almost finished learning, she distributed the spirit stones she had earned in the past 2 days to them. Of course, she deducted the 100,000 spirit stones for repairing the roof. Fan Lizzie and the others refused to accept it because they didn't contribute much and it was all completed by Zhu Tiao. But Fang Shi insisted on giving it, so they had no choice but to accept it. The 5 people began to practice. After a while, Fang Shi slapped his thigh. "Oops. Forgot one big thing. I forgot to ask Venerable Xuanyuan for the fairy cloud." Zhu Shihuan sneered, "It's no big deal, just apply tomorrow." Fang Shi sighed, "Grandpa, you don't understand. I have already used up all my favors today. If I apply for fairy cloud again tomorrow, I will be disliked." "Oh, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have wasted those damaged threads." Zhu Shihuan said impatiently, "I don't care about all these twists and turns you're talking about. Since you can't apply for it, then just refine one yourself." He just said it casually, but Fang Shi's eyes lit up. "Yup. I can make it myself." Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1923 We are cultivators, we can't be so superstitious. Fang Shi said with sparkling eyes. "Grandpa, you're right. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Instead of going through all the trouble to apply, I might as well refine a fairy cloud myself. When I was refining it, I made a layer and stuffed cabbage inside so it could see the light. No wonder they say an old man in the family is like a treasure, and it has to be you." Zhu Xuan actually just said it casually, but the atmosphere was already so set that he naturally wouldn't tell the truth and immediately started bragging. With the addition of Lin Xiangchuan as the supporting actor, he is so handsome that he is bursting with beauty. This is the life that a great hero like him should live. Fang Shi is regretting not participating in the group chat at this moment. When dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud, she actually forgot to observe the fairy cloud's formation. How to refine it? Just imaginary thought. However, she quickly thought of a remedy. After class the next day, Fang Shi asked Zhang Wen and the others to go back to Qingshan Island first, while she happily went to the forging hall. Xuanyuan Zun thought she was here to borrow the refining furnace, but Fang Shi said, Venerable Xuanyuan, I'm free anyway, so I thought I'd come over and help you with some work within my ability. You can leave any dirty or tiring work to me. Venerable Xuanyuan actually had a few questions he wanted to ask her, so he just went along with it and agreed. Fang Shi found a reason and asked Jutiao to dismantle another abandoned ferry cloud at the site. She took small steps to the dismantled array plate, picked it up and began to study it. She was just looking at it when suddenly Venerable Xuanyuan asked her, What are you looking at that formation? Zhu Xuan thought, I got caught, right? I'm embarrassed for you. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi said very naturally. Your Excellency, I just feel that even if the puppets are dismantled faster, it can't fundamentally solve the problem. It would be great if we could reduce the scrap rate of the ferry cloud. So, I wanted to see what went wrong with these abandoned ferry cloud arrays. At this point, she said a little embarrassedly. I know I'm a little too confident, but I just want to try. Reverend Xuanyuan thought to himself, you are really overestimating your own abilities. However, it is a good thing for young people to be energetic. So, I didn't stop it. Seeing that he had gotten away with it, Fang Shi quickly continued to study the formation plate in his hand. She soon discovered that there were several breaks in the patterns on the array plate. Logically speaking, if it had been broken during carving, it would not have been able to be put into the refining furnace. There is only one possibility, it was fine when it was carved, but it broke after being put into the refining furnace. Why is this happening? Blood-devouring Huan curled his lips. Isn't this simple? It means that the spiritual energy output was uneven during the carving process. You can't see anything from the outside, but once it's put into the refining furnace, it will be burned and squeezed by a large amount of spiritual energy, and the weak points will break. Fang Shi felt that it made sense. His cheap grandfather was a little arrogant, but he did have the capital to be arrogant. After Fang Shi told his discovery to Venerable Xuanyuan was shocked. It's not that he didn't know this, but he didn't expect Fang Shi to discover this problem after only looking at it for a while. What you said is only one of the reasons for failure, but some array plates actually have very even spiritual power output, but still end in failure. For so many years, we still haven't figured out what's going on. Fang Shi asked, do you have a failed formation like this? Can you let me see it? Although Venerable Xuanyuan felt that it was useless for Fang Shi to watch, he still took out a formation plate from his storage ring and handed it to her. This formation plate was the one he failed to refine the day before yesterday. The spiritual power output was clearly very even, and the patterns were complete after refining, but it just failed. What the hell? Fang Shi took the formation plate and began to study it with Zhu Shihuan. Unfortunately, the father and son looked at it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, Commander Lu said, if there's nothing wrong with the formation, then perhaps the problem lies somewhere else. A word to wake up the dreamer. Fang Shi immediately asked Venerable Xuanyuan about the process of refining the fairy cloud. Reverend Xuanyuan said immediately, the method of refining the fairy cloud is a secret of the forging hall, so. Before he could finish, Fang Shi said, I was rash. I just thought that if the formation disk was fine, there might be problems in other links. Venerable Xuanyuan was stunned for a moment, but after recalling the process, he felt that everything was done step by step and there was no possibility of problems in other links. So, just put this matter behind you. Fang Shi also realized a problem at this time. Even if she learned the patterns of the fairy cloud formation plate, she still couldn't refine the fairy cloud. Because she doesn't know what the process is like. Ha. Got it. I heard that the refining furnaces in the forging hall are all in a small square. She could definitely learn by borrowing the furnaces. If Lord Xuanyuan knew what she was thinking, he would definitely think she was daydreaming. If one could learn it just by watching, then it wouldn't be the case that only people in the forging hall could refine the fairy cloud. In the next 2 days, Fang Shi came to help Venerable Xuanyuan after class, but did not mention borrowing the refining furnace. After the favorability was almost increased, Fang Shi proposed to refine Zhu Tiao's arm again. Venerable Xuanyuan readily agreed. He also specially sent a disciple to lead Fang Shi to the weapon refining square. There are a total of 9 refining furnaces on the square, 8 of which are in use, and only the refining furnace in the northwest corner is empty. When Fang Shi was about to use it, the disciple who brought her here said, this refining furnace is a bit weird. It's best not to use it if you can. Otherwise, come back tomorrow. Fang Shi was curious, what kind of weird method is this? The disciple lowered his voice and said, the success rate of this refining furnace is very low. Even if you try it 100 times, you might not succeed once. Some people say it might be cursed. Fang Shi burst out laughing. Brother, we are cultivators, we can't be so superstitious. The disciple. Seeing that Fang Shi insisted on using the refining furnace, he was too lazy to persuade her. If she was willing to use it, then let her use it. At most, it would just be a waste of some materials. Fang Shi walked closer to the refining furnace, removed Zhu Tiao's arms, threw them inside, and then turned on the underground fire switch. Then, he took out a book and began to read it, making hand seals as he read. The disciple who brought her here. Learning now. Do you know how to refine weapons? Besides, don't you have to hammer and shape it before refining it? Do you just throw it in like that? The more he looked at it, the more upset he became, so he simply found an excuse to leave. Anyway, Venerable Xuanyuan only said that he would lead the way, and did not ask him to stay here with him. Little did he know that Fang's eyes move was just an excuse. As soon as he left, her eyes lit up and she began to peek at other refiners' work. As luck would have it, all these weapon refiners were refining fairy clouds, and she was finally able to have a good time watching them. She is like a badger in the melon field, biting a piece from the east and a piece from the west, piecing them together, and sooner or later she will be able to eat a whole melon.